was funny. I'm sorry, I couldn't. TCK.
It's been a while. I'll take
the W on that one.
He said.
I'll take the W on that one.
You can have the dub on that one.
I'll take the W on that one. I'm 2-0 in the All Early Finals, so I gotta get my wins right now.
All right, I'll see you guys again in another 5 weeks.
Hey, Curious Crow. Hey, Tristan. Hey, Lisa. Okay. We are live, as if you couldn't tell. Oh, perfect. Hello there. Welcome in. Another one.
Inky Pinky.
Another one.
Right.
The yeek.
Before we kick off, there's some things I need to say. Peacemaker is hilarious. But more of that later. Hey, Laterite. Hey, Terry Silver. Hey, badass. Okay, so straight down to business. King. Hey, Connor. King Kreese Jr. Would you do me the honorable favor, sir, in reading out the list you constructed for us?
Well, of course, Mr. Jacob. Let's get this agenda started today. All right, how's it going, Chosen Familia? So today's list is going to be really spicy today. So we're just gonna dive right into it. So we're gonna start out with, like we usually do. It's about Jacob's thoughts, and we're gonna be talking about the Power Rangers in space. I mean, Boba Fett, the Book of Boba Fett, I think. Or is it the Mandalorian? The Book of Mandalorian? I don't know. It's one of those, but it's gonna be good. And for our DC segment, this is we're actually gonna kind of go over the Ayers cut and Snyder cut again. I know, but we got some more information on it, and it's really because of this Discovery deal that's about to happen in the next couple of months. Then we got the season finale for the Peacemaker show that we're all going to be talking about. We're going to, it's going to be spoilers. So if you haven't watched it, you know how to get the hell out. And for the Marvel segment, we're going to be talking about Doctor Strange and the X-Men and the Illuminati. And then for our final part of the segment, we're going to be talking about Cobra Kai. And we have a couple of theories. Me and the guys were talking offline, and we were talking about is Sam going to save Anthony from RJ and his Cobras? I mean, Kenny and the Cobras. And then the final part of that segment is, will Daniel be taught by me, Sensei Kreese? Yes, I know it's going to be really crazy. But Mr. Jacob, you can take it back over the dojo. The dojo is yours.
Yes, Sensei. Okay, so everyone raise a toast to King in the chat for compiling that list together for us again.
Like he always does.
Badass.
This happens mostly because of him. Like he comes up with the topics, people.
Yeah, it's literally down to the Sensei.
Mm-hmm.
But on the subject of Boba Fett and the Power Rangers, I actually rewatched the whole show. To see if anything had changed, in my opinion. And, sometimes you get those shows that if you watch them weekly, they're better, or if you watch them in one, they're better, that kind of thing. It's actually worse when you binge it.
Dang.
No joke, it's actually worse. It's not I don't want people going to think, oh my God, you said it's horrible. No, I don't want anyone to think that Boba Fett is horrible. It's still a good show, a good time, 6 to 7. But it's never going to go past that. It's always going to be that show that you're like, okay, I've watched everything else in my Star Wars Rolodex. Let me just put on Book of Boba Fett for a few hours and binge through it. Now, the problem that Book of Boba Fett suffers from, I can relate it to Venom. It doesn't know what it wanted to be. In the first few episodes, it's about the Tusken Raiders and Boba being sort of indoctrinated into that group. And then it becomes the Mandalorian show, then it becomes a turf war, then it becomes a gang war, then it becomes a bounty hunter shootout thing. There's too many things happening at once. There's too many moving pieces to where it comes in a very unsatisfying finale. And it's such a weird number. Episode 7, when most of the shows go to an episode 6 or an 8 or a 10, this one, or a 13 at a stretch, this one goes to 7 for some reason. So that tells me they wanted to probably at least do 6, but they stretched it to 7. I think they should have cut the cord with that a bit and just gone to 8, just to allow things to breathe just a little bit, more. And the one thing that really bothers me is Cad Bane. It's not the Power Rangers. It's not the weird chase sequence that they've got going on. It's not that weird. You see that spinning maneuver that mod cyborg Doom Patrol looking guy does, where he's just like, I'm like, yeah, right, okay. We've already got enough useless moves in Star Wars. We don't need any more. That's just the definition of useless. But they don't die, but the 2 Gamorrean guards die, and that was quite sad. They didn't get any funeral or anything like that. And as soon as it ends, I remember thinking to myself, where's Mando season 3? And not in the good way of I can't wait for Mandalorian season 3. Ah, yeah, that's the one. That spin move right there, the most unnecessary thing I think I've ever seen. Even the spin move in Revenge of the Sith that Anakin and Obi do, that little twirl that they do for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Unnecessary, but I can kind of forgive it because they're trying to anticipate each other's movements. They're trying to outdo each other. That was just swing the jacket, fire a one shot. No, don't do that. And it just ends in a very unsatisfying finale. Cad Bane's brought in literally just before the end, and then they kill him off. I'm like, well, what you should have done was you should have brought in a different bounty hunter, killed them off, and maybe they're an associate of Cad Bane. Then you set Cad Bane up for the second season. They didn't do that. So as soon as the season ends, I'm excited for Mando season 3, but not in the aspect of, oh my God, Book of Boba Fett was flipping amazing. Oh, brilliant. Can't wait for Mando season 3. I wasn't saying that. It was like, so Mando season 3 when? Because it was like we were on 2.5. As soon as Mando comes in, it's the Mando show. And I'll give the credit where credit's due. We had Luke and Ahsoka standing together in live action for the first time. Monumental moment.
Good.
And to be honest, this has been a controversial take. As much as I cared about it, I cared more about Din and Grogu reuniting than seeing that.
Wow.
And I still care about Luke and Ahsoka. That's still oh my God, mind-blowing moment. Amazing. But I think that speaks volumes of how well Din and Grogu are developed as characters, to the point where they're not only new, but they can stack up to legacy characters, especially one that was brought in animation, has only just been brought into live action. And seeing Luke Skywalker again after the sequel trilogy was done, we never thought that would happen. All these moving pieces. But seeing them repeat the Jedi mistakes of the past, where it's like, nah, we're not gonna let you see Grogu. And they even show the shot of Grogu as his daddy's flying away. I'm like, that's that's wrong. You're gonna repeat the mistakes of the past again, and you're gonna basically cause another problem. And they knew what they were doing. They did. If they'd have dangled any lightsaber in front of Grogu, right, I'd have said, take that Beskar armor and get the hell out of Dodge. But they put Yoda's lightsaber in front of him. And this is the part that actually annoys me. They release canon material that isn't in the TV shows or movies like books to cover in the little plot holes and stuff. They've already changed things before of their own canon. Yoda's lightsaber shouldn't be there. But they changed it again.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Now that you even mentioned it.
4 or 5 instances now where their movies and shows are basically retroactive, they're changing stuff that they've only just released a year or 2 ago. They're changing their own rules. So this is why I say, as Star Wars fans, sorry, Star Wars nerds, as much as the books are cool, I live and die by the silver screen experience. Whatever's on the screen, that is Star Wars. I don't care if it's in a book. Paragraph 3,
I agree with that. Sentence
6. I remember saying this before Rise of Skywalker, and I didn't say go all in like I do now. I just said go balls to the wall, all in, right? And but Jacob, Force ghosts can't interact with the living. I don't care. Do it. Fucking do it.
Someone's not gonna go do the research to do it, man.
It's the end game of Star Wars. This is the end, quote unquote, or didn't feel like it, of one of the greatest sagas of all time. Oh, but Jacob, in this book, in this space, in this paragraph, it says they can't do that. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Because
Palpatine just broke the rules.
Palpatine broke the rules, so why can't the Jedi? You know, he shouldn't be back, but that's a separate thing. But back to this joke, right? Seeing Luke and Ahsoka together for the first time was mind-blowing, but what my biggest takeaway from that is when Din Djarin wakes up, Ahsoka's just chilling in the corner. Like, she's just chilling on the side. I'm like, you literally... Like, the fact that that's normal in just a random episode of Boba Fett, it does bode well for what they'll do in Kenobi and Ahsoka and Mando. Like, it does bode well for those shows. But in terms of Boba Fett show, I just felt like this was an opportunity to really stake his claim as the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. And I still think that title belongs to either Cad Bane or Django. Like, I don't feel like Boba Fett gets that. For me, it's the Black Panther effect, as King says. In Civil War, Black Panther is the dude that you don't mess with. In his own movie, you can do whatever. Like, it's like, you know, when Boba Fett's brought in Mando season 2, like, you don't mess with the dude. But when you get to Boba Fett, you're like, eesh. And then Black Chrysanthemum is a character from the books and stuff, but if you want me to just basically call it as it is, it's basically Black Chewbacca. You know, that's essentially what it is, because they could have just called it Chrysanthemum, but, you know, they put, like, it's like they want their own Black Panther or Black Lightning, or what we're going for. But he was cool. But he was awesome. He was bad to the bone. Ming-Na Wen's character, Fennec Shand, loved her, thought she was great. But if it wasn't for her, like, I'd say, dare I say it, she's more threatening than Boba is.
Ooh, the one that plays Mulan?
Because Boba's supposed to be the dude, but it just, I don't know.
Okay,
like,
that plays Mulan.
The show has its good moments. I just, it's not one that I'm going to rewatch anytime soon. I'll just say that. Key moments and scenes, hell yeah. But it comes a point where it's like, you know, like when Venom 2 was released. Sorry to bring up PTSD for us all. When they're like, "Oh my god, the end credits!" Scene. Oh, it's like, hang on, whoa, reel it back in. Slow your roll. Forget the credit scenes, but the credit scenes. Screw the credit scene. What about the last hour and a half that you've just watched? What is that saying for you? What's the last hour and a half? Oh, I don't care. The credit scene was amazing. It's like, no.
Oh Lord.
No. The credit scene is the cherry on top of what is good. Now, if you take like No Way Home, for instance, right, just to link it all together, the end credit scenes of No Way Home, they weren't anything amazing, if you know what I mean. They're okay, but
yeah, they didn't do anything
amazing. And I'd much rather the actual product be amazing than the setup for the next thing be amazing.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's where this show really fails for me. Is as soon as Din's brought in, it's like, oh my god! Like, I'm not gonna lie, the scene with him using the darksaber, I was like,
oh yeah, that was amazing.
That was good. I mean, yeah, if you were in Boba Fett, of course it would have been. Anything you're in, Shamoon, is amazing, of course. I mean, hell, like that stream we did the other day. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Pow, cheap plug. But I just feel like this show had so many opportunities to go a bit, I'll just say it, go all in, and it just didn't. But still enjoyable. There was still a lot to like about it. I like the approach that they were taking with Boba. I like how that these shows have redefined what we think of the Tusken Raiders, that they're not just, you know, people. They actually have
culture,
thoughts, feelings, and that kind of stuff. And I think it was a huge missed opportunity to have Boba sat round the campfire and the Tuskens are telling him a story of a wanderer who came in the night and slaughtered them all. And you hear flashbacks of the Attack of the Clones scene of Anakin murking them. Like, that was a missed opportunity. It was like, oh, they needed that. And it brings it full circle. You know, there's always that thing of who killed Luke's aunt and uncle. And the big rumor is that it was Boba Fett that did it. So if that is the case, then karma, you know, you reap what you sow, brings it back to him by having his lobby incinerated. A lot of good moments, for sure. The Power Ranger group, not one of them. I couldn't give a frog's fat ass if they were all killed off. I really couldn't care. And to me, I always look for the objective nature in things of what does this character serve or whatever. I just didn't care at all. They could all die, and I really couldn't care. And there's a moment, right? And my mate said this to me. Shout out to him, where one of them says to Boba, "You're right, mate. Since when did Star Wars become like a Sunday pub night out in London?"
Oh, God.
Like what? What? It's like Obi-Wan saying to Anakin, "You're right, mate." It's like, no, don't do that. No, that's weird. Don't do that. But there are good moments. There are good moments to this show. It's still enjoyable. It's not the worst thing in the world. I think one of the best moments for me is when he's above the Sarlacc pit, and he's looking for his armor. And it's stupid that he's over it anyway. Surely he knows the Sarlacc pit's going to reach up and try and pull him in. And the seismic charge blows that thing sky high. Now that was sick. I think Boba being in the Bacta tank and seeing like the Camino flashbacks, it just makes me want Coruscant in today's special effects, because Camino looked flipping amazing. But I wanted them to really expand on more. Like I did a video talking about it, of how I wanted them to redefine Django's death, was that Django always going away and going on these missions and stuff. How would that affect Boba as a kid, seeing your father constantly leave? And then maybe he says to Boba, okay, after this one last job, I'm staying home. You're like a daddy staying home, that kind of thing. And then the next day, Mace Windu beheads him. They could have made it a really emotional kind of thing. But yeah. But overall, solid. But I've rambled on for long enough. I can do Chosen Lives and everything in videos about it. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Let's go. I mean, maybe we can go in King, TCK, RJ in this order. So, King, tell us what you thought of the Power Rangers in Star Wars.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in space. Oh man. Okay.
Fuck.
Boba Fett. I was a little disappointed, to be honest with you, man. Like,
that's not what you said after you told us about it. Nah, go ahead, King. Go ahead. Go all in.
I don't know what this was, bro. Like,
go all in.
You had teenagers.
Go ahead. My bad.
You had teenagers with attitude. You didn't have the turf war that we all were like looking for. We wanted to see Boba Fett versus Jabba the Hutt's son, bro. Why weren't we getting that? Why did we not get an in credit scene of that? Like he's still alive. Another thing. I don't know what this was. Was this the book of Mandalorian? Was this the book of I don't know. It was basically what Jacob was always been talking about, the storyboard effect. Like, you don't know what this is. Like, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and they go 5, 7, 1, 112, 67, 69, 74, and 85. It's like, but the one thing we can agree on.
And then we had the fact that Boba Fett was getting beaten up all the time. What is up with this? Like, he went to the hyperbolical time chamber more than Goku did. This ain't supposed to be happening, dog. Like, Boba Fett is a #1 bounty hunter. That dude was in the tank most of the time.
Fucking hell.
I mean, serious. Like,
Yo, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Shit. Go ahead, King.
I'm just saying, like, when your assistant is kicking more butt than you are, then something is wrong with you, man. Like, this is not Boba Fett. Boba Fett was getting beaten up by Naruto space ninjas, my dude.
No, I'm still dying to say that Django is more supreme than Boba, even now.
In the first episode, I was like, okay, first episode. All right, I'm gonna give it a pass. Let me see how this is gonna go.
Yeah, you can never judge it by first episode. You gotta like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Never judge it by the first episode.
Especially Disney Plus.
Episode 2. All right. No, I ain't feeling it. Episode 3. I'm trying to give it a chance, like Jacob was talking about. Like, come on, just give it a chance, King. Give it a chance. All right, Jacob. All right.
Yeah, even I told you to stick with it.
And then
how TC
episode
just took a
4,
piss at
oh,
Disney
we're gonna
Plus.
bring in the Power Rangers. That's right, we're gonna bring in Power Rangers in space.
Oh,
Come work for me. No, I wasn't getting it.
my
Number
credibility.
5, when we got Mandalorian in, I said, yo, okay, it became the Mando show. Like, and this just proves what I'm getting tired of about entertainment nowadays. Like, when you know that your product is not good anymore and you have to bring in the legacy characters, then you know
You got a problem.
it's
Yeah.
bad. Like, you have to. I mean, even in Naruto, they did this. Like, in Boruto, the son of Naruto, they had to go back in time when Naruto was a kid just to get the fan bases like back on board. If for any anime fans that are out there, and that's how I felt about this whole entire Boba Fett and Mandalorian thing. They had to get Mandalorian to get us interested about a legacy character that we all grew up on. We were about to say, this is Boba Fett's story. This is Boba Fett's story. Why are we like focusing on Mando and Grogu? I like those guys. Those are great new legacy characters. But why are we focusing on them? Why is Luke and
that's the thing. Sorry to cut you off, King. Is one thing I forgot to mention, just to piggyback off what you're saying, is there's a lot in here that's just like, oh my god, it's amazing. It's like that should have been saved for Mando season 3, i.e. the moment when Din and Grogu are reunited. It's like it should be an emotional moment. I didn't feel anything. I was like, oh, this is cute. I shouldn't be feeling that. I should be like, oh my god, they're back together. Carry on, King.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. It's like, okay, that's cool and all, but this is the Boba Fett show. Where's Boba Fett at? Oh no, Boba Fett is rested up in the chamber because he got his butt whipped by Naruto space ninjas. That's what happened. Like, that's basically what happened. And then like his Power Ranger teenage force that he's acting like Zordon. Like and then you got Black Chewbacca that's basically like Goldar teaming up with the Power Rangers. I don't know what's going on 90% of the time. The last episode was disappointing. Like, it's something that I'm planning not to ever go back to because that's not Boba Fett. Boba Fett is not supposed to be getting beaten up that easily. Once again, when your assistant, aka my girl Mulan, I keep on forgetting the actress name. Yeah, her. When she does more work than you, and like she's taking out more people than you, and you supposedly the number one bounty hunter in the world, and you're the respectable king, which nobody didn't respect until like at the end after he saved all of them. I don't know. I was just, like I said, I was like highly disappointed, and like I said, watch Peacemaker. It's 10 times better, way better than this show.
I concur.
I concur as well.
I concur too. I concur third.
If you want to give my overall opinion on the show, like, it's cool for the legacy characters. That's the only reason why like I tuned in. And also, like Jacob told me never to give up on the show and watch it to the end.
Well, yeah,
I give it a good
L on my part, but you know, I mean, I'm gonna complete that show anyway because it's Star Wars. But it's just started off positively with the hope of these are like, and I say this in context, but it's a regular phrase: planting seeds for what could be paid off later. No. Yeah.
Overall, I give it like a good 5 to 6, in my opinion. That's just, I'm being generous. It's not on Eternals level, but like it's like, but you know, that I'm being generous because it's Boba Fett. Like, he's one of the he's a legacy character, one of the best bounty hunters. Well, not in his own show. Black Panther effect. It is what it is. It's something that I probably won't rewatch, but you know, TCK. I'm so interested in your opinion, sir. Go ahead.
All right, first I gotta say, Disney Plus doesn't know how to do finales for anything. Well, besides Mandalorian, but
but other than that,
Marvel, they don't know how to do finales.
Here we go. You better go off now.
I missed this. Everything in there.
You better go off now.
Stop it. It's bad. Okay, but anyway, I thought the show was also pretty bad. But I thought the writing was really bad. Honestly, I thought the acting for the most part was pretty bad. And when I care more about like the guest appearances rather than the main character, then you're not doing the show right. I did not care about Boba Fett in this show, like
Thank you.
at all. Like that's not what you're supposed to do in a show, like, right? That's not how a show works. It's not
And
making
these
me
are
care.
supposed to be the new goats of the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
They should have just left Boba in that bloody Sarlacc pit.
yeah, it was great seeing Luke back. That CGI was incredible with his.
Oh yeah,
beard
and they actually recruited the guy from YouTube for that. They did it better.
Yeah,
Nice.
that was incredible. But I basically agree with the both of you. I didn't really
agree,
care
bro.
about this show. And yeah, it's the Book of Mandalorian. That's it. It's not the Book of Boba Fett.
Mando 2.5.
Yeah, that's basically all. I thought it was pretty bad. 5 out of 10.
It's my turn. So as you guys may know, people in the chat, I've had a love-hate relationship with Star Wars. I've kind of got away from watching some things after, like, a certain movie came out in 2017, but I'm not going to talk about that movie. But Mandalorian got my love back for it, and this show kind of put it 2 steps backwards. It's like King said, you give this first episode a pass, but if you're not giving me anything in the second or third, we've got a problem here. And when I watched the first 3 episodes each time, I fell asleep.
wow.
Damn.
No, I'm being serious. I had to rewatch it each time because I fell asleep. I'm not kidding you. Not kidding. And if Star Wars makes me sleep, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong.
Damn.
Like nothing. This show, I'm gonna judge it for a Star Wars project. I'm gonna judge it as a show overall, writing and stuff. But the show lacked emotion, if that makes sense, for Boba.
It felt empty.
It lacked emotion. It's a lot of emptiness. It's like that. It's like you come home from school hoping that you're gonna get spaghetti for dinner, and you get freaking broccoli and mashed potatoes, and you're like, wow. Like,
It's like, why are we here? Why are we here?
it just felt like empty. Like, I'm not captivated with the characters. I'm not captivated with the story. It's not grasping my attention and all that stuff. And the literally it was Mando 2.5. And and here's a funny thing. It could have been Book of Boba and Mando 2.5, because Captain America Civil War is Captain America and Avengers 2.5, but in a good way. It complements both. This doesn't. Like, it's Mando just completely said, you know what? I'm going to come in here, show you how it's done. And
bro, as soon as Mando came in, I was like, okay, right, now we're back to the good stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. It's like I piqued my interest again. Oh, okay. The Mando's up in here. Let's do it, baby. I'm interested now. Let's go.
I rewatched the finale. What's up with that dude doing the Michael Jackson spin move while he's shooting? Like, what's up with that's a meme now? Like, he did a spin move, and I'm like,
Tarkies, what's up, brother?
What's going on here? Like, I'm just very.
I'm telling you, man. The teenagers. I was literally about to give up the show when I saw Boba Fett tell the teenagers with attitude.
What's up, bro?
But
I mean, it's just like I don't know what I was getting.
Just get to a point where it's like, for me, and I remember us talking about this, especially me and you, King, is that in the Clone Wars movie, you have Jabba the Hutt's son there, right? And they've been known to bring characters from animation into live action now. For me, you get Cad Bane the hell out of there. You save him for a future season. You don't waste him like that. Oh, no, it's going to get me fired up now. See what you guys are starting. You get him the hell out of there. You do not do that to a legacy character that was established in animation like that, and then just go. Because my problem with it is his heart monitor still beep. Like there's a thing on his chest that's still beeping even when he's stabbed. So there's that possibility that he might still be alive, even after that. And you know what? I can believe that now because we've had Darth Maul brought back, which was cool and it works, but they use dark magic to bring it back, like witches and stuff. I'm like, okay, it's a reach, but I can forgive it because no one wanted Darth Maul to be killed off. Understandably so. Boba Fett was brought back, but we all had an inclination that he survived the Sarlacc pit because you're not eaten straight away, you're digested over 1,000 years or whatever. Makes sense. In a way. Now there's potential of Mace Windu coming back, Cad Bane potentially surviving that. I'm like, Palpatine coming back. It's like, I don't want them to cheapen death. I don't want it to be a thing where a character dies, oh, they could come back. It's like, no. Let's not go down that road because now what's going to happen is even if Cad Bane survived that, to me, it's like, well, why the hell did you bring him back in the finale in the first place? Why did you, like, his entrance with Cobb Vanth, that was brilliant. But one doubt in my mind, as soon as he gunned Cobb Vanth down, and that's another thing, he's not dead, he's still alive. See? And then, he wanders off. I'm like, okay, that's a great intro. Maybe this is setting him up for like a season 2 kind of villain role. No, didn't do that.
To add to your point, this is kind of my problem with Star Wars, and my concern for Marvel in the multiverse phase is bringing back legacy characters and just cheaply. And I think that Star Wars doesn't know how to move forward, and you saw that with the sequel trilogy. It doesn't know how to move forward with characters, and I feel like there's also that fear factor with the execs and the directors and all that stuff because because they know how the Star Wars fandom is.
Yeah, y'all toxic, man. Y'all toxic.
They're toxic. But it's like they do need to move forward. Like I'm all right with bringing back Darth Vader. You want to know why? Because we need the new generation deserves to see Darth Vader.
Yeah,
in live action.
Yeah,
on
I mean,
screen in this generation. Alone. They deserve that. They deserve that.
Saying, like if the fight between Ben and Vader was done in today's standards, that fight would have been off the. Have you guys seen the the alternative one on YouTube? The alternative fight. Basically, someone fix it in post. I think it was. They basically did a version of Vader versus Obi-Wan on the Death Star. But if it was following Star Wars standards of now, and dude,
now I haven't watched that, but I'll watch it later.
Oh, you gotta watch it. It's sick. There's a moment where like Darth Vader's cloak's on fire. He slams his saber up into Obi's into the ceiling, and they're throwing stuff at each other. Oh, it's brilliant. Fanboy, maybe I don't care. But that's an emotionally compelling reason because there's a lot of time between 3 and 4 where you could have one final battle between these guys. Prime Obi-Wan or Ben, and then Prime Vader just duking it out. But this show, go ahead, King.
Can I say something real quick? Like about the Jabba the Hutt's son. Like first I thought we was gonna get it because we saw the family members come back. And like I said, like, oh, like I said,
when they brought those two in, I was like, oh, this is gonna be good.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And they didn't do nothing with it, man.
Did they do that? No. Power Rangers.
Too easy. It was too easy.
But also, it's just that I am really worried about Obi-Wan now. Like, I really after this, like, I'm excited for it and stuff like that, and we all will be watching it. But at that same point, I'm very.
Like if it was just
nervous,
I'd be like, bring Kenobi to me, bring it to me. But after Boba Fett's finale, I'm cautiously optimistic.
Because this is how I would have done it.
I would have probably not land. Let's just.
This is how I would have done it. After the big battle, you know what I'm saying? Bro. It's like
are we gonna hold on? Can't cut you off, King, but are we gonna forget that TCK said he stuck a desk? He was like Disney Plus. He said a lot of Disney Plus shows gets in the landing.
Oh yeah, Disney Plus don't know how to close out shows.
They're all seed and no payoff. It just reminded
Yeah.
me of J.J. Abrams movies. You know, it's just all it's just all mystery box with no actual payoff or
They
no
don't-
earned payoff. It's just like let's just do stuff.
They
know?
don't do stuff in between, and then they do it all at the end. That's what they do.
But you know
Everything
what?
pushed to the
Book of
end.
Boba out of all the shows on Disney Plus, Marvel and Star Wars, Book of Boba had the most filler.
Yes.
I'm sure we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Mandalorian had filler in there, and the thing is, like sometimes you need filler just for character development to let things breathe. So
You
sometimes,
should
like
have filler in your first 3 to 5 episodes. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that's unforgivable.
No, I mean, sometimes filler is good, you know, because, like, let's say, for instance, there's that filler bit in Dragon Ball Z where there's that epic fighting, and then Piccolo and Gohan go and buy a car. Like, it's like, what are you doing? But then they can use it as an emotional story beat down the road. Maybe if, for example, Piccolo is killed off, and then Gohan remembers when Piccolo took him to buy a car and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes filler can work. But in Mandalorian, it's not filler where it's like just pointless filler. There is a bit of it in there, but it still feels like the character you're getting to know Grogu and Din. You're really getting to know who they are, you know, especially when they get trapped on that ice planet when Grogu's like running over to him, like away from those big spider things. But in this, there was less episodes than Mandalorian season 1 or 2, and there was more filler than actual plot. And I said the plot was right in front of you, but then you wanted to do another plot, and then you wanted to do another plot, and then another plot, and then another plot, and then you wanted to go back to the original plot. It's like you can't do that. You cannot do that.
You can't do this.
Also, like, I think we all knew that Grogu was gonna pick Mando. Because
Yeah.
in the movies, in the sequels, they said that Ben was the first student
Ben
of
is the
Luke.
first.
They said that.
Like there was no like because I even said like, oh no, he's about to be a Mandalorian. Who cares? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Save that. Absolutely save that for season 3. And then imagine season 3's ending is the Millennium Falcon arrives at Luke's temple area and drops off a young Ben Solo. And it's like, you know what's going to happen, but just seeing it makes it feel like the sequels are just more connected and it's a bit more seamless. But now it just feels like they rushed it ahead of time. I'm thinking, why? If you pulled that this early, what are they going to do going forward? They might do more stuff with Luke and stuff, which is cool, but I don't want them to, you know, because it can be a double-edged sword, like we were saying, that, you know, as great as it is that Luke came in the season 2 finale and it was epic and amazing, I don't want them to overplay it with the legacy characters, because the more you start doing that, the more chance you have of screwing things up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want them to.
My concern on Marvel is
the way I would have had this ending happen is like after the big battle, like we get the post-credit scene, and then you see Jabba the Hutt's spaceship, like it's his son, like, you know, they're like talking, saying like, oh, I'm gonna get my father's throne back. Simple like that. Like, could we get
like
that?
Would have saved it for me.
No, we didn't get that. We got nothing.
And the two likable characters, the Gamorrean guards that are just, you know, those green pig things, they die, and it's like, we're going to give them any appreciation for them having your back, or we're just going to go at the Power. Oh, you Power Rangers are okay. Yeah, you're right. It's like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the weirdest scene I've ever seen in any Star Wars movie ever. Like, I know the slow bombers in Last Jedi are quite weird, and that's a very weird scene. It's a really weird scene, especially when ships are usually like zoom, zoom, and Last Jedi they're like but at least it still has the immersion of a Star Wars experience. This was the way that was shot, the way it was done. I was like, what are we doing here? They're like using like little bouncing balls, like, you know, sitting on them, space hoppers bouncing up and down bloody Mos Espa. I'm like, what
look at Sensei
in space.
Sensei. That's what I'm about to say. Jesus.
A lot of missed opportunities. Very meh. Like, I don't want everyone to sound like I'm ragging.
Yeah.
But it's not the worst thing I've ever seen in the world. It just I feel like the simplest way of executing the show was the simplest plot. Just Boba versus Jabba's family. That's all you had. All you had to do.
That's all you had to do. That's it. If you would have gave us that, I would have been happy. I would have been like, okay, this is good. This is reasonable. But no, when I have to like kind of actually sit down and think that the sequel trilogy was actually better than this, you know, it's pretty bad.
Oh, I agree. Like, Force Awakens is much better than this show. Like,
I agree.
This is coming from me. Like,
And I mean, I saw an article that said, "Oh my God, is it the worst out of Star Wars show?" I mean, they've only had 3 shows. I mean, come on, but it's just, it just doesn't bode well. Now, Natalie, that is the right question. That cinematic trailer, now that was sick. I was like, yes, please. There was more emotion in that about characters that I've barely seen other than Malgus, and I cared more about them than Boba Fett's Power Ranger friends.
Yeah.
It goes back to what TCK always says, that Marvel and DC always have like good trailers. Do not be fooled by the trailers.
Don't get fooled by the
I'll tell you
trailer.
what, the trailer department.
Ragnarok has a good trailer.
Right? I was about to say Ragnarok. Dude, you that Ragnarok, man. I cannot wait to watch the Love and Thunder trailer. That's coming soon, by the way. I heard it's coming soon.
I hope it never
So
goes.
no, Jacob, we have to react to the. Can we? We have to react to the Love and Thunder trailer. I just want to see TCK's face. He was like,
He's gonna be like,
People are gonna be like, "What are you talking about? That trailer is so good." I'm gonna be like, "Don't be fooled.
Don't
not
be
be
fooled. Don't be fooled by it. And that's a good point. Like, it's like Cobra Kai follows it, just to link it in to another show. Like, it follows a simple formula to the point where it's predictable, where we don't need crazy random theories all the time. But by and large, it's still fun because they do it well. And Book of Boba just does all these kind of left and right things where I'm like, just choose a path, right? Get your sat nav, choose your route, choose your destination, and just commit.
Did I mention that he lost to Space Ninjas? I just gotta emphasize that.
I mean, in Mando season 2, right? I was like, if they carry on with that Boba, he might actually be better than Django. They might actually convince me that he's better than Django. And did they do it? Did they go all in? No, they didn't go all in. No, they went halfway. They thought, let's stop off at the services and get a McDonald's. Let's go back on the motorway, or let's go back. Let's go back that way for a bit, and then back round that way, and then over here. Oh, now we're back on the road. Oh wait, the show's done.
also the trailer for this, like Book of Boba, like that was one of the best Star Wars trailers. Speaking of that, you guys brought that up, like they fooled the hell out of us, man.
If there is a learning curve to round off this segment, so we can transition into
it comes time to transition. It's in 4 minutes.
And I think we could probably pen some more for next week, because I've still got a few grievances with this show and all that kind of stuff. Sound like Wade Barrett from WWE then. Few grievances. It can just be summed up like this: enjoyable, but many missed opportunities.
Yes.
And no real commitment to a route.
Yeah.
But in that region.
But you had to. I mean, these guys have seen it. I haven't. But
yeah, me and TCK, we can talk about it if they want us to. If you want to see
spoiler free, but we'll see how the wind blows. What's our next topic?
We can do it later.
Next topic. Okay, so we're just kind of revisiting it a little bit because it's all connected to the Peacemaker show anyway. But we're basically talking about with this whole new Discovery deal. Like, it's the movement for that Snyder cut and that David Ayer's cut is getting stronger and stronger, and stronger. And I mean, hear me out. I think they should do give Zack Snyder his next 2 movies. This is just me personally, but like, because it's a business, and I know I'm 70% that this is gonna happen. By the way, 70%. I'm not fully on board, but
with the streaming wars. Sorry to cut you off here. With the streaming wars, anything is fair game now.
Yeah,
whether it will stick with that.
Like, but from what I heard from the David Ayer cut, like, it's a totally different movie. Like, at first I was like,
I don't believe that at all.
Like at first I was like,
oh Jesus,
no.
She put that on the background.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I don't know, man. Like, I was sort of like Jacob, I don't really care for it. But then, like, when David Ayer actually explained it or whatever,
sorry to cut you off. We're all on a DC topic. That's why it's all like dark now. You see, because it's from the DC universe.
I feel you.
But in that
I feel you. But basically, with this, like, just to get to the meat and potatoes, like, the new CEO that's about to they basically said the Discovery deal is about to go down. And the new CEO is about to get rid of all the people that was holding up the David Ayers cut and Snyder cut. And so it's to the point to where like he even wants to talk with
All right, go ahead. My bad. I didn't do that. Go ahead.
It's even to the point to where like the new CEO wants to
some more. Carry on.
It's even to the point to where the new CEO wants to talk to Ray Fisher about like you know, passing all things over. So I think it's safe to say, like, I think that the Snyder cut is finna happen, like those last two movies, and that David Ayers cut is about to happen. So
who wants to go next?
I mean, for me, like, it's all about you know, because I know you know we just addressed something. Don't worry, I'm well aware. We're cry some more. Anyway, back to the point. To carry on, like, piggyback what you're saying off of is that, you know, as much as I doubt that it's going to be a completely different movie because of what we know, we have been wrong before. And I've been wrong before, so that it could potentially well be a different movie entirely. I just feel like, you know, with the direction that we've gone with the Suicide Squad and where we're going, we don't necessarily need to retread that ground. But, you know, make no mistake, you know, the streaming wars have begun. And this is where I think we are in the age of anything being possible. So if DC are looking at this from a, you know, perspective of, you know, everything else, what the fuck are you going to do? Hide behind your keyboard, you little pussy. Anyway, sorry, no, it really bothers me. Out on road, if you did this shit to someone, you'd be wrapped up in seconds. Behave. Anyway, back to the point. It all kind of stems from what serves the business. And I think when you get to a space where DC have it in their best interest to go, okay, maybe we can, you know, use this as like, okay, David Ayers, or I might be saying that wrong, is getting his vision completed. But it could also be like how this is why I think, you know, as we were saying about these shows not sticking the landing, is because there's not enough time in between the shows. There's always something new. Like as soon as it's finished, they're promoting the next thing. And I think they'll always want something to keep sort of coming in and out between. So I think this cut is possible. It's not something that, you know, I'm hyped for, but with the way things have gone, it is possible.
I was just about to say, and this is how I think this might that the David Ayers cut might get put out, because even James Gunn even said that he's open to like seeing it too.
Yeah.
Oh, then it'll probably happen then.
Like, because like the thing is, they said that like the soundtrack ain't even the real soundtrack. It's like it was not even supposed to have no rap music. Like there's supposed to be like more stuff on more stuff on the Batman and Joker and Harley thing. Like there was more scenes of that. There was supposed to be more scenes of Deadshot. It's basically, this movie was supposed to set up the Steppenwolf stuff for like the Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's basically what they were saying. So that's why they said like those three guys that was holding up everything and told Ayers and Snyder that their stuff couldn't be done.
I think one thing that you could look at this as is, you know, the way Disney Plus, just to piggyback off what you're saying, has the Marvel Legacy movies. Is maybe they won't do anything with this Ayer cut, but they'll have it as a legacy movie just to say, okay, here it is. You've got it. Closed book. We're done. And if James Gunn, like with everything that's happening with Peacemaker and stuff, love that freaking show, is happening, yes, I am vengeance. It is very possible, especially if James Gunn is touting it, that this could become a possibility.
Because like they said that James Gunn even liked some of Ayers' stuff or whatever when he was like talking about Ayers basically just said that the cut is ready to go. He's just waiting for like this whole entire Discovery deal to go down. Which once again, like if you guys know how businesses are, like once you buy a new business, what's the first thing that you're gonna do? You're gonna look at those numbers, like which gave us the most profits. Okay, the number one is the Snyder cut. So I would not be surprised if the Snyder cut is gonna get the next two movies. Like, I'm not surprised if it's gonna go down. So
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this cut comes out, but like, who cares about it? Like,
Thank you.
yeah, I understand.
Justice League is different. Like, I understand why people want to see the real
The next
version
two.
because these are beloved characters. You got Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Flash, all on the same screen. We want to see it done right, or at least better than what it was.
Yeah,
But the Suicide Squad, the first one, okay, let's say this cut is better. Is that really saying much? That first
No, it's
movie
not.
was garbage, and that's
Yeah.
being nice.
yeah,
This one might be, garbage, but a little less garbage. Who cares about?
Yeah,
even if
that's my point.
even if it's still, what you're saying about Steppenwolf, if it helps out, like if it cleans up some stuff with the first Justice League, well, who cares now? It doesn't matter. Like,
I think I
follow
actually
the
paid
original
tickets to see
version.
that in theaters. I think.
Like he just interjected, like I think I paid tickets to see that.
I mean, yeah, I think this definitely could come out. The Snyder Cut, it seemed to do really well numbers wise, like what you were saying, King, on HBO. And
I mean, I have to get honestly. I have to like, even if you don't like them, I gotta give Snyder fans their props, dude. Like, they don't give up on their stuff. Like, they did not give up at all. And hey,
Oh, yeah, they don't give
You
up
heard-
right. They like to say the N word online too. But go ahead.
Yeah. that's true.
No, go ahead.
That
Go
is
ahead.
true.
I just wanted to
That
add
is
that.
true.
No, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good. I'm just saying, like, it just proves, like, when you, like, the fans still have power. Like, if you,
Yeah.
like, if
I'd say
you are
more so
getting,
now than ever with the streaming stuff.
yeah. And then you got this new CEO that basically getting rid of the people that made it hard to get us the stuff that we really wanted. Like, those three he already told them all three of them are fired. Like, you guys are out of here. Like, there's new people, so that's why I'm just saying. I think they're gonna get their stuff. I know RJ doesn't want it to happen, but
All right,
it's
look,
like
let me explain. All right, listen, y'all already know how I feel about this. Now, I'm with TCK on this. Okay, the first Suicide Squad movie was not a
not
good
good.
movie at all.
It's not a
No,
good
so
movie.
like-
no.
My and King, I'm not like interjecting your point. Like, I think we can all like agree to like we agree that numbers wise we think it's gonna happen. So like I'm just talking about like my argument is towards like the
Yeah.
fans, all that stuff, and more so them.
Yeah,
Like TCK said it best. Like, how much better is it? Because in my opinion, as a director, right,
yeah,
I don't blame. I'm glad that Warner Brothers is letting Matt Reeves have full creative control and like letting him do 3 hours, 3 hour Batman movie. That's great. But when they were like asking like Snyder and Ayer to cut it down, and you cut it down, like this is not even just with comic book films. Studios ask directors to cut it down for a reason, sometimes for a reason.
Yeah.
Too
And,
long or
and
whatever.
if you need like a full cut as a director, like a full cut to make your movie somewhat better, that tells me you're not a good director. Like, you can't edit it. You're not good at editing stuff, like like you're not good in the editing room. So like this Ayer cut, I mean, I'm with Jacob on it. Like, if you're gonna do like the Marvel Legacy thing that they do on Disney Plus, sure, why not? You could do that, the DC Snyder Ayer universe, whatever you call it, whatever the hell you want to call it. But
Yeah.
you could do that. But as far as like a Snyder cut Justice League 2 and 3, you can't really do it without a Batman. And I know
Yeah.
people might bring up the whole Ezra Miller thing. He put on a story about an article that said that this is Ben Affleck's last role in The Flash as Batman, and he put ha ha ha, and he highlighted one last time. Now, maybe he comes back. I don't know, but I don't see it. I give it like a 5% chance. So I mean, even if you do get a Snyder cut 2 or whatever, Justice League 2 and 3 with Snyder, who's gonna be the Batman? Because it ain't gonna be Robert Pattinson. No. You ain't touching him. No,
him away.
Keep him away. He's staying in the Matt Reeves universe. So like, who's gonna be Superman? I will say this though, if this, I do think that we'll talk about Peacemaker later, but I do think that Henry Cavill might be coming back. I do think, and we'll touch on it why later, but
Please, for God's sake.
I do think that pretty much he's kind of coming back. I think he's coming back. But
I'll put it this way: like, if let's just say like this new CEO, like he like talks with Ray Fisher, and then Ray Fisher comes back, I could see Ben Affleck coming back, and that's just my opinion. This is just me thinking like, okay, if you got the dude that was like racially abused or whatever to come back and like everything is all square or whatever, I think Ben Affleck will come back because I think it's really because of Josh Sweetie Pie, honestly. And that's probably the reason why a lot of people quit is because they couldn't take his attitude. So
that's a good point. I can see that, but it's like I think that they'll have to give Ben I'm talking Tobey Maguire bank, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
and then even more.
Yeah. Like,
well, they're gonna have to get Ben. They're definitely gonna have to give Ray Fisher a big old check to get him back or whatever. Like, like what happened to you was like jacked up or whatever. But like, if we're talking about Ben Affleck, you definitely gonna have to you're gonna definitely have to convince him or whatever. But from what I heard, that him and Zack Snyder are like pretty, like they actually like working with each other. So I think the main thing is because they're trying to get some money. Now. So
also just something else about it. Like, I don't think we can keep continuing this trend of the original movie being bad, but it's okay. We have the real cut. So all is forgiven, right?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. This is why you. So it's a good point. We cannot keep using the excuse of there's the original cut of the movie. It's
got people that want a Raimi cut now, Spider-Man 3.
Just leave it alone. No Way Home exists. Like, just leave it alone.
Let me capitalize off of that real quick. Like I agree. Like, we shouldn't be making excuses for like, hey, if you have a crappy movie, you have a crappy movie. But like
that movie is hot tier.
From what I've been researching is these three people that were in the CEO positions or whatever, like they just made both of their lives like living hell. So I mean, I can excuse those two, but everybody else, no, stop it. Like, you need to get it right the first time. They're in a special case with this whole entire new company coming in and buying all your stuff. Thank God somebody needs to buy one of them.
To clean house, yeah.
Because like, I don't know what the heck they're doing over here.
The thing is, it's like, I don't mind if you release the original cut and it doesn't land with everyone. Like that's just part of the business. That's part of the game. Not every movie you release is going to land with everybody. You got to release it and hope the chips fall where they may. And if you don't like it, then it is what it is. But this whole thing of that's not the real cut. It's like, no, you can't keep using that as the quantifying factor for an excuse for your screw up. Like, I mean, the Raimi cut, the Mark Webb cut, the Aya cut, like the Zack Snyder cut was different because it was literally the studio.
The studio screwed him over. So he needed to get out there. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
To complete his full vision of that movie. The David Aya cut, as much as I want him to complete his vision, I feel like we're going forward, and I feel like the last thing DC needs is to go backward, and then it's even more confusing. It's like, okay, now we've got the ending of Peacemaker, if you know, the ending of Peacemaker, this, that, and this.
Jacob, let me tell you something why I really believe that this thing is about to happen. Because Margot Robbie wants to see it, Jared Leto wants to see it, Will Smith wants to see it, and if Will Smith wants to see it, 80% of the chance it's gonna happen, bro. Like,
they're the actors in it. Of course they'll want to see it. It's just another thing with them in it. Of course they'll want to see it. It's possible. And
that's what I'm saying.
And all the people saying it could happen. It's probably going to happen. I just aside from the weird stands on Twitter, I just don't think it's going to could change my opinion of that movie much. Even if it's a completely different movie, and I'll eat my words. It might. Let's just say, for instance, it's a masterpiece. Just for instance, you know, you've got the Suicide Squad. You know, you've got
Yeah.
Peacemaker being set up. You've got Bloodsport. Like, you know, go forward. You know, don't go back.
Yeah.
Like to add
Yeah,
to both of your points,
But
I
it's a good
think
point.
that DC
It is
is
watchable.
really heading in the right direction with
Yeah.
the Peacemaker show.
Oh
Matt
yeah.
Reeves, other things, you know, Matt Reeves and James Gunn, they got some stuff going on over there. I'm sorry.
Because,
but
hold
they
on,
do.
sorry I cut you off, RJ. Because in the what universe, King?
In the James Gunn universe, which we're about to talk about in the next couple more minutes.
And in what universe, RJ?
The Matt Reeves universe, baby.
And in the Chosen verse, what?
But I just think that they have something really like they got some like they have. See, this is a thing that I think that Marvel would excel at, and I love Feige, but when you have a director that understands characters and a vision, they have two. So, and with Peacemaker, we'll talk about that later. I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah.
They really are headed in the right direction. So, what I think they should do is that focus on that, especially you could do with Harley Quinn. You know, Harley Quinn's a fan favorite. She doesn't need to be with Batman. She can have her own adventure. So
Yeah.
keep doing that with Margot and stuff like that.
X-Men kind of thing.
And you could potentially have like James Gunn and David Ayer co-direct like the Russo brothers on a project like that. Or
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah.
with you know, you can have that and Billy Joel.
I was gonna say,
No one cares about that.
You don't need Kevin. Well, I mean, they do need Kevin Feige. But you
Well,
need,
yeah, you know what I mean.
but what you know, instead of DC having Kevin Feige, you know, because they won't be able to get one. What they can do is maybe share the role across
Yeah.
a group of directors. Where this is what you know, linking it back to earlier, what made Mandalorian so strong is there was a group of directors that was brought in. There was a cohesive unit, but they each had their own individual style, their own individual way of doing things. And you could have David Ayer, is it Ayer or Ayer?
Ayer.
David Ayer and Matt Reeves focus on the grounded stuff, and James Gunn focus on some of the grounded stuff like Peacemaker, and then the cosmic stuff. And between those three, that's your winning formula right there. Them three. That's three different distinct styles right there.
Yeah, because apparently this Batman movie is setting up Earth 2 stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
because this is how I see it. Because like I think David Ayers, all he just wants to do is just get his cut out there, and then he's done. And that's just that's how I'm seeing it. And it's the same thing with Zack Snyder. Like they're not trying to stay more than they want to. They just want to get their last. They just want to get their last 3 movies out, and then they're off in the sunset. Now, for all the fanboys, this is them. They're saying that they just want to do their last couple of movies. So,
if that's the case, I say give it to him. Then
I say you just give it to them and like off to the sunset, and then we focus on the James Gunn and the Matt Reeves universe. Are there going to be fans that are going to be mad that Zack Snyder is not doing more movies? Of course. Yeah. I mean, that comes with the territory. You still got people that believe that Michael Keaton, Tim Burton should do more Batman films. It's crazy, but it is what it is.
Wait, huh?
I can believe that, to be honest.
Oh God. Jesus Christ!
It just comes with the comic book fandom, dude.
I mean,
like,
fans, here's how you do it: is you treat this David Ayer cut and Zack Snyder's stuff. You treat it as like the Raimi trilogy or the TASM universe, But then Matt Reeves is like the Tom Holland like approach to things. Like that's the next kind of the proper connective tissue going forward to multiple stuff. But you still have these there if you ever want to rewatch them or revisit them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I think that's what's about to happen. Is like David Ayers and Zack Snyder. They just want their movies out, and then once their movies out, they're passing the torch to James Gunn and Matt Reeves. And it is what it is. Like I said, it's going to be a win-win situation. They get the movies, Discovery gets their money and their views up, and then we got the James Gunn universe. And we got the Matt Reeves universe going forward. So virtually, I think you should just do it and let move on, man. And like I said, there's gonna be fans that are gonna be mad that how come they didn't do it, dude? That's just part of it. Yeah.
You can't undo what's been done in that aspect. The business has moved forward without them. So if they are to get it, it is a blessing just to fulfill their vision and complete whatever it is that they wanted to finish.
Yeah. Because from what I'm hearing from both of them, they're not trying to hold on to anything. Like they just said like I don't want to do like 6 or 7 movies. I just want to do my last 2 and that's it.
And
Or
that's
I
it.
just want my David Ayer. Yeah, I just want my one cut. Give it to him.
Yeah, it might be like a situation. I compared this to if they were to make, because people want Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4. If they were to make a Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4, it'll have to be like, lots of apologies.
Yes.
To Raimi and Maguire, lots of that.
Yeah.
Lots
I
of
am
money.
selfish, I am wrong.
Like, so they would have to apologize to Snyder, apologize to Ayer,
Yeah.
and
the
get some.
vindicated song.
Because those three, from what I've been reading, those 3 guys that was holding up the process at Warner Brothers, and that's why we got crappy movies because of them 3. They're gone. Like the new CEO just basically said, like,
clean house.
yeah.
So
You're the
like
reason
that's,
why we.
I just think that they have. This is the first time since the freaking Nolan trilogy where DC is headed in the right direction. Right
Stay
direction.
the course. And like I said earlier, don't stop off at the services and grab a McDonald's. Commit. Go all in.
Yeah.
Stick with the solo stories.
That's what they're good at.
Yeah.
They don't need a connected universe.
Yeah.
They can have like different stuff going on. So I mean, I don't know.
But I mean, that's basically it. Like for that news, I mean, we could transition into. Do you really want to?
Oh, that show is brilliant. Speaking of DC going in the right direction, hell yeah!
Oh damn! Oh my God, Evan!
Damn!
Dang!
Let's go to Peacemaker.
No, dude. When I say I was literally, and I barely, like, sometimes I think that, what the problem is? I'm used to MCU humor, which is like, let's Scooby-Doo this crap. Peacemaker is legit had me in stitches. Every 5 minutes, or every 2 minutes, I was dying. Honestly, it's so flippin'
From
fun.
the Goonies.
I think Peacemaker is absolutely hilarious. It's just so well done. It's so refreshing, to have a show, or a story where it's just a breath of fresh air. It's just a lot of fun, It's just nice to just sit there and just. I mean, in one of the episodes, like the racial slurs that are thrown back and forth, sensitive topics, and all that kind of stuff that are tossed around, the internet basement dwelling virgins that are addressed as well. That was exactly what you thought it was, guys. Just the all-round general approach of the show is hilarious. Can you stop mentioning Arrow? Not mentioning Arrow.
No one said anything about Arrow.
Just look like Arrow. This is Peacemaker. All right, Sevio, give it a rest. But yeah, carry on. Back to the point. Keep going. I can do this all day. I'm gonna keep blocking you. Anyway, Peacemaker, a lot of fun. Highly recommend it. And it's just a great time. And John Cena. Like, even I was saying to you guys earlier on that The Rock had to go through like the tooth fairy and all this other kind of stuff to get to where he is now. I think Cena's finally found that role where it's not in like a mainstream thing like as Jacob Toretto or, even in Bumblebee. It's this. Like, this is his breakout thing where it's like, oh, crap, damn. Like when he goes back to WWE, it's not going to be John Cena. It's like, I'm expecting Peacemaker to stop, to start doing stuff, Brilliant stuff. But
he loves the role too. He dresses up too, like interviews.
Peacemaker stuff is, it
means the world to him. And you know what? Credit to Darius if you're watching, bro, because you told us to get on it, and we did.
Watch it.
And credit to you guys for getting me on it. So
Yeah, Darius is the one. Like, thank the cinema on this one, because at first we weren't gonna watch it at all.
We were like dogging it out. You're like saying, "Why are they making a Peacemaker show?"
And in fairness, I think that's what works in its favor, is because it's such a, it's not even like the Guardians of the Galaxy thing where it's like a D-list character. It's like a Z-list character. It's like a random character that no one knows anything about. Like, and let's be real. Sorry, DC nerd. Come on.
Nobody knows who Peacemaker.
Like,
DC fans, come on.
Actually, I have 50 comics on the matter. It's like, no, you don't.
And so only like 2%, maybe 1%. Like the only person that I believe that knows the character is Young Ripper. Everybody else, nobody else. Like
I didn't know any.
I know.
I didn't know. I did not know anything
actually-
about Peacemaker.
I
At
knew
all.
Vigilante was actually a villain in Arrow, but he's totally different.
Yeah, and I was going to say that the same as you, TCK. Like, I knew him because he was in Arrow, but other than Vigilante, that's it. And it's completely different from...
Totally different.
Very, very different.
Oh, by the way, we're covering spoilers, so if you haven't seen it, get the hell out.
Yes, spoiler warning. Let me just go full screen. So, spoiler warning. Spoilers are ahead. If you don't want to be spoiled and you're intending in watching the show, then get out of here right now. Go watch the show and then come back. And don't say, oh, you're spoiling me. You're duly informed. We've let you know. Just jump straight into the spoilers, lads. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peacemaker spoilers.
Oh, man. Dude, this show right here, and I'm still sticking to my take. This show is not bubblegum at all. This is like
this isn't bubblegum. This isn't even popcorn. This is like, a bit beer.
This is
like,
something that you don't even want to watch your parents. You don't even watch it with your parents, bro. Like you cannot watch this one.
Half an hour of the first episode, I was like, okay, it's manageable. But then certain things started happening. I was like, yeah, now I see what you guys were saying. Yeah. It's not a solo watch. You can't watch this with anyone else.
I mean, dude, from the intro to the plot is pretty generic or whatever, like the alien invasion.
That's all it needs to be, actually, too.
Yeah. It was so simple, but yet it was still like it kept me engaged. Because my problem with most Marvel shows today is like sometimes Marvel is so cookie cutter to where like, they'll give you like a boring or 2 episodes and then you just don't care for a while. James Gunn, this dude's a genius. Yeah. Like almost throughout the whole entire series, I was not bored at all. Like I enjoyed every one of the characters, every one of them, from Amanda Waller's daughter to Vigilante to even characters that I think that are pieces of crap, like the White Dragon. Like his dad was believable. Like I thought this dude was an actual racist. Like
that actor is good too. He's been in other things. He's underrated too.
There's so many actors in this that I've seen in so many other projects where it's like, yes, like he's taken actors that you get, those actors that you get that aren't famous, but you're like, I've seen them in something before.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're in B-list movies or C-list movies.
The cop guy was in the first Scary Movie. He was in Freddy vs. Jason. I was like, oh shit, it's him. Damn.
Yeah. What else? Especially Eagly. James Gunn already confirmed that he's the greatest character on the show. Like, hey, don't get mad at me. He's the creator.
James Gunn not only knows how to do people, he knows how to do animals.
Animals.
Yeah. He does. He's
that eagle is. I love that.
Yo, Eagly. Like for a minute, when I thought Eagly died for a minute, I was like, "You, James Gunn, I hate you."
When he, I was like, "No!"
Like literally, I was getting Hedwig flashbacks. I was like, "No, not again! Come on!" Oh, thank God.
He's like, when I saw Eagly just move his wings again, I was like, "Yes."
And he hugged him.
Yeah. Oh my God, I was such a much of a moment.
Oh man. I mean, what else? Yeah, I was not mad at anybody. Like I said, like everybody was interesting. I mean, there's one part. I'll let RJ talk about that one part. Like in the last episode, like he knows how to do those scenes really good. But
hey, which one you talking about?
Like the very last episode, the people that show up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it.
We can say it's spoilers. The Justice League.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was waiting my turn.
RJ's really good at like explaining it better. Like I like hearing.
Can they stop teasing Superman? Yeah. Okay, carry on, RJ.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, my overall thoughts. Okay, so I like everybody else. I did not expect this show to like be remotely good. I thought it was gonna be like generic, but this show not only surprised me, but it took the world by storm. I mean, it became the #1 show. Like, I don't think you realize, like, it's probably gonna get some Emmy noms. Like it'll get looked down upon because it's a comic book show, but
Yep.
it really it's the plot is generic, but it doesn't need to be any more than that. But the one thing that makes the show is that the emotional, subtle moments that happen throughout the season, and like the moments with Eagly, like when he got punched, I was like, "Oh hell no!" I'm like, "No, bro, like you can't do this. This is not the way." And I love how in the first episode, or was it the second episode, where Peacemaker, he's talking to Adebayo, and he's saying, "Oh, Eagly can hug people. Like I've seen him do it, and it pays off." In episode, what was it, 6, 7, 6 or 7?
The second to last episode.
Yeah, second to last episode, and it pays off, and she sees it, and she was a character that didn't believe in miracles or anything like that, and she sees Eagly hug Peacemaker now that she believes it and stuff, and I just thought that was a really cool moment, and that because James Gunn, he knows how to balance comedy and have it be,
emotion,
and have emotion and have it be serious. There's some serious moments in Peacemaker. Like you're one thing that I love about it, you're laughing for like
you're crying.
You're laughing for like 2 seconds, and then the next second you're freaking like, "Oh no, don't die!" Like Vigilante, my favorite character. And there was a moment where I thought actually there was 2 moments where I thought he was gonna die. Like I was like, "Oh God, no!" Like the moment where they're fighting the White Dragon and his army, and he gets like he didn't really explode, but like he gets affected by the bomb or the grenade, and
he gets grazed.
Yeah, and I'm like, "Yo, what the hell? Did he just kill Like, did he just kill Vigilante? Like, hell no!" And I just the thing I like about the show is they kept me like guessing. It's been a while since I watched a show that kept me guessing, and what I love about it is that it's so refreshing and new, not just for a comic book genre, but just for anything. You know, it kind of reminds me of Cobra Kai, but this like enhances the comedy, as you will. Like it was so refreshing and new. Like, I couldn't wait to like
shout out to the actress
next
who played
Thursday when it came on.
You know the actress who played Arot in Walking Dead. She was in this as well. Shout out to her.
Yeah,
too.
she's in here.
But no, completely agree. It's just a refreshing show. It's just fun.
It's like, raunchy humor.
Excited for it.
Yeah.
If you grew up in raunchy humor, and Yinko knows what I'm talking about. Like when you grew up in that,
he's raunchy humor.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you grew up with that type of stuff, and like you finally get to see it in this day and age, you're gonna soak it up, bro. Like you're going to love it, bro.
Like I didn't. As episodes go on, like I not only cared about Peacemaker, Vigilante, I cared about Adebayo, I cared about Harcourt,
Diebeard,
Neckbeard, Diebeard, whatever his name. What was the black guy's name again? What was his character's name?
Burn.
Yeah, I cared about him, and I didn't think I would care about. I thought I would just like Peacemaker and what they do with Peacemaker, and they address what he did to Rick Flag, and everybody. This is the power of James Gunn. We hated Peacemaker for killing.
Oh
Rick
yeah,
Flag.
I did. Yeah,
I hated him. Man.
Now we like him because
he felt bad about it. He's like, I killed my friend.
The backstory of his character is traumatic. His dad made him a killer.
Yeah.
A killer. He killed his brother because of his freaking idiotic dad.
Yeah.
By the way, his dad is messed up.
You thought Sid was bad off of Cobra Kai?
I'm in the earth.
Oh yeah, people in the chat. If you haven't seen it, if you think Sid is bad in Cobra Kai,
he ain't got nothing on him.
This guy freaking was betting on his sons, having them fight. That's awful. Like, that's bad. Like he's funny, but he's awful. He's an awful human. So I like that
he's-
they really gave Peacemaker, because I was very interested. I'm like, okay, they're giving us a little bit of like his past and whatnot, and that scene where shout out to John Cena, this man, freaking,
it was believable, bro.
This is believable. Like, you know, he freaking nailed the role. Like this is like the best acting I've seen out of him. You know,
He did
and
amazing.
I didn't expect that much from him. I always thought, okay, he's John
There's a
Cena.
scene in like episode 2 where he plays the song and he starts crying, and then obviously Vigilante shows up and it's like a funny moment, but like it's a sad moment. Like, oh my damn, like shit.
Yeah, like he freaking nailed that, and I don't know, like it sounds like I never talked about like any of the like a show like this. It just blew my mind. Like,
Yeah.
Dude, one more thing before we go to Yinko and TCK.
yeah, I'll
Shout
talk
out
about
to
that.
shout out to the old man that was like saying Batman has Accordion supervillains. Do you have Accordion supervillains?
I'm just trying to start conversation.
Now that was hilarious.
Chill out.
Jesus, chill out. I was just trying to have a conversation. Like,
so they could kill more people.
oh, man.
Like, but before like Inko goes, like that post-credit scene, I didn't know what I was very interested to see like what James Gunn was gonna pull off, because I saw like some scoopers saying something big was gonna happen, and I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, hold on, is this actually happening? And then like obviously it didn't lead to anything, but it was still cool to see like Aquaman say like cuss and say
Aquaman,
you, baby.
you're not gonna see that ever again, probably.
Yeah, we're probably not gonna see that. And
Let's screw a fish.
I don't. This is the confusing part. I don't know where this leads as far as the DCEU, but I do think that James Gunn has something special. I think he has plans. I think that he might potentially maybe cross over Peacemaker with these characters. Who knows? I mean, I think that he basically just said like the possibilities are endless, because why would he have that post credits? Why would he have that scene at the end, you know? And I just think that, you know, Disney shouldn't have let James Gunn go, bro. I'm sorry, they shouldn't let him go.
Oh, they
That's what
can't
he
let him go.
gets.
Not right
That's
now.
the biggest FU to Disney. Fine, you drop me. Look what I'll do to DC.
Yeah, that whole thing of Kevin Feige. Remember the con when he was asked about Doctor Strange being scary? He's like, "It's going to be PG-13. You're going to like it." It's like DC saying, "Well."
Hey, we need a win, dude. Can you give us a win? Anything. You can do anything. Just do
like,
something.
That's where DC
I
have
keep
the
saying
edge.
like I've been saying it for like the past few months. Everybody in the chat thinking I'm crazy. I'm saying DC might be coming up. I'm just saying like this.
Because you got two creators.
This isn't not even just about DC and Marvel. Like I like both. I'm just saying that I'm just being objective. I'm just being fair. You know, like I haven't seen a property like this from both sides. Like it was refreshing and new. And James Gunn's a freaking genius. He just doesn't miss.
Yeah,
I like how it's very Guardians-esque. Even the opening, it's almost as if, what would Star-Lord be if he was even more incompetent, but not held back by Marvel's, you know?
Do you really want to taste it?
it kind of reminded me. It kind of reminded, like, what if Johnny Lawrence was a
superhero?
That's what
Yeah.
King said.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's what I said. Like, what if Johnny Lawrence was a superhero? He's Peacemaker.
yeah.
Come on, man. Like,
But okay, I gotta say this. Shame on me for doubting James Gunn and
Shame
Johnny
on all
Cena. I
of
said
us.
this on
Shame on
stream.
all of us.
shame on all of us,
Yeah.
I
guys.
said this
We'll
on
have to
stream.
hold the L.
Why would I want to see a show about the most unlikable character from the Suicide Squad? I didn't like him at all in that movie. I did not want to see more of him. When he woke up at the end credits of that movie, I was like, why?
Even I was saying why.
Why?
Like, why?
Yeah, I'm
But
gonna have
shame
to
on
hold
me.
the L on that one
I
as well.
will
'cause I was in
never,
the same boat.
ever doubt James Gunn ever again. Because
Yeah.
that's exactly why he picked this character. Because he was the most unlikable character from that movie.
He
Nobody
knows,
could
he
have that
knows
movie.
what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. I'm
He
shocked.
always chooses the characters that no one likes, and then he's gonna make them a star, bro.
Yes,
Like,
I am shocked. John Cena, I have a whole new respect for him. A whole new
Yeah.
amount of respect. Before this movie, it's like, yeah, he was cool in the Suicide Squad. I mean, he can act a little bit, but like, come on, he's like,
I
he's
don't.
not
I
an
actually
actor.
I didn't think any role could challenge him like this. Where I'm questioning. I don't see John Cena. I see Peacemaker. Like
Yeah.
Aaron.
But this character, it's like this character was made for him too, and he's such a douchebag character, but he has so much layers to him. And like what you were saying, like like the the idea of it, it's like the alien invasion thing. It's
It's pretty generic.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
generic, but all these characters are so complex. Like every single one of these characters in the main cast, their development in how many episodes was it? 7?
8.
8 episodes had so much development than I think in any other 10 episode series. Any of the Disney Marvel shows. All of these characters I cared about at the end. And in the beginning, I didn't give a damn about any of them. None of them.
Yeah.
But at the end, I was emotional about this guy's beard.
Dude, hardcore, bro. I was like, no, don't kill hardcore.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he didn't do it.
Yeah.
But this show had balls. Serious balls.
It has balls.
There's some stuff that we can't repeat on YouTube, and you're just gonna be saying "Yo, did he just actually say that?"
Yeah, there's things with this show where we literally can't say. It's hard to. This is one of them shows where it's not like any other show or movie where you can say, "Oh my god, they just said that one thing." That's like every 5 seconds.
They push it. They push that rating.
And if we were to say it, it would just be
we could get demonetized quick.
And it's almost like the people that Peacemaker, and his crew take off in this movie, are almost like the people that hide in the Reddit sections. It's they just go right over their heads. But dude, what a refreshing show! Absolutely loved it. It's just fun. I can't wait till they officially put it over here in the UK.
Season 2, James Gunn's writing.
Yeah, they already confirmed season 2.
He's writing and directing it.
I mean, this show was like what you're saying. It was so refreshing. Like, what other show on Disney on Marvel DC is putting a character in like Peacemaker's dad? Like, who? Everyone else is too scared to put a character like that in. But sadly, there are people like that in this world. And it makes it more realistic that this superhero grew up that way.
Yeah,
I think that's really cool to see.
To have a prejudiced father and saying the stuff like without any filter, without how Marvel shows will just that they're prejudiced, but they clean it up a little bit. Oh, I can't stand that person. Not with this show.
They pull punches. They don't go. They always sort of hold back because gotta be careful of the children, and hurt feelings. This show's screw that. We're going. They don't even go all into the point.
They just do it.
They already in there. They already in. Already in.
Further, way further, quite literally. They go further to the point where it's like, oh my god.
It's like you even feel dirty for even watching this. You're like,
it's basically a hybrid of Deadpool, The Boys, Ted.
Ted, it's Ted, all right.
It's a hybrid of those three. It's literally a hybrid of those three. It's insane. No, actually, Deadpool, Ted, Boys, Guardians of the Galaxy. It's them 4. It's just
You know what? The one thing that's heartbreaking.
That scene where John Cena's just listing a whole bunch of famous people's names.
You could have picked anybody else. Even Bill Cosby could have done some time.
Riverdale.
You know what? The one thing that was a heartbreaking thing about Peacemaker is that the scene where he goes back to his dad's house and he's visiting him and he's still trying to connect with his dad despite what happened as a kid because he blamed himself for killing his dad. And I love that about Peacemaker. Is he realized that it wasn't his fault at the end, but in the beginning he still blames himself, and it wasn't his fault at all. But he's trying to connect with his dad. He's trying, make this one last attempt, and his dad just, being a dick, and man, I just love that. I was like,
but that's real life. When you have a disagreement with your parents or whatever, it doesn't have to be to that extent or whatever. Sometimes it's sad that it's gonna end up like y'all guys go to the grave with that grudge. You feel
Yeah.
me? Like it
Yeah.
happened. It happens all the time. Yeah,
Do you guys think it's better than all the MCU shows?
Yes.
I do. I'm
Yeah.
not taking it back.
Yeah, no, sound like no, get on the chopper, get out. But it's tough. Is it better than WandaVision?
Yeah.
Is it better than Loki? Yeah.
Yes.
Is it better than what's the other one?
What if? Yes.
What if? Yeah. Is it better than
Hawkeye.
Hawkeye? Yes, because of the landing. Is it better than Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Now that's where I'm like, that's where I pause because I really like that.
Alright,
I
that's
really
right
like
behind
Falcon
it.
and Winter Soldier. I
Because
really
I
do.
really like
Behind
that
it.
show.
I
But
don't.
But for me, it's just that show. Like aside from the landing, because we have established that the finales of the Disney shows just they can't do it for nothing.
The Falcon and Winter Soldier is really good. I'm with Jacob on that. I like the Falcon and Winter Soldier.
But I will say this though: this is a testament to how good this show is. The fact that we put it ahead of like quality over quantity. Marvel are like, here's 10 shows, here's 10 everything. DC are like Peacemaker. It's better than most of them. So I'll give it that. It's better than most of the Marvel.
Here's what I'll say though. We knew the characters from Falcon and Winter Soldier and all the Disney Plus shows way before they had a show. This is an E-list character.
Yeah, it's an E-list character.
Nobody knows it.
About
no one
going into this, and we all did at the end. That's just what I'll say. Like,
yeah,
taking a character that no one knows and turning him into a pop culture icon.
The fact that we're even talking about this show.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the context of like, you know, how many L's DC have taken on the road to get here. This speaks volumes of where this is going to go.
Yeah,
DC might be making that comeback.
That's what I've been saying it. Y'all think I'm crazy, but I've been saying it like I think they are. I've been saying it
because in the
Matt Reeves universe
and in the
James Gunn universe.
And also, we already knew this, but James Gunn's music taste.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that dude got some music taste.
Yeah.
Oh, he said that he picked Do You Want to Taste It like on purpose because he wanted nobody to not skip the intro.
Yeah.
And dude, with the intros though, like you know how they have that segment of like, you know, you're recapping with the character or whatever, and like the mission is about to go down, and then like it just goes to the intro. Do you really want to taste it?
Get ready. We're about to go to what? Do you really want to? It's like, what the fuck?
I was like,
you know that scene where Vigilante's like, he's like, my first BFF Peacemaker.
And even more credit to James Gunn.
Don't mess with my BFF.
If you look at all the songs that James Gunn used in the first Guardians of the Galaxy film, iconic. Second one, iconic. Peacemaker, iconic. How did he's got this whole like Spotify playlist in his head of like 100 songs ready on like ready to use. Like
I need that playlist.
He said that he's gonna be directing another show. Like, hey, James,
if you need any people, I'm just saying. Yeah, White Serpent.
Peacemaker's son.
You don't want to be called White Serpent.
I know. I was gonna say earlier on, like after when he dubbed himself the White Dragon, I was like, oh, I'm reconsidering the White Serpent. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Silver Serpent. There we go.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah. There we go.
I cut that first part out and leave it over there.
And the fact that he brought in the Justice League, bro. The Justice League?
Yeah. That I don't know where that's gonna go. I have an idea, but go ahead. Like I don't know.
What's the idea?
I think what's gonna happen, and this is just my opinion, they're probably would. Like we were just talking about with the whole entire Zack Snyderverse thing. Like I said, this is just my opinion. I think they're gonna do the Zack Snyder movie, but I think Snyder is gonna pass the torch to James Gunn. I think that's what he's hinting or whatever.
Okay, here's what I think happened. Originally, they had Batman, Ben Affleck stunt double, and Henry Cavill stunt double, right? they filmed the scene.
And Cyborg.
Yeah. So what I think they cut it obvious for Ben Affleck because he's not coming back unless, like King said, some miraculous thing happens. I think it pretty much confirms that Henry Cavill is coming back. I think that
Stop teasing him.
I think
Kreese, stop playing with him.
I think Henry Cavill is coming back as Superman, and
Yeah.
it needs to happen. And I'm confident. I think it is because why would you?
I mean, the thing is, if
Film
they're
a
going to
scene.
really carry on and truck on with this, just to piggyback what you're saying, with Batman, like, does that mean they're going to bring a new one in? You know, because you can't have the Justice League without him. Like, you can't.
I think what could happen, I think with the Flash, I know we all have our feelings on that movie.
They're going to make Michael Keaton the...
Okay, there's rumors on that, but I feel like with
It doesn't really.
because I don't know. Apparently, Matt Reeves, not Matt Reeves, Billy Joel. Fuck, shit. He's apparently this Nick Fury type for the Justice League. So what I think is gonna happen is Jesus Christ. He will be the, I hate to say it, we may not like it, but the DCEU Billy Joel Batman, and he might be like the overseer. And who knows, they might put freaking Batman Beyond in there.
Well,
but,
I mean, it's better than nothing.
But I think that James Gunn will do like the separate stories. That's why I keep saying, like, I think that his stuff will be better because I think that DC they're gonna have like multiverses everywhere. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason the studio told them to take out Batman and Cyborg, but keep Henry Cavill Superman.
Yeah, there's a reason.
yeah.
It's not just like, oh my god, where are they? Oh my god, no, there's a reason.
It goes back. It goes back to this. Like, since Warner Brothers is about to get bought, Jesus, finally, with the Discovery thing, I think they know. I think this new CEO like recognizes the whole entire problem. Like, okay, why is Henry Cavill not having a movie yet? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of them like people that are
Don't
doing.
say. Why has he not got a movie? Wake up, you bloody muppets! Hello, McFly. Hello.
Yeah, because like it goes back to thank you again. This new CEO that actually has some context and nuance. He's like, all right, y'all three are messing up this whole entire thing up. So you guys got to go. I'm bringing in new people.
Yeah.
Why is there not
He
Superman?
basically walked up to him and just went, Albert, point DC.
Put Lawrence winner.
Yeah. From what I've been researching, this new CEO dude, like he actually wants to know. He wants to get to the bottom of this because he's like trying to figure out. Okay, I got handed a mess. I'm getting rid of all the filth. Art of War, by the way. Yeah.
I just got to slide that up on in there.
It's like, you get rid of the previous regime, the former CEO of Warner Brothers, he's gone.
Jesus.
What the hell?
And the cinema.
What's up?
Yeah. But we're still talking about Peacemaker and
you
the
gotta
DC.
get your thoughts on it.
Oh,
Darius.
Get your
Darius.
get your
Darius.
you know what?
Darius, brag. I want brag. Have it all. Brag.
This is the guy. This is the guy that
This
got
is
the
the
whole
guy that
entire
told us
kingdom
about
of pop culture to watch Peacemaker. Darius, Cinemamba, go ahead. Do your
So
thing.
these guys didn't believe me. I told these guys to watch Peacemaker from the beginning. All of them, multiple times. I was like, I didn't think it was gonna be that good either. I was like, I'm gonna watch it. James Gunn, the Suicide Squad was good. I watched the first 2 episodes. I was like, that was actually really good. And I kept telling these guys, you should watch Peacemaker. You should watch Peacemaker. You should watch Peacemaker. And they did not. They would not believe me. And then King finally caved in and did it. And then the rest is history.
I said if King likes it, then I need to watch it. Then.
I mean, it is hard in my defense of us being like, UK, we're not as
Oh, you get a pass. You
I
get
get
a
a
pass.
But
They don't.
if King
They
loves
don't.
the show and is excited for it, then hey, I mean,
Wait, actually, TCK he started watching it too, like around
Yes.
this same time you did.
I started a little
Yeah.
after Darius. Yeah.
yeah, we should. Yeah, we'll
So pretty much it's really just me and King. Me and King.
You'll be
So next time, take my word for it.
Listen to a brother. Like,
Not gonna be another chance.
Listen to a
Listen to his
brother.
brother. Trust the
Listen to a
brother.
brother.
Okay?
Trust a brother.
There's not going to be another chance, Kings.
I'm not going to direct you to trash. Okay, I'm not going to do it.
No. I mean, King, you can, bask in, being excited for it week to week.
Hey man, I kept on saying, like, listen to this brother Darius. Like at first I was like, I don't know, Darius, man. Like it's John Cena. I don't like wrestlers as like main actors.
Have I ever steered you wrong before?
Have I ever steered you wrong?
No, this is the first time. So
Exactly. One for one, 100%. Let's go.
Unbeaten record, sir.
Undefeated.
But yeah, man. Overall, man, like, tell us your thoughts on the Peacemaker show, bro. Like, we're still in the segment.
It was such a big surprise. John Cena as an actor, just like I didn't think much of him as an actor before. Like he was funny in the Suicide Squad and everything, but he didn't really get to show that much of his depth and stuff because I guess he wasn't written that way. And in retrospect, it's probably because they waited to the show to do it, and he really shined. Like all the stuff, no spoilers.
No, it's spoilers.
You can say whatever you want, man.
Spoilers.
Oh, spoilers! The stuff with his father, like the White Dragon, you really get a sense of why he turned out the way he did, and he's really a good dude. That was just
King already watched it. Will
misled his entire life, and he really carries that. And he's also just hilarious. Like I always thought he was kind of a funny guy, but now But Vigilante is the best character.
Yes,
yes, he is.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes, I love
scene
Vigilante.
in the prison makes me laugh every time I watch it.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So which one of you?
Dude's looking.
White Dragon's a great villain. I hated him so much. I was so happy when he died. I hated him so much. Oh my god.
He should have died a much horrible death.
Yeah, he deserved more. He deserved worse, honestly.
Yeah.
Pennywise thing where he got off easy.
Shot in the head was a little bit too quick.
His way.
He deserved much more than what he got. But
even like the butterflies, like throughout the show, like the butterflies were not like focused on that much. They were just kind of there. But by the end, it's kind of like, oh, even they were developed well. It's like, oh, they actually they had a reason if we're doing what they were doing. Especially Myrn, R.I.P. Myrn, he was a real one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is like one of the few shows I can say where no one was like annoying, like no one was a bad character or anything. That I liked everyone.
I don't think I disliked a single thing, and that's saying something.
I mean, there was like little moments, like who was Amanda Waller's daughter again?
Oh, Adebayo.
Yeah, Adebayo. Like you could tell that she was like still working on her acting a little bit. There's some scenes where she's trying to be emotional a little bit.
Delivery,
if you can get past that, like Other than that, like I thought she was funny, man. Like she was hilarious. When she starts chopping on people, she is funny, bro.
She said, "Bah, she went John Wick on these fools." Bah, bah, bah.
Oh, she had a great arc too. She had a great arc. She's becoming a mother slowly though, just kind of scary because they don't want to become Amanda Waller. But
we are not all parents.
Everyone's arc was great. Eagle was the MVP.
There's one character we forgot to talk about. Judo Master.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Judo.
Bro, they can just not kill this dude, bro. He does not stay. How does
Kopc?
Yo, he was when he was fighting Vigilante and Peacemaker, he whooping both the ass.
It kind of reminded me of the scene
when those dudes made fun of him outside of the convenience store, and then we waited for him.
Oh yeah.
You know what it reminded me of? You know in Family Guy when they try and cripple Joe again, like Peter, Cleveland, and Quagmire, like we're gonna re-cripple you, and then Joe goes to town on him. That's exactly what the character was.
Yeah. It's like you better leave Judo Master alone with his hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
I was gonna drop your ass.
I already want more of the show. Like just it just ended for the season, and I already want to see more. I want to see where it goes
And
next.
this is what it's about. This is what it's about. It's not about end credit scenes, and because we were talking about Boba Fett earlier on today, Darius, about how
Oh
you know
god,
the end credit scene or the ending of it should be as reflective of the product and package overall. We shouldn't be going, oh, Mando season 3. We should be going, oh, Mando season 3, and this was good. Like when watching Peacemaker, it's like I can't wait for season 2. Like even let's say, for instance, as an example, if Peacemaker set up Justice League, just for instance, if like, oh, cool, Justice League, let's go, and Peacemaker season 2, oh yeah, like that's what we should be feeling. And this show made me feel that. But just to throw it into a little thing here, the question was asked earlier on: is this better than the Marvel shows?
most of them, yeah. So I would say all of them, but Falcon for me.
That's what me and Jacob were like. Yeah, we don't know.
Cobra Kai Karate, what's up, bro? Aw.
Like I like this a little bit more than Hawkeye, a lot more than WandaVision, and a little bit more than Loki. Like that's pretty much how I feel about it.
I like it better than all of them. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I can see that. I mean, I can see that.
Like, there's no really wrong answer to this, people. Like, you know, like
Yeah, I mean,
people
it's all
like,
subjective opinion at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I love the show. Like
That's
I
a
love-
That's the thing. Will brings up a good point because I really don't know if I dislike a single damn thing about the
Yeah.
show. Like I'm being for real. Like I don't.
I
Yeah.
just like little moments and little things.
Like, it's one of
That's
them
it.
shows
But
where-
not like major writing and directing
Yeah.
moments.
No, it's one of them
Yeah.
shows. If you dislike something, I genuinely think it's because you're looking for something to
Yeah.
dislike.
It's
Yeah.
a nitpick.
Like,
or
it's not
if
without
it's just
issues.
like if
Nothing's
it's just not your
100%
kind of
perfect.
if it's not your kind of humor, I understand if you don't like the
Yeah,
show. Like,
because
Yeah,
with
I mean,
James Gunn,
remember
with James Gunn's direction, it's like 50-50 with a lot of people. But
Yeah,
most
it
of
either
the
lands
time,
with you or it doesn't. And remember, it's
Yeah.
as I said, we live in a day and age where things are either a 10 out of 10 or it's shit. There's no like
Yeah.
middle or in
Yeah.
between.
Yeah.
But this show, like, if it lands with you,
Uncharted
it
critics.
lands. Yeah, but they tell us that The Last Jedi is the best movie ever. We don't trust the critics.
Yeah.
And they say that bad things about No Way Home. I'll tell you about that later. But other than that, the show, even if it's not your kind of humor, I think if you give it a chance, even if it's not the kind of thing you're normally into, you will enjoy it by the end of it because the characters make it what it is. It's just so
like,
much fun.
Yeah.
the
Like,
thing
my
was
dad, like,
nothing.
he's one of those
Nothing
people
was
that's like-
forced.
He didn't like my dad. Like he laughed at the jokes, but he thought like the butterflies were like stupid. Like,
I can see that.
like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
concept.
it's
He
generic.
he thought Starro was stupid too. But Starro is a giant fucking starfish. I mean,
But that's James Gunn for
It's
you.
not for everybody.
Yeah,
But even he didn't
Yeah,
like
it's not
some
for
of the
everybody.
humor. He thought it was like too much. Like it was a little. He wanted it to be a little bit more serious. But even he like really liked the show, even if he didn't agree with all the humor all the time, because he liked to
Yeah,
write
I
it.
could really. I can really tell that James Gunn really wanted to do something like this for a long time because he goes all in, man. Like,
Oh yeah,
Because you can
He-
tell when he does
he-
Guardians of the Galaxy, he alludes to things and he
Yeah.
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
This is like him on steroids. He's like, I'm gonna go. Like we were saying, it's not all in. It's like you're in, and then you're further in. Like
it
you're going,
reminds me of
They're all in
Tarantino
on
where he's
steroids.
holding back from blood in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He goes all in at the end. Like, he just.
Yeah.
I mean, DC basically just like when DC picked up James Gunn basically just said, "Listen, if I can't do my vision, I ain't doing nothing at all." Like they said, like go ahead, do whatever you want to
They
do.
don't need Kevin Feige, just the right moves. That's all they need.
Yeah,
Well, for the most part, DC, they do let directors do whatever they want. I mean,
Yeah.
the only problem is they don't.
Sometimes
They
for
just
the better.
sometimes for the better,
for the worse.
sometimes for the worse. We talked about that earlier, Darius. We talked about that earlier.
yeah, we talked about it earlier.
We talked about that.
But
Uh,
like for season 2, though, man, my prediction is I think they're gonna try to get Bloodsport out of jail, bro. Like I think that's the
Oh,
next.
yeah, we
season.
talked about that, King. We talked about that, like Bloodsport
Yeah.
appearing in season 2.
Yeah, we think of that Bloodsport and maybe Deadshot might be coming in because
Ooh.
you know,
The three of them together.
That'd be sick.
Now that's awesome.
That's sick.
yeah, because they even said that Deadshot is open ended, like he could come back anytime that he wants to. Basically, Will Smith can reprise his role anytime that he wants to.
You know who else I want up in there?
Who?
Joe Manganiello's Deathstroke. I think
Oh,
that he would be a
Deathstroke.
great
Yeah.
addition.
We're never gonna see him in anything else at this point. So go ahead and put him in there.
I'll put him in there because him,
Oh, it's a mission
Will
to
Smith-
take him out.
him, Will Smith, Idris, and John Cena, I think they would be
Ooh.
awesome together.
Make him the
Awesome
main
together.
make him the main bad guy. They all got to work together to beat Deathstroke.
Oh,
bro.
yeah.
And the the comment. Ooh!
And you call it like
Yeah, the
Task
banter.
Force
The
something.
banter would be
The
amazing.
banter.
Cause like, can you just imagine like Will Smith's character Deathshot finds out that Rick Flag is dead and he doesn't know the full
He should
nuance
go after
on
Peacemaker, bro.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Yep.
it's
By
it
that-
was,
and
I
by
think
that
it was
time,
I think it was
Peacemaker
either
would've made peace with
Har
Bloodsport.
yeah, I think it was either Jacob or RJ was saying that like Harley could like tell Deathshot that Peacemaker killed this douche. Peacemaker killed Rick Flag, and he just said like, "What?"
Peacemaking or something. He shot him right point blank.
No, but I think that it'll be.
Milton.
Could you imagine like
Yeah.
an arc in season 2? It could really pave the way for Peacemaker to have a fully a redemption arc of like fulfilled
In a way.
in a way. Yeah, because it kind of already is, but
He's
Yeah.
on the path. He's on
But,
the path
like,
to it.
Yeah,
it could
like
be
his
with
kind of redemption
making-
is just a good one. It's just
like making amends with like
yeah.
Bloodsport.
The way this
and
season
stuff.
ends, could you imagine a post-credit scene where he was visiting Bloodsport and making peace?
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Peace, mofos. Like
I mean,
Just like
honestly,
the
it's
thing
too
with-
perfect to not do. Peacemaker, Deadshot, Bloodsport, and Deathstroke could work too because you could have him be the more serious.
I
one of
want
the
that to happen. DC freaking
Yeah.
hire me right
I
now,
mean,
dude.
James Gunn also said he's making another character from the Suicide Squad into their own
I think
show.
it's gonna be Bloodsport or Rat. I think it's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be Bloodsport
think-
or Ratcatcher. One of those
I
two.
think if you do Bloodsport, though, have him have his series and then connect them.
They meet up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want James King has sold me on this idea. I really want James gonna do a buddy cop Green Lantern movie.
Yeah.
How
I really
Jordan
want
Peele
that.
Guy
do it.
Gardner.
It's saying it.
Like it, I really want that to happen.
Lethal Weapon
now.
in space.
thank you.
It's right there, you know. I think
James Gunn, the freaking Green Lantern movie. Okay, he
To be
proves
honest, I
that you
think
can
now-
do something in space.
Now it's a big possibility.
yo,
And-
there's
And we need one more win. Can we give King what he deserves?
King Shark. Yes.
King Shark. Oh yeah, we need a King Shark show. Like not a movie, just a show. Like him and
you
like
imagine
just
the
have
opening
him
to
and
King
Aquaman
Shark?
be like beefing or something like that. Like
Could you imagine the opening to King Shark show? He's just gonna go opening title.
man.
yo, Darius,
I wouldn't skip that either. It's like, it's
Yeah, friend.
Darius, what do you think that ending meant with the Justice League? What do you think it means? Because we talked about that earlier.
What do you mean, like in universe, out of universe? Like what it means for the DCE?
No, I mean like the
Go
yeah,
screw it.
just in general.
so like in universe, this is obviously post Justice League. Which cut is canon? I don't know. Like they didn't really allude to that, but
Yeah, it's up in the air.
out of universe. This is the thing that doesn't really make sense to me because if Flashpoint, that means that Peacemaker's in the DCEU continuity. If Flashpoint happens, like how much of the universe is that erase? Like, does that erase Peacemaker from happening? Like, is this already post
This is
Flashpoint? Did it already
confusing.
happen? Like,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, normally I would say just reset the whole shebang, but after that,
Do you really want to taste it?
unless they do a merger where they cherry pick and then merge.
That's
Yeah.
what I think they're gonna do, but because they purposely didn't show Batman or Superman in there because
Yeah, Batman and Cyborg weren't even there, but Superman and Wonder Woman were just like
Yeah.
silhouettes. So
I think that means Henry Cavill's coming back. I think he is.
he wants to. So I mean, I don't
He
know.
has
about-
he has a contract, one more
Well,
movie.
Darius, like I was saying earlier, like with this new CEO getting rid of like the people that were making the decisions for like the movies to get passed through, like he's getting rid of all of them. I think that's why they're bringing back Henry Cavill, and like the guy also like the new CEO for Discovery says he actually wants to talk with Ray Fisher a little bit more about this whole entire racial stuff. So that's why I just said like
if they can quash that beef, I mean, Ray, he's perfect as Cyborg. It's just
yeah.
I really hope they do. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
but-
Basically, like I said, you're getting a CEO that it's nuanced
You
and
got
what
Martian
what's the
Manhunter
what's
out
going
there as
on.
well.
So
I really hope he just cleans house and just lets.
Because that's
yeah,
literally
they already said that all
all
three of them are gone, bro.
is,
Like you already
know,
said it.
like all DC need at this point in time is an X-Men. They don't need a full-on like. They can't do a Marvel reset where they're cherry picking stuff to reboot it. They haven't.
Yeah.
They haven't earned that. But
Yeah.
they can do an X-Men reset where it's like, okay, let's take the best elements and get rid of. Let's clean house. Let's get rid of some. Trim off the fat. Throw it in the bin. Cremate the bin. Throw it out to sea. You know. And then what you do is you keep Wonder Woman. You keep Aquaman. Keep Flash. Hoping that does well. And then you keep Cyborg if you can get that working, and then Superman. And then the only character you have to change is Batman with potentially Billy Joel. But they could make that work. So you still have the core 6, just in a rebooted multiverse way. You leave Matt Reeves' universe the hell alone. You don't touch it.
You don't touch it.
You don't touch it. And then you let James Gunn maybe be the overseer of everything, like Peacemaker, the Justice League. You know, I think James Gunn could. It depends if he wants to take that responsibility, but I think if you trust it to James Gunn, he will do wonders with that universe, and DC will be on a comeback. And I guarantee you, in 5 years from now, give it 5 years, there will be another Justice League movie in the works, but it will be after all this awkward shit we're going to get through.
Actual setup for the Justice League, please.
And then when we get to it, it'll be a case of when we look back, it'll be like, man, we don't have Ben Affleck, the best Batman that never was, you know, all that kind of stuff. But hey, and we've gone through a rocky terrain of Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad. Like, we've gone through a lot of shit to get here. But now we're on a timeline where things are actually working. And that was just a little rocky start. DC were feeling things out, and now we're on the right track.
Yeah, it's like that's what I'm saying. It's just new management. Like there's you actually got a guy that actually wants to know what's going on. He wants to talk to everybody. Basically,
James Gunn walked into that, and it's probably because I watched the movie earlier. He walked into DC like Coach Carter, and he said, "I want reports on each character. I want everything. Let me all the information, everything you got."
Yeah, with James Gunn, the new CEO. Like I said, you got Ayers and Snyder. They just want their last movies because they're not asking for more movies. They're just asking.
They just want their swan song.
They just want their swan song, and I say you give it to them because once again they're gonna be broke or whatever. And so, but yeah, I mean that's how I feel about Peacemaker and the whole entire DC, the DC going forward. I can't believe I'm saying this, that James Gunn and Matt Reeves are making DC great again. Whew, man, this is
a step in the right direction for sure, but DC's biggest problem is always
screw it up. Like this is
always been consistency with them.
Like this is their turning point. This is their turning point. If they stay the course, it will go well for them.
Yeah.
If they screw it up again, then. But this is their opportunity. I mean, like in the animation, we know they kill it, right? But how weird would it be? Because of, and I hate to bring up memories, the Killing Joke or Hush, the Injustice movie that they put out. What if the roles switch, where the animated actually starts sucking and the live action starts?
Don't say that. Don't list that evil like there, Jacob. You can have both.
I'm just saying, you know, like
I'll take live action over animated. To be honest,
damn right.
Like the animation's kind of been a bit iffy lately, and actually live action is starting to, you know. I'm just saying.
I like animation, but live action all day. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wrong, but you know.
I mean, I've been saying this. I think DC is on the right path, man.
You got to also
they need to be consistent.
Marvel have been killing it in live action, but animation not so much. So it could start.
It could switching. It could start switch, man.
You never know.
It's like you gotta think of it like football teams. Like,
give and take.
You dominate for so long, and then. Yeah,
but there's always a new season, and then
the Patriots suck now.
Exactly, the Patriots dominate for 20 years, and now they suck. So I mean,
well, they don't suck. They made the playoffs, but you know what I mean.
But they're not what they used to be.
They're not that team anymore.
They're not that team anymore.
Even then, you've got things like split focus, where I mean, you know, do you focus on the animated department that's literally keeping your brand alive, or do you focus on live action where you have a resurgence now? And it's not like you have Nolan doing a trilogy which keeps you up there anymore. You have a universe. You genuinely have a universe in live action that is somewhat connected, but within, as I said, 5 years, I think you'll have a very connected DCE universe. I think you will.
Yeah.
And then you'll have a story going forward, a genuine story.
I only hope
Just,
so.
just a shame we have to use Flashpoint to do it. But other than that,
Sorry, Darius.
Well, I guess we could just switch up now because it's about to hit. We kind of went on about the DC universe. So we're going to be talking about some Marvel action, people, and we're gonna. This is sort of like a part 4 of this subject. We're gonna be talking about Doctor Strange, X-Men, and the Illuminati. So, well, I'm gonna let you guys start it out on this one.
Jacob. He's not saying anything.
oh Jesus Christ, I zoned out. Sorry. Then. Oh,
Yeah.
little world. Right, X-Men Illuminati. Okay. Boom. Wake up. There we go. All right. Just trying to transition fandoms. You see, people, this is the problem when you're multi-fandom, is you got to transition your brain to another fandom. What were we saying about it on the stream I did during the week? That
That is the gateway.
yes, I think there is opportunity here. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, I think Michael Fassbender and James McAvoy are perfect as Eric and Charles, and
Bring
are
'em
still
back.
young enough, you know, to the point where you could do another decade-long run of stories with them. I say just bring them over. Just bring them over permanently. Like cherry pick from the Fox X-Men. And, you know, if you don't want to recast Wolverine, use the daughter. Have Wolverine come back in the costume, you know, one last time. And then you keep his daughter. So that way you keep the integrity of the character. You keep the integrity of that and the backstory intact. So that way when you move forward, we still care. But then you can do it in a much more concise way where it's not messy and it's not cheap,
Yeah.
it's not chintzy. And then
And it's
knowing
not
that they're in the
forced.
MCU, you've got a clean slate, which is exactly what Days of Future Past left the Fox X-Men with. Let's not get me triggered up about that universe. I got very passionate about that the last time. We start with a clean slate. You have those two as the perfect casting, and you begin again. And what we were saying was ultimately you have the rest of the X-Men be younger. Like Wolverine, that requires a whole thing in and of itself. We'll leave that up in the air for the moment. But I personally think if they're going to bring in Wolverine, they shouldn't do it right away. They should save it for later. You start out with the original X-Men first, because this is where people need to instill common sense, not nuance or context, just common sense into it. It's not the Wolverine men, it's the X-Men. Okay? And Wolverine is basically what Tommy Oliver is to the Power Rangers. You know, he's brought in, and it's another layer to the story and another level to the characters. But the original is, you know, Billy, Zach, Jason, Trini, and Kimberly. So in that instance, you start out with Cyclops, Jean, and Storm. They're not adults, but they're young adults. They're like late teens, early 17, 18, around that kind of age. And then you have like Iceman, Rogue, Jubilee, you know, a couple of like middle school, just leaving middle school into that age. And then maybe even a couple of younger ones. And then we get to grow with them as it goes forward. That is exactly how it should go. You could have if the Fantastic Four are brought in, you could have Johnny Storm be young, just like for a change of pace. Johnny Storm be young, Bobby Drake be young, Peter be young, and you have the three of them in the same college dorm. Like that kind of
Don't
connect.
Ralph Boner him.
And you don't Ralph Boner him. You don't do that
Stupid.
malarkey. You know, how dare they tease us with that? And I think, to be fair, you'll probably see both Quicksilvers probably pop up in this movie. But I do want them to be careful, though, because as much as it's great to see the legacy actors back and stuff, sometimes a blank slate is all you need. And the MCU is so detached from anything else other than MCU that they managed to weave in the Raimi trilogy and the TASM universe seamlessly. But the difference with those two is it's just 5 movies. Like, it's still hard, and they did a great job, but it's only 5 movies. The X-Men timeline is so confusing and so all over the place.
It's Jack.
The last thing you want to do is make it even more confusing. So you cherry pick, take the best elements, and you leave the rest you leave it the hell over there.
Honestly,
especially certain movies.
Just get the actors back and add like their variants. Don't acknowledge anything from those movies at all. Honestly, just don't do it.
Yeah.
They were like basically just do what the Suicide Squad did. Like they know each other already. Like,
Yeah, they had a history, but we don't need to see it. It's
Yeah, and as I was saying about Wolverine men, can we please get justice properly done for two characters in particular, Scott Summers and Aurora Monroe?
And Storm.
Yeah, like
Oh yeah, that's her name.
Yeah, like I mean, come on, like
what the hell, man?
No, I mean, like it's just and Jubilee also. Like, I mean, they've teased her like 3 times, done nothing with her. Rogue, they completely just screwed over. It's just yes, Tristan, yes. And I'm telling you, when this dude turns into the Captain America of the X-Men, everyone's gonna say, "Oh, Jacob, you were right." Well, because I know the character and I know the potential. Oh, Jane. That's not Cyclops. He loves Jean, but he's still the leader of the X-Men. I've said it since day one.
Like, he makes tough calls, man.
What
even if
makes Scott Summers respected by even the most powerful mutants isn't that he's powerful, it's who he is. It's like Steve Rogers. He's not the strongest Avenger at all. That goes to Thor or whoever. But it's because he's Steve. That's why people follow him into battle. And that's what I want for Cyclops. And I think this movie, with Doctor Strange, you could see James Marsden basically be that. It's sort of like, King, you'll get this. You know how like Rocky in Power Rangers was always he never filled Jason's boots.
Yeah.
But in the team up that they all did not too long ago, where Rocky was calling the leadership shots, I was like, oh my God, where was this Rocky? That's the leader. So maybe we might get a one-off in Doctor Strange where James Marsden plays a Cyclops that is a leader. And then into the MCU, reboot it, new actor, start fresh. So a lot of potential options there, Anyone want to chime in on that point?
Yeah, I think that what they should do with the X-Men is like
RJ, turn to the left a minute.
You said what? Wait,
turn your head to that way a minute. Other way. Oh yeah, I thought you had a hair strand hanging down. That's nice. Sick.
Oh yeah. But I think that you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that they need to basically like cherry pick, like as you said, is that like cherry pick the best parts of it, because the universe, the Fox universe is just messed up. Like you don't know what the timeline is. Not even writers.
It's as I told you the other day, where I showed that video of that tree being pulled out of the ground and falling over here in the UK. That there's a better storm in that than the Fox X-Men. But carry on.
I was cracking up when you said that. But they just need to keep Michael Fassbender, James McAvoy. Their dynamic was just so good. Like, I mean,
love them too.
It was legendary. Like that, they captured.
They're at the age where it's like they can't do it for how the MCU will want them to do it, kind of thing.
Yeah, and you don't need to recast James McAvoy. You don't need to recast Professor X and McAvoy. Let's just keep it like that. Like bring them back. Put them in the MCU. Now, obviously, with the rest, I mean, just cherry pick the best. Obviously, we're gonna get a new Mystique. Jesus Christ,
bless you, jeez.
Good Lord, get a new Mystique. That's happening. Jennifer Lawrence, she's not coming back. I mean, she didn't like the role.
You don't want her back.
And and just
Shamoon Knight once said.
Shamoon Knight, but they Cyclops. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about Cyclops, that actor, but I mean, that could go either way. Like some of them.
Teller?
Get Miles Teller as a Cyclops?
No, do you want him? Oh, not Miles. No, I think it's somebody else. My bad. Think about Professor X. I mean, not Professor X. Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, I just cherry pick them because
Price Sheridan can come back for a Swan Song, but I recommend. I recommend.
Whose Echo is that?
Echo up in there.
Mute your ending. Jesus Christ. But I just think that because the problem with it was really after Days of Future Past.
How's that? There we go.
Okay. It was really after Days of Future Past, like the writing for some of the characters, like you don't really care for the X-Men, like how it was back in the early 2000s. So they can just cherry pick. But I just say bring back Fassbender and McAvoy and cherry pick the best. I mean, Beast is a wild card. It's whatever Feige decides to do. But
Yeah, I liked it. I like him either way, either actor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yo.
Shapusso.
Shamoon, mate.
Shut the fuck up, Darius.
Right, language.
Hey, language.
Hey, language.
Language.
That's what Darius says off all the time, man. I gotta be honest. I could say some stuff, but it would probably make you cry, so I can't.
Demonetized. That's what it would give me.
Sorry. I'll keep it PG.
He
Keep
didn't
it
say the F
PG.
word.
We keep it PG over here now.
Because I know you guys love that rating so much. I'll keep it PG.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course.
Peacemaker would disagree, but carry on.
I still need to finish that. But yeah, freaking hell. My feed is literally trying its best not to spoil it to me. What happened in the finale, but yeah.
Show is
Well,
amazing.
Shit's amazing. I thought you said shit amazing. And I was
No,
like, what do you
the
mean
show
shit
is-
amazing? Do you have a
show
good
is
poo?
amazing.
Like, what did you mean by that?
No.
No,
I said the show is amazing.
But we were basically saying that instead of just giving the X-Men a full reboot, just cherry pick certain elements from the Fox X-Men
We said this before.
and then soft reboot it in.
Like, just merge the histories together. Like,
See,
just like
if they do that, it's
Just
easier
grab
to
some
kind
questions.
of bring it in with the stuff in Doctor Strange because like it'd be easier to explain it, especially when they're linking it with MCU characters. So
just do a reverse of what they did. Basically, just do a reverse at the end of No Way Home, where instead of forgetting about
Exactly.
the X-Men, everyone
Yeah.
suddenly remembers mutants like they were there the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
just-
I always thought that would be a smart way of doing it because like if I still don't know if the Netflix Daredevil was canon because they have continued that, but perhaps we'll know about their backstory in the MCU in the Daredevil show. So it'll be a separate thing. It won't. That means the series on Netflix is not canon. Then we still don't have a definitive answer, but like with the X-Men, they could just say they were already they existed. It's just that they hadn't got to perspective yet. Because
I think Darius. Oh, okay.
Fantastic Four had like that's. I think that the original Fantastic Four in the comics. I think it was set in the 70s, right? It was
60s
like
60s.
60s.
Yeah.
so
Late
it was
60s,
full on.
early 70s.
It was if they go full on Jack Kirby, then like they could definitely like set it in the 60s, just
yeah,
like
like
with
what
OG.
could
X-Men.
happen is with the Fantastic Four is they go somewhere like they're always going on science like expeditions or whatever. They go somewhere like kind of like what happened with Scott in the Quantum Realm, where like they go somewhere for they think it's like been like a few hours or whatever, but it's really been like 50 plus years. And when they come out, it's like 2020 whatever, and they're in the present day, and they didn't age any. Like you could just do that. Honestly,
this is my theory. Like
All the
I say,
quantum
like
realms,
you can have it where like they were in space when Thanos did the snap, and like that's how they get their powers.
That's a good theory.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, I've actually heard about that. Like,
Or
snap.
any like big cosmic event type thing, or with Wanda, like if something happens in Multiverse of Madness, like maybe that. Like there's so many things you could do.
Yeah, because basically with the whole entire X-Men thing, I think they should leave Wolverine out for a while. Like, I mean,
I agree. I agree 100% with that.
We just got a whole lot of Wolverine, so
it's like as much as I love Wolverine, I didn't know anybody else about the X-Men. Like,
you have
even Magneto and Professor X. Like, it was basically, I think we said it in a couple of streams ago. Wolverine, Professor X, Magneto, Jean, and sometimes Rogue got the most screen time, and then Mystique was just forced in there because of Jennifer Lawrence.
Do you know
what?
I think the whole Wolverine thing, like that, they will introduce. I think they need to do Excalibur because that's a group they've never really touched on. Because X-Men is great to include them, but I think they should kind of bring in other mutant groups to like kind of like Alpha Flight. I think is one they haven't really touched on. Like, why don't they introduce some of these characters? I understand you got to bring in like someone like Professor X first, that stuff to establish them again. But they need to like bring out these other characters, and then get back to Wolverine because we need a bit of a cooldown.
If you do Wolverine, I would like to see like Invaders prequel during World War II, like Cap, Wolverine, the original Human Torch, like those type of characters. Like
I would love to see that. If this was from day one like that, we would have definitely seen that because Feige wanted in the first Avenger, he wanted Hugh Jackman to be in the World War II stuff in that story. And then that would have made it canon that, Wolverine knew Cap in the MCU, but because he was such a big thing for Fox with Wolverine, it was not possible. And it makes sense. It's like putting your most precious thing and putting it into something where it's not going to be that precious. So,
but you know what Feige is really good at, and what the writers over at Marvel are good at, is that they know how to make you care for characters that you don't know about. So the biggest problem with X-Men Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix was that what were fans asking for? They were asking for Wolverine because they didn't care about the other X-Men members. So what you do is you introduce new members. You have Cyclops in there. Make us care for these characters. Have an accurate Storm, comic accurate Storm. So, and then you add in Wolverine later on, and that's a cherry on top because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Because if you immediately add in Wolverine,
no one's gonna care.
No one's gonna care. Like people are gonna be like, "Oh, Wolverine, this and that." And, I love Wolverine, but we need other.
It's kind of like I know they couldn't mean it. They didn't mean to do it like this.
Yeah, it's just how it happened.
Like this, like the way they did the Avengers.
Supposed to be
they didn't have Spider-Man. But if Spider-Man had been there from day one, everyone would have just cared about Spider-Man.
Exactly.
And maybe Iron Man. I mean, Iron Man was great as
Toby would have ran the MCU.
But
exactly, Toby or Andrew would have ran.
Well, the thing is, Toby would have already had a trilogy
fan
canon.
base.
Well, fan base.
And he's definitely the character that would have probably died.
But the way it worked out is we got to know the Avengers first. We got to know the Avengers first, like individually and everything.
Well, the thing is, as well, with Toby being in the MCU from day one, it would have changed so much about the Avengers, and they would have also done more with him, and probably, we could have seen Madam Web by now established
for sure
on like a better scale, not just suddenly we're getting a Madam.
Toby was in there back then when they wanted him. He might be they might be doing like the Miles stuff already.
Oh,
I
reckon
the
that would have
Miles
happened in
stuff.
2017.
I reckon the Miles stuff would have been
that would have been Homecoming probably. That would have been Homecoming would have been.
We would have probably seen a few films already, maybe.
Yeah.
No Way Home. That the principle of it, that would have probably still happened, but maybe they would have been more of like with the Sony Spider-Verse films, like they would have tried to connect it with
like the Shattered Dimensions game with like 2099.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
I mean, they would have probably introduced Spider-Man 2099 and maybe if there was a No Way Home with Miles and you got the other Spider-Man in it, but then 2099 comes through maybe. That would have been quite a cool idea. I still think that will happen. It's just obviously going to happen very differently.
They got to play ball with Sony for the meantime.
Yeah, especially if they want to make sure that happens because that's a big.
Getting back to the X-Men, I definitely want to see, I want to see them be younger because it gives us more time to connect to their characters.
Make it the X-Men evolution
as adults. That's fine for some characters, but I think that Tom Holland's Spider-Man has shown that you can watch a character grow up before your eyes, go from a kid to a teenager to an adult.
Exactly.
It provides a different level of relatability there, and you get to see the whole journey.
It's just like you said, with us growing up with the kids, this will be probably the first time I will probably actually care about Cyclops. That's not X-Men Evolution Cyclops, because let's be honest, he's the most hated X-Men. No one likes Cyclops. It's always been negative with. Every time when you even mention his name or whatever,
you just think of a lot of people think of him as a bitch, especially with the Logan Gene stuff.
And he's done some he's done some bad stuff in the comics, he killed Professor X that one time, and he's done some bad stuff. But
Professor X, but then again, Professor X has done some dirty.
He was possessed. It was a whole thing. Professor X is kind of a jerk too in the comics.
Yeah,
but it's a whole thing.
That's a different stream in itself. Like,
I think like Professor X tries to think for the greater good for most people, but if it really isn't going in his favor, I think he's just a different person. It's like kind of like when he says this, he sees the good in Eric, and then Eric goes to this extreme of the opposite. It's like they're both like a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
So Professor X in the films, though, he's portrayed as a hero rather than a
the only time they tried to like make him like kind of a jerk was Dark Phoenix, and it came out of nowhere. It's like he wasn't acting like this in other movies. Why is he so?
Like, oh, it's your fault. It's your fault you did this. Like even Hank having a go at him. Like it's crazy. Yeah,
I wouldn't have had a problem with it if they established it early. So that's another thing. Like if they're gonna try to give these characters like their comic flaws, so like Cyclops is kind of a dick sometimes, and he's got a controlling. Professor X in the comics he's a really good guy, but he's kind of arrogant. Like if you're gonna do that, you have to establish from day one, like they did with Tony, where he's arrogant. Like in Doctor Strange, he's arrogant. Like you have to establish that from day one. You can't just have it pop up like whenever it's convenient or whenever you feel like it.
Even with Magneto, like Magneto and Professor X, they're the same person. They really are. Like even if Professor X doesn't want to admit it or not, like he's just like Eric or whatever.
That's the whole.
It's kind of like Johnny and Daniel.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of like the Onslaught storyline. Is like they became like one or whatever. They were basically just unstoppable because they were two halves of the same coin already.
Because the thing is that I love about Professor X and Magneto's relationship is like no matter what, they always look out for each other, even if they did something stupid. Like, like if let's just say Magneto happened to get like killed or something like that, guarantee you that Professor X is about to like warp some minds and like to make it like make your life a living hell, and vice versa. Like it's like they care about each other. They're boys, even though they don't agree on everything. So
I think that would be the most like complex like relationship we've seen since Cap and Tony, where they were good friends, but they just had like these ideological differences that just they didn't see eye to eye.
I'm curious, like, because with obviously Wolverine was such a big deal with the Fox X-Men, and he was kind of a leader in the sense like he led the films in a lot of ways. I know the leader of the group is Professor X, and then you got Magneto with his group, but essentially we need like, I'm curious which character is going to be like the heart of the X-Men. Like obviously Wolverine will be around, but are they going to go the route where maybe Rogue is more influenced in the MCU? Because like they didn't do that much with her in the films. Like she had screen time, but they really didn't do enough, especially after the first movie.
I'm glad that you said that, because like Bryan Singer even said it. I think you can like look this up yourself, but like they even said that it was supposed to be Rogue's story, but then like since they started to add new X-Men, and then Wolverine got really, really popular amongst the kids, like they had to switch the whole entire story around to where, and also because they didn't have Captain Marvel because of they own the rights to it. Like they had to switch it to Wolverine because like one, he's popular, and two, like it goes back to not having the rights to all the characters. So
what I think they should do with this is like, I don't think there should be a main, like maybe every movie there's a different main character. So like one of the movies like Cyclops gets the most focus, then another movie like Rogue gets the most focus, and another movie
honestly this is a hot take.
Right time. Perfect. So let me just say that Cyclops is going to be the leader, Rogue's going to be the heart, and Storm's going to have her shine too. That's what we need. Those three.
Yep.
I was just about to say, I think the first movie you should let it be Storm's story or whatever. Like
that would work, especially with Wakanda.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Like, dude, think about this. Like, you can actually see Professor X helping Storm like defeat the Shadow King. We ain't never seen Shadow King on like live, like in the live movie or whatever. I think you should go with that storyline. Like that should be the first movie or whatever with X-Men. Like have like Mr. Sinister like kidnap people, like that's kidnapping people around the continent of Africa or whatever, and you can do it like that. You can have like a little bit of the spiritual side and the physical side, something like that. Can't really explain the movie, but I think you should focus in the first movie. Focus on Storm because like,
Makes sense.
because like I haven't, as much as I like Storm, we hit like even in the cartoons that like they haven't like done anything with her character that much. She only gets like 1 or maybe 2 episodes to herself max.
She's better in most
think
of the games than anything.
She's an Omega level mutant, and like she don't get no respect, bro. Like I think you should. I think the MCU should like talk about Storm and then like Cyclops and then Jean. I think you should save Jean for last because we already know her story way too many times.
I'll be honest. I honestly think Storm has been underpowered a lot in the films. Like I always thought, especially the animated series, like you see the difference in how important and powerful she is, like to the others. Like you said, Omega level.
Alliance, I used to main her because
like she's basically like Thor, but like on steroids.
Yeah, she is kind of
version of Thor.
She's Thor and Black Panther in one. I mean,
she's got like she's got like hurricanes and other stuff like that too. So
she's very powerful, but I just don't think they do enough with her. Like you were saying, King. Totally agree on that. I think it's going to be interesting to see what route they go because obviously the MCU go by a lot of the comics, unlike Bryan Singer who decided to do his own thing.
Yeah.
So this time they've got the guy.
But there's some things where you just saying like, bruh, what are you doing? Like, why is Mystique and Nightcrawler the same age?
What I love about the potential with the MCU X-Men is, like I was saying, Excalibur, seeing Captain Britain, that group. Jubilee is in that group as well. Could we see like more connections throughout? Because I was saying this to Jacob. I'd love to see
Colossus in Deadpool. Would they bring him over as well? I mean,
make the X-Force a thing. Like
the X-Force could,
Domino,
they could if they continue once they've really done the X-Men as well, like or in between that, like now with after the Avengers films, they're expanding to Young Avengers, Dark Avengers, Thunderbolts. With X-Men, you've got X-Men, Excalibur, then you got...
You can actually make Jubilee the main character in X-Men because they did it in the animated series. She was technically the main character, but like without her getting a whole bunch of screen time, like you grew up with Jubilee when she was like with the X-Men. They can go that route too. Like just give me a break
so
from
many great routes.
That's all I'm asking. Like
I think they're really deciding on how to do that because they didn't clearly have that pinpointed apart from with Logan, like what they really wanted with the X-Men, like it was kind of you felt like they kind of made it up in the immediate moment with the way they did certain things.
Yeah, it was literally just Google the next big movie, make the next movie. That's all it was. Like it was just no
it
real.
Didn't seem there wasn't passion like you've
it was
seen.
Just put it out.
I'm trying like look at the Avengers, the way they create that. So much passion goes into that.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but like with Bryan Singer's, it didn't feel passion. It's like we need to get this done. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you want to feel X-Men. You don't want to feel like it's an X-Men.
Because the first 2 movies, like those were X-Men movies. Then like when Singer left for a while, like it was like okay. But then when he came back from First Class, I said like okay, this is an X-Men movie. And then
that was
like,
a great film.
And then when he left again,
I give a lot of credit to Matthew Vaughn for that because he does Kingsman. Like and that was
there you go.
That was a great movie for him to kick off with.
He's done phenomenal, and I like a lot of his films. I'm not surprised when you say Matthew Vaughn.
Yeah,
he's quite underrated, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, Bryan Singer was up and down, but like he at least tried to keep the characters like the characters. At least he tried to. As long as you do that, I'm good. But like when we start going into X-Men 3 and Apocalypse and
I think the direction and what they wanted with Apocalypse and stuff, it was so like you have to make a decision. I don't think they made a strong decision with him.
No, because
it seems like when they negotiated the idea of him and including him, they were really not sure on how to give him a strong enough arc. And doing it with the way they've already made the X-Men, like I think they've already pooped it with what they'd done prior. So then it's made it
No
harder for
offense to
them.
Oscar, but he was not the right person to play Apocalypse, in my opinion.
I don't
If
think
it-
it was his fault necessarily.
No, I'm
You know
just
what?
saying.
Tell it
like,
was him.
It's kind of like the same thing with it's like Michael B. Jordan's Torch, and then
Yeah.
he became Killmonger. It's like sometimes
Agreed.
it might not be the
Yeah.
story like great. It's not
I'm not
necessarily
I'm not blaming him. Like
Oh,
the
no,
person
That
that
movie from
I would have
Top was a shit
picked,
show.
but he passed away. I would have had Michael Clark Duncan as Apocalypse, bro. If he was still alive.
Dude, that would have been fantastic casting.
Him as
'Cause-
Kingpin was quite funny, but he did a good
Yeah.
job. It
'Cause,
wasn't
like-
like, oh, he's just a big.
Well,
Yeah,
you know what they
dude,
should have done? They should have did like the Thanos route. It seemed like they were trying to make the costume design around Oscar Isaac.
Yeah.
They just had him do the voice because he could probably do the.
Do you know
do
what?
the voice
That's
for
and then they could like with Josh Brolin, it was his voice, but they obviously altered it very slightly. But because they were trying to humanize Thanos so much, they did it so effectively. So you felt Thanos he's an Eternal, but he's got that human side to him. With Apocalypse, they should have done that. That would have been
I'm
so
sorry,
effective.
like no offense to Oscar, Apocalypse is a trash talker. Apocalypse like insults you while he's beating the hell out of you. Like I didn't get nothing from that. Like
I mean, there's always Marvel have this way of second chances. I look
yeah,
at
that's
the-
what I'm saying.
look at
Like
Moon
I'm not
Knight.
blaming him.
I mean,
I'm just saying like
if there is to be deaths in Multiverse of Madness, I'm just saying Fan Four Stick, Fox X-Men. And I even got to a point in the other stream where I was like, you know what, the Fox X-Men really is that bad. Just bring them all over and kill every single one of them.
Oh.
because
Well,
I'm just saying like
it does-
Apocalypse is a bona fide trash talker. He don't care about your feelings. He makes fun of you while he's beating you up. Like I didn't get nothing from Oscar.
All he cares about is Quaker Oats. That's
Yeah.
it.
No, Apocalyptic Oats.
Yes. Dude,
Oh.
Apocalypse is so petty, bro. He made fun of an old lady, dog. Like he turned a woman old and then he like started like making fun of her, bro. I'm like, yes. Apocalypse is basically an asshole, bro. Like
Yeah, how do you guys think? Because I really like what they did. Because I rewatched the Deadpool films not long ago, and they're actually great. They're so funny.
oh yeah,
You don't-
Deadpool.
I don't need to take them too seriously. They're just fun watches. But I was thinking about Cable because obviously he's more in like the series as well. He's very involved with the
Oh,
X-Men.
you know
He's-
Deadpool's going to mention something about him when he's brought over. Just
And
bring him
Thanos,
over.
think-
yeah.
I think with Cable, like, because obviously Brolin can still play him because obviously Thanos isn't around. But even if he was back in some sort of form, flashbacks, whatever, prequel, younger Thanos, he could still do it. And with Cable, like, I'm actually excited to see him involved in the MCU because, like, imagine what they could do with him. And there's so many X-Men characters they haven't really touched on.
And you could
like,
set
in the
up
way one.
another version of Days of Future Past, like another version, but you could set up Bishop properly. You could use the
Yeah.
Ultron program to set up the Sentinels. Like there could be a really
Yeah.
good long-term story there.
See, they can do the Days of Future Past story, like say
Actually,
like okay, let's just say that Wanda just wipes out everything, and like they can go the Days of Future Past route, and you have Cable and Bishop like fighting Apocalypse in the future, because that's basically the real story right there. Like,
Yeah, Hope Summers and all that's
It would be
Yeah.
cool to see Cable do that again.
Also,
and
with
in
Cable
that
and
form.
Deadpool 2, it looks like the future stuff that was shot, it looks like that was Days of Future Past-esque, if you know what I mean. Like, it looked like...
Yeah.
Cinematography wise,
Hmm.
yeah.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you're gonna do the X-Men, make Apocalypse the main villain, but you have to hint it. Don't give us Apocalypse and then just expect us to say like, "Hey, Oscar, you're
Oh, yeah,
Apocalypse."
before I go and clean my plate, that's another thing. That is literally the Fox X-Men summed up to a T. It's just, okay, here's this.
villain-
Next
the
movie,
villain
here's
just shows
this.
Yeah, that's the
Next
thing,
movie, here's
isn't it?
this. It's like, whoa, slow, whoa,
I think-
whoa.
I think
Slow
the
you.
MCU is the perfect place for X-Men, like, because
Yeah.
they are gonna handle the characters how you'd want it. And I think
Yeah.
the fact that it is funny because the fact that Fox screwed the pooch in a lot of ways,
Yeah,
actually
They
going to
sure
make
did.
it more enjoyable for when they do it right with the MCU.
I mean,
because
Fox
I can
basically showed them what not to
believe
do.
that
So
like when they do the Phoenix saga, like they're gonna hint us the Phoenix when it's supposed to happen. X-Men 2, as much as I know it's one of the best X-Men movies, that it was too early for that. Like it was way too early for that. Like, wait a minute.
I agree.
Why,
Well,
like why
the
is-
problem is that they skipped so much story with the first one as well. They jumped right in. You know,
The
Yeah.
thing is, it's good to jump in, but with X-Men, it's like Avengers.
Yeah.
You have to build it up. Like the
Yeah.
structure for Fox
yeah,
yeah,
X-Men
you
wasn't
can't tell
great.
me mutants exist and all this stuff in the same movie. It's like, well, hold on, bro, what's going
that's
on?
why we
Yeah.
have First Class. First Class did it
Yeah.
good. That's why I like First
Yeah,
Class.
because I was like looking at X-Men 2, it's like overall good movie, great movie. Suggest you should go watch it. But like no, on that last part, I was like, no, why is Gene Phoenix forcing like that? No.
And we
They
had already
hint
saw
to-
Gene for like one movie too. That was
Yeah,
stupid.
Yeah,
They
but
didn't
this
hint
is
to
where
it.
the
They didn't
X-Men stuff
build
is
up to
from,
it.
and I can't believe that they did it a second time, man. A second time.
They did it even worse the
Right?
second time. Just a plot hole. But yeah,
Hang on. They set it up, like they tease it a little bit, right? In X-Men 2. They tease it a little bit. You're thinking, oh god, this is setting up something about the future. Oh my god. And it's paid off literally by the end of the movie. You're thinking, but you haven't earned the right to do this yet because you've only just set it up. And then they do it again with Apocalypse. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How are you making the same mistake twice?
It's like you're gonna Phoenix
Like,
Force
last stand, it
Apocalypse.
was.
I have a word for you. Fox.
No,
'Cause
you
I
know,
was
no,
like-
no. I have another word for you. You know what it is? Incompetence. Pure and utter incompetence.
Because you're telling me
For God's sake.
like Apocalypse, basically the most powerful mutant right now, and you're gonna Phoenix Force this dude? I don't believe it. I mean, Gene is powerful. Don't get me wrong, but like,
Do you know what it is?
So-
It's you're telling me this, and I don't believe you. You've done a
Yeah.
poor
and then
job
you
of
know,
making
and
me
then
think
and
you
then it's not
actually
just
believe
that you
this.
contradicted yourself a movie later because at the beginning of Dark Phoenix, you had her get the Phoenix Force. So what the hell did she use in Apocalypse? That
It's
wasn't
like-
the Phoenix Force.
Hopes and dreams.
cause Apocalypse, like you're telling me that Apocalypse is scared of Gene? Like, no, I don't believe
No.
it. I don't like. I don't.
Apocalypse ain't scared of nobody. He's the first mutant. He ain't scared of no one.
He's
He's not
essentially supposed to be like more Thanos in that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm
They should have
saying.
treated him more like a Thanos. Like they didn't give him that treatment. So
You can give him that treatment. They treat him like he was Mr.
They didn't give-
Sinister.
They
No,
didn't give anybody that treatment. No one. That's the thing about no one. Like these big events didn't feel like big events.
do you know
It
what
just felt
Fox?
It
the
felt
way
like literally just a kid was like, okay, no, you know what it is? I'm going to Google the biggest 5 X-Men storylines. Yeah, let's just do those.
Do you know what? That's how I feel, Jacob. With the way they treated Apocalypse, it felt like
Ha!
a singular film.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't feel like you know when you go to see that in the cinema. Like, let's say when we saw Infinity War, oh my God, Thanos is coming. You didn't feel Apocalypse was coming when you saw
No.
X-Men
It
Apocalypse.
just shows
You
up.
didn't feel
That's what I
that.
mean. The
Oh
Phoenix
shit,
saga.
he's here. He's finally here.
Like,
There's no
the
build up.
Dark Phoenix stuff is literally the Infinity Saga of the X-Men. Like, you got to get to that. Like, even
Yeah.
the Flashpoint stuff for Flash.
I mean,
sorry.
why they haven't this Fox saga? It's not even like
yeah,
I mean, when you compare the structure to Marvel Studios, it's actually phenomenal. It reminds you of DC, like the Fox X-Men structure. It's like DC, like the way they effed up so
Mhm.
much. I don't think it will be Flashpoint. Like, I don't think Flashpoint's going to be
No, it won't be that bad.
bad like previous stuff, but I don't think it's going to be.
Sorry, Darius.
I don't think they can get any worse.
not.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like going back to the main
can't get
point, I'm
worse
just
than
glad it's
Dark
back in
Phoenix,
the MCU.
though.
Oh god.
And by-
bro.
Where it
By the
belongs,
way-
Shamoon, where it belongs.
2 hours of
By
my
the way,
life.
Dark Phoenix is
Where it
not
belongs,
supposed to
mother.
be. Dark Phoenix is supposed to be worked like worked on. Like it's supposed to be like 3, like basically either like you got the regular Phoenix, and then you got the Dark Phoenix, and then you got Apocalypse. You don't do Apocalypse
See,
here.
that's the thing.
and
If
then-
this was like an X-Men film in the MCU, they would have treated each storyline like Dark Phoenix Apocalypse like it's an Avengers film, an ensemble.
Yeah.
yeah,
It felt too much like a singular thing. That's what
Yeah.
underwhelmed me. There should be way more to this. Like, it's not a singular freaking movie.
If
Like,
it wasn't
the
for the
Wolverine
character
2013
Joe
film
and Charles, like
felt
there's
more
a lot of
exciting
things.
than X-Men Apocalypse. It should be the other way around.
And this is what I was saying the other day: is that on sorry, throat. Each X-Men film on its own, even Origins, I'll stand by it. Even Origins, there's something in the movie that is good. There's something in it that is good, but as a collective unit, it just doesn't work. And it's not for the same reasons that the DC way doesn't work. It's just, I mean, incompetence, but they're just a dysfunctional mess. They don't know what they're doing. But Fox X-Men, it's just they decided to take a formula, change it, reset the formula, screw it up again, then want to reset it again. It's like, well, you can't do that. Like, you can only reset it so
Make your
many
mind
times.
up.
Yeah, make your mind up. Go all in or don't go in at all. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Go all in.
That's what I was
All
thinking.
in. And with Phoenix, I think it was just the final nail in the coffin where they were like, yeah. Because even before that, I hate to bring up bad memories for us all. Fan Four Stick, that was like Fox's arrogance.
Ew.
Yeah. Ooh, no, not ooh. You mean right? That was basically Fox's arrogance saying, "Hey, no, we're still going to do it. I don't care if the MCU's booming.
No,
we're going to do
why
it."
that movie exists? The movie
And it
Fan
sucked.
Four Stick exists because they had to put out a Fantastic Four movie every couple, like, part of the contract is they had to put it out every like 10 years or something.
Yeah,
Otherwise the rights would have gone back. So
and they did.
they'd be like, we're gonna make this movie.
Going back anyway.
That's why Sony keeps
Imagine
making
if the
Spider-Man movie
rights.
every 2 years.
Imagine if they didn't make
know,
that
like,
film
The Force
and the rights just
Awakens
went back to Marvel Studios. That would have been amazing.
You know, like The Force Awakens opens up with Poe talking to Lor San Tekka, and he says, "This will begin to make things right." That's this X-Men reboot thing. We're now gonna make this right, and because this is what makes me feel even better about it. Is Kevin Feige, and I think this is why No Way Home worked with Toby and Andrew, is he's worked on all these Marvel films way back to the early thousands.
Yeah.
So if anyone knows how to handle it fully, it'll be him.
He's been there.
He
Yeah.
knows
He
what
was
he's
like
doing.
an assistant on the X-Men and even I think Spider-Man. He was very low in the chain, had no power in that way.
This is his revenge because they didn't listen to him back then. They didn't listen to him. He's getting revenge.
I mean, he was feeding Hugh comics because Bryan Singer wasn't going by any of them. It's amazing that Feige was trying to get.
What would you
all
prefer?
that going
Yellow
from day one.
spandex? Yes, we would prefer yellow spandex.
Oh yeah, finally. Can we get the comic accurate
Can we
suits?
get the
Thank
comic
you!
book, please?
That's what I'm saying. Like, as much as, like I said, as much as I
That's
like
another
Bryan
black-
Singer,
That
Oh,
black leather
God.
shit just ain't working for me no more, bro.
No,
Sorry.
that's
This is
another
not
problem.
the
Hold
way.
on. I need to take soda. Sorry, those lads. Those costumes. No. Like the ones that they put at the end of Apocalypse, right there, and then you go back to these like yellow, grungy looking dollar store clothes. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
You go from that to the Apocalypse suits. You don't go from the Apocalypse suits to that.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
That's another issue.
I liked it Bryan Singer as the director, but like I just didn't like the fact that he'll ignore like blatant source material. Like, it's
That's a
blatant.
big red flag.
I was like, okay, why are we gonna ignore the fact that Mystique? And it's just the pet peeve, man. Why is Mystique and Nightcrawler the same age?
I think the only character out of the whole Fox X-Men timeline, if you can call it a timeline, disjointed mess, that has
Whatever it is.
comic accurate, and they don't have to always be comic accurate. I mean, most MCU characters
At least
it's-
make it
it's
look
comic-
somewhat like it. It has to
It's
resemble it.
comic inspired by. Like Hawkeye's only just getting his like comic-y kind of stuff now,
Mm.
and that doesn't
It
always
is very
translate
practical.
well. Like with the Electro Starfish, and then Hawkeye's like weird helmet, but they're giving him half
Mysterio
of that.
fishbowl.
They,
Yeah.
they gave Electro the star, but like the lightning.
Yeah,
But
I love
where
that.
you screw yourself is Magneto is probably the only one that has a consistent kind of costume across the movies.
Yeah.
Everyone else is
Yeah.
just like latex, spandex, random stuff, oatmeal.
Oh, here's
and
another
that's
thing.
usual.
They gave him one of the a comic inspiration suit at the end of First Class.
Oh,
But the
that
next one
was-
they go away with it. They do it something else. Stupid.
Yeah,
I hate
They're
when they
gonna-
do that. It's
Why?
ridiculous, man.
Why?
it's like that's what I'm just saying. That was just my pet peeve about Bryan. Like, Bryan, you're a good storyteller, but when it just comes to comics, when it comes to comics and like just following the mold, no. What are you doing, man? This is not. I don't believe it.
This is not the way.
This is not the way.
Oh, you said that in sync. Hell yeah.
No Way Home.
But yeah,
I can't
going
wait for
forward-
the reboot to happen because the Days of Future Past one, like, it broke my heart because it was a reboot that worked so well. It undid all the mistakes. It was a perfect celebration of the movies. And it wasn't like it was taking a giant steaming pile of shit all over the movies that came before it. It still integrated them and said, okay,
and
they
then
happen,
we got Apocalypse and Dark
but we're
Phoenix.
rebooting it. You're like, okay, oh, this is cool. We can work with this. And then we get Apocalypse.
And then Dark Phoenix.
And then Dark Phoenix. And then New Mutants, which no one really gives a fuck about.
New
Yeah,
Mutants,
But Bryan
I think
Singer
that-
basically said, like, hey,
Actually,
might as well Days of Future
we don't need
Past.
to know about New Mutants. No, we don't need to know about it.
I
It's
think the
done.
only thing about
Finished.
New Mutants that would actually work is the one, the character that
I want to get as far away from
Anya
the
Taylor
podcast.
Joy played.
Yeah, Magic. Magic.
Magic.
Was cool.
That's the only character I think you can actually. The rest was so unnecessary. It felt like a
Here's
side
what you do.
story.
You stick to our original plan of James and Michael. The rest of it we don't need to know about. It's just dead in the water. Don't even put New Mutants in Marvel Legacy. Put it in Marvel Offcuts. Like put it in the section that no one's
Offcuts.
gonna
And the story
put it
and
over
the
there.
story and the stories
just
that
keep
we
it on
need to
Hulu.
bring in.
Don't
The
keep
stories
it
that
anywhere.
we need to bring in for this going forward for this new MCU X-Men is
Yeah.
make Apocalypse the main villain, but it's in the future. Like that in the future. We don't need him.
You can
We don't
do
need
like
him.
a
We don't need him in the
variant
middle
of
of the story. We just need him in the future. Okay, like you know,
Uh-huh.
he's the main. He's the main villain.
Like you can
You
get
can,
away with
like, you-
literally a couple of X-Men movies of them just fighting each other, or Senator Kelly, or the Sokovia Accords being renamed the Registration Act, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Don't have to
Yes.
go for the big villains right away. You could set them up.
Yes,
That's what
set
they
it
need to
up.
do with the X-Men.
Oh my god!
Slow
Could you
build.
imagine? On a quick side note, could you imagine MCU movie marathons now?
Oh,
Good luck
Oh,
to you.
Wait,
Good luck to whoever
Wait,
does those.
imagine an MCU movie marathon
look at King's
In-
face.
in 10 years' time. 10 years' time.
I'm sorry. His face.
Imagine if we had like 60 projects to watch.
Including the shows as well.
Yeah, so that includes the show, maybe 70, because they're pushing out so much each phase. And King's
It's gonna
right.
take a whole week. It's gonna take a whole
Bro,
week.
it'll
to get
take
through.
you a fucking month.
Take more than a month.
Yeah,
Think
if you're
about
making
it like
those
this.
well,
If you
I'll
have a
do
life,
it.
we need to-
More.
we just
if you have
need
a
to do-
life,
do
though,
it.
you have other things to do, so you're not going to be able to watch.
I'll just
like-
make an oatmeal as well, so he's got a double.
This is what we
exactly,
need to
bro.
do.
I mean, come on, the oatmeal's important.
This is how the X-Men universe needs to be. Leave Wolverine on the side. Like I think we all agree that we want to break the.
I don't care if Wolverine, he's scratchy. No, you leave. Sorry, this is where the X-Men fans that actually know their shit are going to start to lay
Leave
the
him on the side. We
you
don't
keep
need
him
Wolverine
at
for a
the-
while.
no, you keep him to the
I
side,
just want to bring this up quickly. I
right
know
to the side.
this.
Then you bring him in.
I know there was like a rumor like a good few years ago about Daniel Radcliffe as
Ugh.
No,
Wolverine, but they're
Woo!
saying there's a rumor
Harry
going
Potter?
around about Multiverse Madness. Yeah, Daniel Radcliffe. I still and Taron Egerton, who played Eggsy in
That
Kingsman,
makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I like
and
that.
Scott
I
Eastwood,
actually like that.
Keanu. There was a few, but basically
Keanu.
there
okay,
was
I can get
Tom
behind
Hardy
Keanu
was a-
Reeves, but
There was a
I
recent
refuse to
one.
give over a Harry Potter. No.
there was a
I
recent
want
one
Teron. I think Teron
um,
Egerton would be
saying
a
he
good
was
one.
going to appear as a Wolverine variant. And I know you guys said we all want to see Wolverine in Doc Strange, but what would you do if a Daniel Radcliffe fucking variant showed up?
I'll laugh.
I'd be like,
my ass
hell
off.
yeah.
I will laugh.
I think
I'll
it
it.
depends how he
Crack up.
looks and how he sounds. Because if he's convincing, I'm gonna be more
I mean,
I mean,
excited.
if it's
than
good,
shocked.
if it's good,
never
I'm not
know.
gonna be mad.
Hey man, Heath Ledger made everybody. He doubted everybody. So
You
I'm
never
just
know.
saying.
If
And
because that's the
RJ,
thing,
you weren't
never
saying earlier on about the
doubt an
British
actor in the
dudes.
way they play. Because I doubted the guy they
Yeah,
cast
I said it.
for
British dudes know how to play comic book characters. They have it
I
down
mean,
pat.
Will
You know what?
Poulter.
I'll give him a chance. I can give him a chance.
Yeah,
I can
listen,
give him a
Will
chance.
Poulter is playing
Bravo.
Adam Warlock, and he is
I'll give him a
British.
chance.
And I saw
Oh,
this
he's gonna
kid
knock
from
it
the
out of the
Millers.
park.
Dudes.
He's
He
gonna knock
was
it out of
from,
the park.
this kid is from the Millers. He's bulked up like a freaking like he's had
Yeah,
the super serum
Jesus.
now.
Guys,
He literally looks like he's had steroids. He's that bulked up now. He makes
jacked.
he makes people like me and I don't know whoever likes going to gym a lot feel like a fucking ant. Like he's
I
jacked.
guess so.
Not me.
You know.
I mean, he makes RJ feel
Let's
even smaller.
Let's give him a chance.
Okay, I see how it is. Dang.
Yinka,
It's
how
not
do you
my
feel
first-
about
It's not my first take.
Yinka, how do you feel about this Wolverine variant situation? If you saw yourself as Wolverine, imagine Yinka as Wolverine.
Yo,
I'm
he is.
Yinkarine.
Scott
Yo,
Eastwood.
Shamoon,
Scott
you're
Eastwood
right. He's
is
jacked.
is my choice.
He is.
Scott
No,
Eastwood.
no,
Scott
he
Eastwood.
is
Clint
jacked.
Eastwood's son.
Will
Scott
Poulter
To be
is
fair,
jacked.
He makes
would actually do
Shamoon
good.
look small. And we know how
No,
Shamoon
he
is.
is. He
No,
trust
he would
me,
do
he's
good.
probably bigger than me. I'm not the biggest guy.
Yeah, Scott Eastwood has the Wolverine look. For sure.
Or is that
I
beard
think
he
the
put
look matters, but I don't know him as an actor. He's a bit shit as an actor. I'll be honest.
Who?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in
Scott
many
Eastwood?
movies.
Scott Eastwood, he was
He was the
trash
worst
in
part
Fast
of
and Furious.
what's that?
It's like-
yeah.
Jacob,
Oh,
I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah.
you can
that
vouch
was-
for that.
As far as
It's
the
like they-
Wolverine,
it's like
I
the-
think they should just go
Well,
X-23.
Well, yeah.
he comes
Scott
off very
Eastwood just
annoying.
felt like they
he
threw him
comes
in the
off very
film because they
annoying.
needed a blue-eyed guy because they didn't have Paul Walker. That's how I felt. Like just
He's
throw
got
him
a
this
Yeah,
guy.
you know
point.
what?
He's got a
You know what?
point.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Shut up a minute. I'm just gonna instill some nuance here. That is basically what they even gave him a blue car. I was like,
Like, excuse my
Replacement
language. but
Brian?
Fuck off. Do
Anybody?
not disrespect Paul Walker. Like
yeah.
that.
I mean,
That's a
don't get me wrong.
goat,
I
man.
wouldn't mind seeing him again though. But I think the thing is with him though, the actor, he needs like with John Cena, he needs a role that really cements him in that kind of
Exactly.
way. Because I haven't seen him in one yet. He was all right in Pacific Rim.
Oh.
He was all right in Fast 8, but
Imagine if you played Cyclops. Imagine him, Scott Eastwood as Cyclops, because people already hate Cyclops. They just hate him.
I
even more.
swear to God, let's not bring up. But I'm just gonna change the background again.
Gene.
I don't give a frog's fat ass. Okay, this is the leader of the frickin' X-Men. Okay, Scott frickin' Summers. I will die. I'm telling you. Just take a picture right
He's
now.
dying on the hill.
Clip this. No, I'm going full screen. Screw you, lot.
I'm not gonna lie, but we do need to
He
see
said
a
screw you, lot.
I'm telling you,
representation.
Cyclops is that dude. You can come back to this part of the stream 10 years from now when Kevin Feige's like, you know what? I'm going to change him from a little Boy Scout into a leader.
Gene.
Wait, how do you guys feel about
You know
Tom
what?
Hardy? Fucking hell, Jacob! I dropped my what's it because you did that. I literally had one. He did that.
Before you were rudely interrupted by
Trauma now.
somebody breathing on the mic. What were
You
you
just called
saying?
my
Shamoon?
what's it. You gotta say sorry.
He was
He's
asking
cocky
it,
now.
how you feel about Tom Hardy gonna
Oh,
play
he could pull it off.
Wolverine.
If he wasn't Venom, he would pull it off Wolverine very easily.
No,
Oh,
I like Cyclops. I always thought he was like
Not
when
just
I was
'cause
a
he's
kid,
British,
I
too.
I
thought
think
that
Tom
was
Hardy
good.
would be great as Wolverine, but it's just Sony were like, hey, no, you can't do that. But multiverse though.
I mean,
Who would you
Why
cast as Cyclops now?
There's a channel that did a good shout. They basically recasted all the X-Men. Brilliant video. Let me find it. Let me just find it.
Yeah, if Tom Hardy's not playing Venom, I honestly wanted him as
Oh,
Wolverine
fuck
because he's the height as well, and he can bulk up like you saw with Bane. I want like a short,
yes.
bulky as fuck like Wolverine. I mean, he was
Actually,
great.
I can believe Tom
What a
Hardy
shame,
being
but-
like the next Wolverine.
There's a channel. He said Arnie Hammer.
Well,
Isn't there some
before all
controversy
his
about
stuff
him? though?
happened, yeah. Darius
Oh,
was
I
talking
can't
about
remember what exactly, but
Yeah.
Hang on, hold the reel it in. Wait, is there like bad shit around him?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, I take it back then. Bollocks.
It's so
What
bad.
you
They
mean?
But
wanted
the
all-
thing
they
is,
wanted
I could
scenes
see
cut
that.
out from his
I could see
recent
what you
movie.
mean with Arnie Hammer though. There was also Henry Cavill a while ago, but he's definitely not going to be Wolverine because he's Captain Britain or he's
Yeah.
going to be like Hyperion or something. I can
Yeah,
imagine.
yeah. You need to give him like a cosmic or a strong role.
I'm,
Like a
I'm
really
sorry, but
Even
like,
if he's
I just
Superman
can't
in the
see
MC, make it happen.
I can't see Henry Cavill as like Wolverine in my personal opinion. He just looks too nice. You feel me?
I would.
mean,
Don't bring up that movie, Juliana.
If you have like a British Wolverine, I still
I
think.
Well,
imagine
technically,
Jacob
he's from.
If you bulk me up,
Australia.
Marvel, I'm just saying, British dudes. I'm just saying.
listen, hey,
don't
if you
forget,
want,
Wolverine
you
is
want-
Canadian. Never
if you want
forget that.
a BB Wolverine, which is a British brown Wolverine,
Okay.
you hit me up. You hit me up. You know where I am.
Canada.
There you go. I mean, us British dudes, get us in the X-Men. I mean, come on.
But no, he's
Nah,
Canadian.
you
so
Brits
who
have
would be
enough.
the
You
best
guys have
choice?
enough MCU roles. You have enough.
We can
he's-
have Darius as Spike.
If he's
Yeah,
Canadian, let's make Ryan Reynolds Wolverine.
Oh God. No.
Now, didn't
Wait,
that
who
one
was-
didn't that one person in Omegle say Ryan?
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Somebody did say that.
I was trying to click this. Karen, sorry.
Somebody did say that.
Yeah, so
Ryan Reynolds for Batman. They said it'll be a better. Oh yeah, somebody said that Ryan Reynolds would be a better Batman than Robert Pattinson.
Oh yeah.
That's just wrong.
That's
I'm
way
trying to
better than
forget
what
about
people-
that, by the way.
I've still got that.
I walked away. I left the room.
Ryan Reynolds is better than. Oh God, get out, please.
Yeah,
That's like saying.
He's not even a better actor.
That's
I
like
love
saying
Ryan
Hugh
Reynolds,
Jack-
though.
That's like saying Hugh Jackman would be a better Deadpool than Ryan Reynolds. It's like equally dumb. That's crazy.
How about
bro.
this?
Not the way.
This is not the way.
I laughed because I was like already laughing at what you were saying, and then you just interrupted Darius with that. I was not ready.
I
for
didn't
that.
mean to. I really didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Darius. I was trying to click
It
the.
was so funny, 'cause Darius was trying to.
Well,
I
that
listened to
literally just
Darius.
let
I was
me
actually trying to
count
listen to him finish.
There we go. Back to the point. Back to the point.
Oh, this is gold. This is gold, bro.
No, but it's just exciting times ahead for the X-Men and the MCU anyway. You know, I think we are in a state where I think because there's been some time since the X-Men and now we've recovered from, well, I wouldn't say fully
It's
recovered.
been like four,
Yeah, we
it's
sure
been like
ain't.
4 or 5 years. It's been like 4 or 5 years, right?
Dark
Since
Phoenix was
Since Logan, yeah.
2019. I think.
Yeah, that's a. Wait.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
How come it feels so far away?
It came out after Endgame. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, which isn't far away, but I want to be as far away from that.
I
part
think
of their, like,
2025 is going to be the time you'd start to see like the legit projects for mutants announced because they won't announce them
I mean,
officially.
you'll get to a space where they'll start teasing, like they'll start name dropping, like Colonel Stryker.
Well, I think they're going to
When you
build
hear those names, that's when you know.
because
Oh, yeah.
Deadpool's already around. I think they're going to set up Deadpool. They're going to set up. Sorry, I just
Hey,
think
Harry Potter got.
I just think they're going to set up the X-Men better this way because what the MCU will do, especially Feige, is he will introduce the characters one by one, perhaps, or a few of them at a time. Then you get to the X-Men film, call it Mutants, whatever the fuck you want, because they want to change the name apparently because all this diversity bullshit. Doesn't matter. We know them as X-Men. We're not going to call them the Mutants. We're not edgy like that. You know, let's just keep it the X-Men, not
Not
X-Woman.
edgy like that.
You know, just all these idiots are trying to talk about as rubbish. Anyway, they introduce them one by one.
The point of the X-Men.
It's X-Men, people. X-Men.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
X-Woman.
but the whole
as
theme of
freaking,
X-Men is challenging
J-Law.
social commentary and shit.
J-Law
So,
said.
you know, they don't
They
understand.
mean men as in mankind. Like, come on, people.
But
Mankind.
and by the way, most of the top X-Men people,
Women.
strongest people are women. Just throw it out there. But
Grey,
you know,
Rogue,
whatever.
Storm.
What Chandler said is stupid.
Yeah, so it's not like women get underpowered or anything. I mean, look, even in the MCU, you don't have that problem. Wanda, you got Captain
I mean, yeah,
Marvel.
Wanda's front and center.
Yeah,
Wanda
Wanda's
is
gonna
like
be
the most
Wanda's
powerful
gonna be the
mutant.
reason for all of this.
She's arguably not only more powerful than Thanos, but essentially the biggest threat. To
You
the
know, maybe
to
Cap was
Marvel.
actually very right because thank you, Steve Rogers. You gave us the X-Men.
Do you know the Weapon X stuff? They need to introduce that more and more.
Juicy
And
boy.
I think that Falcon and the Winter Soldier were trying to slowly build up to
Allude
that.
to that,
I
yeah.
mean, once we hear Stryker, once we hear
Senator
Weapon
Kelly.
X, once we hear Senator Kelly, once we hear anything, even the idea of adamantium, just hearing adamantium, you know they're coming.
What if they take vibranium and then they say they get like one of the smart characters? This is reformed vibranium. And it's
John
said to be-
Walker,
and it's
he
said
was
to be 10
aging.
times stronger than vibranium is.
he gets an adamantium shield, meaning if they introduce that early, then that means here we go. We're gonna have Wolverine.
Look-
It will
look
come
for
in
that
a-
in-
for the name drops, people.
Look for that in Black Panther too, because Shuri could be talking about it. Like, in a
Yeah.
like,
If that is
so-
how they create it, through, I would like that concept because it would be smart. Because
Yeah.
You also got
the whole
you
even
thing
also
though-
have to watch out.
from
You also
Vibranium.
have to watch out for Zemo though
I
too.
mean, even
Like
though-
Zemo is
Even though by definition,
It would all tie into
vibranium
Thunderbolts.
and adamantium are the same thing, because
Yeah.
of the Fox Sony incompetence and the rights and the BS, the best way to do it is you use the Sokovia Accords to set up the Mutant Registration Act. You use vibranium to set up adamantium. Like, this is like, oh, so we got you that vibranium stuff you got in Wakanda. Yeah, someone got a hold of that. This is said to be 10 times stronger, and it's adamantium.
You know what?
And
Maybe Sharon.
Stryker-
Maybe it
Stryker
was Sharon.
infiltrates
and she
Wakanda.
told it to Stryker. Maybe Sharon, the power
Oh.
broker,
That's how you.
I
bring
think
it
she's
in.
definitely on
Yes.
something.
the Stryker.
because what you
She's in
can
the government now.
do. I like what Jacob says. Like, what if they use what if the government uses their own superheroes to infiltrate Wakanda? Like, they get a couple of agents up in there, steal some of the adamantium.
Sorry, I thought you said. Sorry, I got to hold up for a second. I thought you said Asians, but I know you said agents.
What?
You said agents, but it sounded like you said Asians. So I
That
was
was a
like,
Chris
wait,
Bell
what?
thing the other week.
It just sounded funny.
But yeah, like something around the lines. But you know, it's okay.
But, like, I like that idea, them creating something. It will come to the government, like, especially with the Avengers stuff and all the
If they-
craziness with Thanos and
That's
cosmic
good for
threats. How are they
Wakanda's
going to
art
deal with
too.
it?
That's good for Wakanda's art, because then, like, what if somebody, like, if Wakanda's stuff keeps getting stolen, they can be like, what if we were right to, like, hide ourselves away from the world? Like, what
Yeah.
if we
So you go
Yeah.
down that, you open
First
that
time.
Pandora's box.
Yep.
Good
Right.
story.
Now-
You basically
The-
have
the
invasions
moral
to
dilemma
introduce the X-Men. You have Armor Wars to introduce the X-Men. So
Yeah, Secret
That's
Invasion
the
might as
moral
well.
dilemma
There's rumors that the character that Amelia Clark is playing could be a mutant. Like, we don't know. We still don't know who she is.
I heard that as well, Darius.
She could be a mutant.
Hmm.
yeah. So
Wouldn't be
Well,
shocked.
I
They're
guess
keeping
we
her,
can.
they're keeping her character on the wraps for a reason. So.
Yeah, they really are.
I guess we can like go ahead and transition since it's been like an hour since we talked about MCU.
Mm.
So we're going to be talking about some Cobra Kai theories a little bit.
And
And
also, just before, sorry to cut you off, King. There has been a resurgence in some very weird theories lately. Yeah, I'll just say.
My
that.
mother
Say
is
the
Julie
least.
Pierce.
Hang on, let's let King read out there.
Oh,
Let's let
no.
King read out.
You know, a lot of the fandom have seen it now. Like, they've caught up to it, and a lot of people are like laughing at that theory. That's like saying RJ is my
My
son.
brother.
That's how stupid the theory is.
RJ's my brother.
That's like saying King is your dad, Jacob. That's like the
Thank you, my
theory.
sensei.
That's like saying that. It's like it makes no freaking sense. I mean, you just
Look
have to
at the color,
at it.
mofos.
Okay,
That's
here's a
one-
lesson. Here's a
that's
lesson
one
in how
thing.
how color works. Okay, a white lady and a black man. We
When
saw
we say
Kenny's.
it's-
If we saw Kenny, if we didn't see Kenny's father, it could be a
Yeah,
possibility.
it could be up in the air, but I mean, let's just be
We
real.
saw
Like,
his dad.
When
You
they
look
say
at his
something-
dad.
Kenny's
When they say
dad,
things
and I
aren't
say
always
this in context. This is in context.
hey,
And we
Yeah,
see
no.
Sean. We see Sean.
And then
Right.
you see Dawn. You know,
hey,
it's
Dark
the Will
Rose.
Smith thing.
and
This
that's what
is the
we
thing,
need for
like-
Storm as well when she's brought in the X-Men. Just
Oh,
throwing it
yeah,
out there.
sure.
This
But,
is a situation where it is black and white, literally.
It
speaking.
literally is black and white.
Yeah,
There's
like
there's no
don't make it
nuance here. It's
stupid.
black and white. It's great.
It's a pun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So basically for this part of the segment, we're going to talk about a theory that we were talking about offline. And we're basically saying like RJ, were you talking about like there's a part in the series that they haven't hit to where Anthony's
Basically,
like
like-
right on the bike.
Basically, like every character, you know, they have callbacks to the movies and stuff. And I thought that would be a great idea if, let's say, like Kenny and his new goons, Cobra Kai goons, start like bullying Anthony and attacking him and stuff, and then Sam kind of like saves him, and it could be basically like, you know how Daniel did the whole finishing after he beat up those hockey players and he did the Miyagi fall
Yeah.
through and stuff.
So
Like, wouldn't it be cool if like Sam kind of like jumped the fence, like how Miyagi did in like the first Karate Kid, but like this time she's helping save the pusso, like so.
yeah,
It could be something like that.
I like that theory because one of my theories was that I think Anthony's mate's going to turn on him. Ironically, they're going to start
Yeah.
bullying him. He becomes the bullied kid. He gets humbled by it. That's when Chosen teaches him, or Daniel, you know.
It's as we were saying in our stream, Shamoon, that if there is one person who would really reach out to Anthony, it's Chosen. Like, who would really.
We were saying it is very much emulating the Miyagi Daniel
And
relationship.
dare I say it, I might get flack for this. I think Anthony has more potential than Sam.
In
They
some
kinda
sort
hinted
of
at it
ways, you never
because
know.
they said
You
that
don't know.
Anthony-
Just like how you just said it.
Anthony kicked Miyagi, right? And
I
the
just
only
think
other
that
person hit
the
Miyagi
characters that
was
start
Chosen.
out as, like, in Anthony's case, a real piece of, like, you know, where we want to see this kid get beaten up. Like, he was a jerk, like, the whole show.
yeah.
There is potential there for his character to really grow.
And the writers can like switch it around. They could switch it. They
Bang.
do it. They switch
And
it.
I like how
start liking
Anthony, like, if
Seriously,
this
I
happens,
think he's become
Anthony's
one of
gonna
the
go from
I see it like
Kid
this.
Johnny,
I think-
basically, like the bully to Karate Kid
I
1
think-
Daniel, or like the bullied kid, you know.
But
I
going
think
back to what RJ was saying about the whole
Chosen would
with
definitely
the
get through to him.
friends, with the friends, they're definitely going to turn on him. Like I 100% see that
Yeah.
happening. Like
I just
especially the
wonder,
way
though,
they are,
would
they
Kenny,
wouldn't turn
would
on
Kenny
him.
befriend them, though? Like, I mean, wouldn't
If
it
he
be
I think
does,
they're
then that's an
scared
L
then.
on my part.
I think they're going to have respect for him because they're scared of him. So then they.
I mean,
will-
yeah.
like the Kyler thing?
I
It'll
think
be
it
like
might-
it'll be like a thing where, you know, like Hawk intimidated Kyler, like he'll
Yeah.
just like
similar.
Kenny will like they're gonna like, you know, he like, you know what I did in the tournament, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, don't
No,
try
Jessica
me.
Andrews is definitely not Tori's mum. That's definitely not
No.
happening.
No, Tori's mum's going to die next season anyway. They'll just give it
They
to
wouldn't
some
they
random-
wouldn't kill Jessica.
I
like
think it
that.
makes
They wouldn't do that.
sense.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the brother's gonna get any sort of development. Like, is he gonna be
Maybe.
the same age as one of the younger characters? You know,
He's gonna get
They
a
said-
sandwich and bring it to his mom.
is he gonna
said he-
start another
They said
school
he's
fight?
8. They said he's 8, so I doubt it.
See, unlike
Oh, that's too
Walking
young.
Dead, I just need to take a quick jab at the. Unlike Walking Dead, this show knows how to handle the next generation of characters.
Yeah.
We have to make it right, Rick.
Make it
right,
Because-
They
But,
didn't
uh,
kill.
it's
They didn't kill
None
one
of
of
that.
the characters.
That show
Yeah,
is
killing
ironically
Carl.
dead. It's just-
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
I don't know how you
do
guys
know what?
watch
A,
it.
a Devon quote would be perfect to honor, since we're debating The Walking Dead.
Yeah. I can
Kill
see
a Carl.
Absolutely right.
I can
think
see
Anthony
Sam
will go far.
like getting more gonna be more like Chosen, like more of the offensive side, and
Yeah,
I see
That's what I mean. Like Sam
Anthony
Sam
being
has
more of,
taken
like
such a
there's still
stride.
Miyagi Do, but like Sam is more offense and like
Chosen's gonna
Anthony's
take a
gonna be
liking
more
to her.
defense.
Yeah, it's,
I
it's
think-
as I said in my.
I think
my
Chosen
video,
would be
I
like,
think
I
with
like this
Chosen
one.
coming in. I think
like
Sam
this
will
one.
take. She'll take a more liking to the offensive style of Miyagi Do because she's her prime
She's
sort of
embracing
initiative
offense.
is
Yeah.
to strike
Like
first.
she already mastered defense. If we want to be
Yeah.
fair, like
If
she's
you wanna
a
be fair,
master
like,
at the
Sam's already
defensive
mastered
side.
defense, but she loves striking first. Like it's her inclination, like in the arcade fight. And I think
Yeah.
that's where Sam is at her best. With
Wait,
someone
do
like
you guys
Anthony,
think, even
like
though
with Anthony, he doesn't need striking first. He needs the Miyagi-Do, like
He
the
needs
classic
defense.
Miyagi-Do.
Anthony,
He
like
needs the-
I noticed
He
this
needs
about
the classic
Anthony.
Miyagi-Do teachings to really.
Anthony is like Anthony. As much as he was a bully last season, he always tried to de-escalate the situation. Like he
did.
tried to
Twice he said
apologize to
sorry.
Kenny twice. Like he didn't.
that's very. It's funny you say that because remember Daniel did that in episode 2. This is how you de-escalate, Johnny.
Yeah, like even in the hallway scene, where even in the hallway scene where
revolved
they
around
chased him.
those three characters.
Yeah,
'Cause,
even
like-
when
What's
they
interesting.
chased him, like he
Because
tried
like
to
I
apologize
can
to
see
Kenny,
in this
he called him a
scenario
pussy,
where
he
like
got
they're
upset.
chasing Anthony and like RJ's about to punch Anthony in the face, and then Sam just comes out of nowhere and like punches RJ in the face, and like he's gonna
No, I can
hesitate.
see-
Gladly like that.
I can honestly see.
Damn.
I thought of this, but do you guys are? I know like Sam's on the offensive side, and Anthony's going to learn it from who knows it best, like Daniel and Chosen with Miyagi did. But do you think Sam could actually train him for certain parts, especially
Yeah,
if
that's what
Daniel
we were
and
talking
Chosen-
about.
that's what
They
we're saying,
haven't.
yeah.
They haven't had a brother sister moment the whole show. It's
Yeah.
just been Anthony.
It'll be
being
like
the
I
big
Robbie and
100%
Kenny from
seeing
last
that
season.
happen.
Because
Like,
I think let's just be honest. Like Sam is gonna be depressed that she lost the tournament. Well, lost the tournament. But
Quote,
I think
unquote.
Anthony, if she sees Anthony getting beaten up or whatever, she's gonna have like, okay, I
So I
can
think
teach
that's the
him.
one
Like,
thing that Sam hasn't had yet is like that responsibility of looking out for someone under your wing.
exactly.
The same way
Yeah.
like, that
Robbie's done it.
now had it,
Tori's done it.
Um,
Yeah.
where
You know
I
what?
think, Sam
That
Yeah.
loss
has
actually
benefited
might
it.
help her understand it's not all about trophies.
Oh, and that also might something that she and Tori
Anthony's
have
the
in common.
important part now, like
Something
helping
she
her
and
brother.
Tori have in common, defending their little brother, looking out for their little brothers.
Yes,
That's something
and
she
this
and Tori
puts
have in
them
common.
like even because we even you can go back to the stream me and Shamoon did. How many streams I've done with you guys? The common thread of season 5. Oh, I want Miguel and Robbie to have another fight. No. I want Sam and
It's
Tori. No.
past that.
No.
it's past
This
that.
season,
It's past
right,
It's just not the.
This-
There's no
this
point
season-
keep doing that.
is Miguel and Robbie are coming together, and Sam and Tori are going to come together. And the way Sam and Tori are going to come together is by mutual understanding of what the other is
so
experiencing.
I just had a thought.
Exactly what
So,
we've been saying.
we said that Tori might get bribed by Silver. So she always says Sam gets everything she wants. What if Tori gets everything she wants and it's not all it's cracked up to be?
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
not
There you
all it's
go.
cracked
That's
up
what I
to
think
be.
is happening.
And that's when
Ooh,
she starts to
good
go.
job, Darius.
She starts to have more understanding of Sam, and that's when they bond.
This
Yeah,
is
it's a lot
why I
of pressure.
said,
It's
like,
a lot of
you know,
pressure on you.
It's
You're
like a
getting
reverse.
head into
'Cause
everything.
you guys said it's a
Exactly.
reverse on Miguel and Robbie. It's a reverse on Sam and Tori this season.
This
too.
is why in
Yeah.
that video I did where it's time to end the Lawrence and the Russo feud, not just to end their feud, but to reset the story. And this is the season where we flip everything. We put Miguel in Robbie's position, Robbie and Miguel's position. We put Sam in Tori's
Exactly.
position, Tori in Sam's position. And that is ultimately how you bring them together.
Season 5 is the
Bang.
season of nuance, I'd say, because everybody's
Yes.
now going to be
Even
nuanced.
with Johnny and Daniel, it's like even with Johnny and Daniel,
is.
like it's switched from season 3. Daniel left in season
Context
3.
and nuance.
Daniel
Because,
left
like,
in
Cobra Kai
Okinawa.
season
so
5
important.
nuance. That's
Johnny's
really
going
cool.
to Mexico.
Because like I remember me, RJ, and Darius.
The hell?
Like she's gonna be kind of like.
Wait, wait.
Wait, what did you say? You got kicked. You got kicked.
You
for a
got,
second.
you got.
What did you
Jacob.
Wait, yo,
What?
King, you were
say? Kick the
talking,
middle of your sentence.
and like the internet. I don't know on your end, it like cut out. It kicked you out of the stream for a minute.
Can you repeat what you
There we
said?
go.
Repeat what you said.
There we go.
Let me hear you.
What did I say?
Order it.
Yeah,
no,
you got kicked.
repeat it because like I think your
He kicked
internet
you out.
kicked you out of the stream.
Oh, am I
Like-
good?
Like,
Yeah,
yeah, no,
you got
it was,
you're
I
good.
think it was just the moment in the internet connection where it dropped you out while you were in mid sentence and then brought you back in. So just carry on with that.
Oh, okay.
It's just the way it happened. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, we were just saying like it was me, RJ, and Darius. We were like off stream, and we were saying like we can actually see like Sam when she's training Anthony, like starting to take more of like a aggressive like Kreese type of role.
Yeah.
Like when she's like when he's doing wax on, wax off, she says like you got to do it better like this or something like that.
Because you know what's funny? You brought that up. We were talking about that. Like she might take like a Kreese type of role in teaching. She actually swept Dimitri's leg in the season 3 deleted scene. She was not playing. It's like she swept his leg when he like was
That
joking
sweep
around
was
and stuff.
awful because it didn't connect.
It
But
didn't make it that. It didn't connect.
that's probably why it's the deleted scene.
Well, yeah. But I'm just saying. I'm just like,
No. I agree with you because the fact
Sure.
she went for a
Yeah.
sweep was how making them wake up.
Sweep the leg.
It's kind of
Yeah.
a Kreese thing, when Kreese kicked Robbie, he's like, "What the hell was that for?" He's like, and then he immediately talks about the lesson.
Yeah.
I can imagine Slam just slapping Anthony. He's like, "What did you do that for? You need to block
Shut
that."
up, and so let's
No,
get
the
it
funny
started.
thing is, because I'm not taking your shit anymore.
what if she calls him a puss?
I think she might.
It'll be interesting.
Like
to see
she'll
the
hear it,
dynamic
and then like
change.
after she says him, she calls him.
Wait, what about Anthony?
What were you saying there, Yinko, bro?
I would say it's going to be interesting to see the dynamics change. With season 5 with Sam and Tori, Daniel and Johnny.
I forgot.
That's
she was
what
on
I'm
the
excited
stream.
for.
Yeah.
I really want to see
I
Anthony.
don't think people are ready for this, man.
I think you guys, like you're saying about Sam and Daniel, Sam and Anthony training together, because like you're saying this Kreese approach. Imagine she slaps Anthony, trying to teach him how to defend and just to be alert. And he just goes in retaliation, she doesn't love you, she loves me.
Yeah.
And she just immediately sweeps his leg and says, say that again. And that'd be so funny. I just want to see some brother-sister love when they train.
Yeah.
They haven't
Yeah, because we
had,
don't get enough of it.
they haven't had it. Like, all their moments.
Does love
is just
conquer
Anthony-
all, Sam?
It's just
No, it
Anthony being
doesn't.
annoying.
Because we also were saying, because like if Sam beats up like RJ and the rest of the Cobras or whatever, he's gonna go tell
Disclaimer.
he's gonna like go tell Terry Silver, and that's when Terry Silver is gonna be like gonna pull up to Daniel's place
Yeah,
or something
that
like
might-
Apex.
One thing we noticed is Terry doesn't really have a problem with Daniel. As of his problem is more with Johnny nowadays, which is weird.
yeah.
But this is the thing, like,
that might be
but
how he
if
finds
become
out
personal between them two now.
the dojo. When he finds out the dojo is still open, he's gonna be like, "What the hell? I thought you were gonna close it." Like, if he knows that,
Gentlemen.
like that might be how he finds out, and he might pull up on Daniel again. Daniel's like, "Well,
He'd be like,
it's a
gentlemen,
handshake deal,"
we have a problem.
and Chosen is the sensei, not me. So
No, he'd be like, gentlemen, it seems we have a problem.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
'Cause he's
I
gonna,
like how he
Cause
did
he's
that
gonna-
in episode 4. He's like,
Cause like he's gonna like RJ's eye is gonna be over with an ice pack, and like he's Terry's gonna be like saying like, what happened?
Kreese is talking to that scene where Kreese is talking to Silver about how his perspective of Karate Kid 1, where he saw Johnny come in with the black eye and everything. It could be a callback
Imagine
to
that
that
with
scene
Silver.
with Silver sees Kenny come in with like a black eye. Be like, what happened, bro? Like, what
Oh yeah,
happened?
because I mean
dude?
they
He
get
says
along well.
he sees Kenny, like, crawling
knocked
into the
Robbie on his
dojo.
ass and they-
he high fives. There was so much emphasis on that high five.
It really well with my
And then
ear,
this is where Kenny's gonna be saying like, well, like he's gonna hesitate on the story. He says, well, we lost to who?
Imagine Silver
He's
versus
like-
Kenny. Like Kenny could just go through his legs.
He's gonna say
He
like,
can try.
he's gonna say like, we lost to the girl that Tori fought in the finals. You mean LaRusso's daughter? Like, hold up, wait a minute.
That can bring out Silver's hatred for the LaRussos again, because now they're starting to disrupt his plans and stuff. And
yeah. All Kenny had to do, all Jay had to do was to just take out Anthony, but like he couldn't do that. Like,
and since this show loves unnecessary drama, so you can get mad at Robbie again when she finds out that Robbie's doing to train Kenny. And
Do
Kenny's
you know
being-
what? I think I don't think she's not going to be focused on. Well, actually, I'm curious what her focus will be in season 5, because it's the tournament's not
Yeah.
over. She's probably
I
going
think
to be.
she-
I think Amanda's going to be curious.
A
about
matter
it.
of debate, that is.
I think she might be depressed and not want to do karate for like.
Do you know what? I
first
think
3 episodes.
the whole
The Eli
Anthony
role.
arc, he'll get more
Yeah.
screen time with that,
Yeah.
and then Sam will kind of come in. I wouldn't be surprised if Sam had a little bit less screen time next season to kind of let Anthony take
the
his
first
shine.
few episodes, I don't think she'll have that much screen time because she won't be doing.
Maybe
karate.
like
Sometimes you have
Robbie
to
in
do
season
that.
3.
Yeah.
I can imagine that,
Eli's
but I
gonna
think
play.
it'll be the scenes she has are going to be very valuable to her arc, not
Yeah.
just more screen time. It's very
Because
So was
important.
Eli in season 4.
Because
Yeah, I
agree,
we're
yeah.
thinking
Same
that
with
Anthony's
Robbie in
gonna
season
get
3.
Sam to do karate again, because like she's gonna be depressed for a little bit, but like I
And that
Oh,
might
think
be
yeah,
another
like, look
callback,
at, she was
like,
devastated at the end.
Imagine
yeah.
a scene where like Anthony's trying to hide his bruises or whatever, and like Sam, like Karate Kid 1, where Daniel's trying to hide the black
Do you know,
eye.
I think
Seal.
Sam is going to become. I have a feeling she might become likable again in like season 3, in the sense you felt for her. She's come back to that point now where she's kind of she doesn't know what to do.
I'm coming for you.
She's actually humbled. She's humbled with the defeat. That's actually going to like
she's
open
gone
her
back
mind
to what
up.
made her likable.
Right, and when she gets on her high horse, that's not Sam. She's out of her nature.
That's not Sam at all. And it
She's
doesn't
just
work.
becoming
It's
a fake
yeah.
of wannabe Tory. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
Like,
it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
You're not
it's
threatening.
like
the
Tory trying to be Sam is kind of.
Yeah, it's like Tory
Yeah.
trying to do the same thing as Sam. It's just stop it. Like, come on, behave.
Although, like with both characters, you want to see like a sense of balance, especially.
But she will have that nuance, and Chosen, being the kind of guy that he is and the history that he has, will have a great influence on her, especially with her just taking a shine to like Johnny's style of teaching. Imagine how she's going to take to Chosen style.
yeah.
Do you know, I'm so excited to see Chosen back. I was saying this to Drew earlier on when we did a stream, and
Oh, congrats on the thing, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Just to see Chosen come back and teach.
And this is what's great
in the
about the show.
Valley. That's something I've always wanted
to.
to see,
But
especially
Yeah.
within the series.
The
and when
way
he was
that they
back in
brought
season 3.
Chosen back in, it's not like, okay, Chosen's back in, Silver and Kreese are gone. It's like, no, they're all still in the show.
That's what's crazy.
And Silver's at it. Like, and they've got a season of development for each character. So
More
when they add
legacy
someone new,
characters.
there's another layer that's added on. It's Mike Barnes is
Like
hit-
Chosen's gonna interact with Kreese, Silver, possibly Mike Barnes. Just to hear that is like wow.
I mean, as I said,
And
if you
Victor.
were literally a diehard fan of the original Karate Kid trilogy, like this would have been the stuff.
You're
of
making
dreams.
oatmeal.
Like, you know, oatmeal and then some. Like, I'm talking
More and
balls
more. Apple and cinnamon,
and more.
baby.
Because you know most of these
Yeah, have your
characters
flavor if
barely
you want.
interact with each other because they were all one movie specific. But to have them in a season-long show where this is what's so fucking good about the show. They bring Kreese in, they give him a whole season 2, and then they give him a whole season 3, and then Chosen's briefly touched upon, and then Silver's brought in, they give him a whole season. Chosen's probably going to get a whole season. Mike Barnes is probably going to come in halfway through, and then
I think
you know
Chosen's
you're going to have whole
role-
seasons. You're going to have a whole season 6 with all these guys. It's nuts.
Yeah.
I think that they, you know what, I really hope they either have longer episodes or they just have more episodes because I really want so much out of all these characters that are coming in.
Yeah.
I even if they have to do the 2 volumes, but
Yeah, make it
having more
12
episodes
even.
overall. I think
I
they
wouldn't
need to
mind
do
it
that.
2 volumes. You're kind of selling me on that now. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
man.
just I love the
have
idea
like a
of
2-part
Cobra Kai
season,
being-
Yeah, like
Stranger-
six episodes.
Stranger Things is doing it. Yeah.
And the thing is, you can elongate the release, meaning it doesn't feel as long waiting for a new
The
season.
thing is,
there's
like,
always
if-
been that issue.
If this was the problem with season 4, like i.e. Eli joining Miyagi-Do, that's a big thing, but it was barely touched upon because they didn't have enough time. How much better would that arc have been if it was told 6 episodes mid-season, 6 episodes?
Oh, imagine if that was the mid-season cliffhanger, like the whole.
And they could have also flushed out why Johnny and Eli didn't go to Eagle Fang, and if
Yeah,
Johnny
all the
tried to
little
bring him back
details,
because they
like,
skipped that.
And you want to be
Yeah.
careful because, like, if you do anything more than 12, you're reaching really like filler territory.
It's gonna be
But
filler,
sometimes-
yeah.
But sometimes you need just a bit of filler in there for character development,
Yeah.
like Johnny and Eli.
Because
Eli
the whole
fighting with
Eli
Daniel.
stuff didn't make sense because Johnny was defending him, going, "This is like what happens when you don't listen to me, Daniel." With the whole when he got his mohawk cut, why would he care about Eli and then just let him be? You know, forgetting him?
That's a good
Johnny's
point.
not like
that kind of rose.
And then
Johnny's
he got
not
mad.
like that.
He was like, he's like Eli chose his side. Where he's like, you didn't even try to get him back.
Oh,
right?
Because it goes back to what some people will be all said. He knows what to do with Miguel, but he doesn't know what to do with others. That's this problem.
That's the problem.
Jesus Christ.
That was
Oh god, right.
Oh man.
that's the kind of noise RJ making with. Don't want to say.
No, that's the thing. It's like, you know, he knows exactly what to say to Miguel, but not to anyone else. And
Well,
even
he doesn't
now,
know. He doesn't know what to say to Miguel
he doesn't know what
anymore.
to say to Miguel anymore.
Yeah, he'll know. Johnny, you need to get better, bro.
Johnny's just a melt. I don't know. Johnny's just
Johnny's in limbo, man.
he's
L
I think it goes
father
back
figure.
to-
I love Johnny, but L father figure.
Yeah,
Not
bro.
gonna lie. L.
Nah, he's not really a father.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
I
so
think
mean to
season 5,
Mitch,
he's
too.
finally going to become a father.
What's the situation for raising a son? No be there.
Exactly.
The thing is, he tried
Oh.
though. Johnny's tried, but I think the flaws in what he was given as, you know, with no father, he doesn't know how to be a father. Because the sad thing is, he never had a role model.
All his father figures
Ironically,
sucked.
That happened to
His
Robbie.
dad
I
left.
want to say,
Same with Robbie.
Cena's terrible. Kreese was
a big
terrible.
Did the
reason
same
why
thing with
I
Robbie.
love, like Robbie's dynamic is because it links to Johnny, it links to Sid, it links to Johnny's father, and the reason
The
Robbie
legacy
and
of
Johnny-
horrible fathers.
yeah, sins of our fathers kind of thing. The reason they both keep flip flopping between root or root is because they never had someone to really guide them the right way. If you know what I mean? Like it was either Kreese or it was Sid or it was Johnny's father. There was no one there to really show them that path, and that's why Johnny screwed up with both of, for all intents and purposes, both of his sons. So I'm telling you, man, the cavalry will arrive mid-season. Johnny with both of his sons side by
No,
side.
if they do the 2-volume thing, that should be the final shot. Like Miguel
Oh,
and Johnny showing up.
telling
You know
you,
what they need
Yeah.
to do? They need to have that moment of, just Miguel and Robbie just kind of
Yeah.
coming
Side
in
by
together
side.
with Johnny, and then Daniel sees them, and then Daniel like bows to all of them, and then he's with Chosen, and then they like go together in, and then you have the big shot of them all. That would be really cool.
It's
I
like
want to see
like,
Daniel talk to Robbie and Miguel together. I really want to see how he'd interact with them. That'd be really cool.
It's just like what Jacob was talking about, the season finale. You got Miguel, you got Robbie, you got the Payne brothers, and then you
Honestly, I'm telling you, that's what you do. That's what you do. And I think Sean will get out. He'll join Cobra Kai for a bit.
Because of Kenny, because of RJ.
I think that'll be the season 5 fight. I think after season 5,
sure, because what's going to happen is like Robbie's going to be out the valley, so it allows Silver to poison Kenny's head, full of like, oh no, Robbie turned on you. He turned his back on you.
Do you guys think there'll be another more fight?
Could do
some other public area.
I think it might be a beach
like maybe
fight
with Sean and those Cobras, and then like
a beach fight would be cool. Like someone's on the beach.
I think they'll do a beach fight.
I'm not gonna lie, but I've been waiting for a beach fight ever since Daniel come in to say.
I mean, I think there's going to be a beach fight
when he saved Robbie. I love that.
What if that's the final fight? What if it's at the beach fight where it all started?
There was a beach fight we were mentioning a while ago. It's going to come
think that would happen,
isn't it?
Oh, Kenny and
Anthony and Leah.
Oh yeah.
You better stay off a beach, RJ, because there's gonna be some trouble then.
But no, honestly, I'm really
getting jumped.
That as much as I think everyone's going to be in Miyagi-Do at the end of the season, like the Eagle Fang, it's cool, but let's bring it back to the roots. If season 6 is the end game, bring it back to its roots. Cobra Kai versus Miyagi-Do.
One more thing
the kids that we care about in one place, including Sean and Kenny. That is your army versus Silver's crazy proper psycho killers.
Yeah,
on that side of the fence.
One more thing,
fuckers, and then go all in.
We even said that like when Sam does save Anthony, he's definitely gonna hate her for it, because like their number one thing is gonna be saying like your older sister protected you or whatever, like how kids are.
That might make Anthony want to learn karate if he gets saved by somebody.
Yeah.
You know what? I think if this is when we learn that Anthony actually is an X. He's a mutant, and then that's when Professor X comes out of nowhere.
Cobra Kai characters,
and then actually no, this is when we realize Bobby's actually Professor X. Hence why he's hardly been in Cobra Kai, because he's been at the X Mansion.
He's bald.
The Xavier Mansion. That's why Anthony is a mutant, because Bobby's going to come in and say, "There's a special place for you, son." I'm still holding on to that. Bobby's a variant. I'm not gonna lie, but I hope if I ever see that guy sat in like a chair, I'm just gonna think, have you ever fought Professor Xavier?
RJ's gonna hesitate to hit Sam because he saw her at the tournament.
RJ's gonna hesitate to hit Sam for other reasons.
With Mary J. Imagine RJ's shouting, Mary J.
Because like, I could just see the scenario where like the Cobras are like about to attack Anthony, and like as soon as Sam comes and saves Anthony, they're gonna be like, "Come on, we can take her." Like RJ's like, "I don't know, man."
Nah.
I mean,
you know what Robbie said?
Like that
Speed is my number one trait, and he just like runs off.
He runs off, man. Exactly. He runs run like the wind, because Sam can't catch him. Run like the wind.
It'd be cool if Sam has that moment with Anthony, because I mean, it's just, I think the way things are, like, it's going to be a very intimate season with characters burying the hatchet and moving forward.
Sorry, I just thought of something.
Yeah,
that's the end of X-Men Days of Future Past.
Well,
you know that.
I'm actually watching that. I've actually got that on right now.
Really? You know the post-credit, you're gonna crack up when I say this. You know the post-credit scene where like Magneto comes in and Wolverine turns around and he gets caught up and everything stops, and then Xavier comes through. Season 5 is gonna end like this. Everybody's gonna be like training, and then let's say Kreese, everything stops. He's the only one moving, and then you just see Bobby coming in, and then Kreese is like, "What are you doing here, Bobby?" And then Bobby, Professor X.
Oh God, they're recruiting.
That's like it's the same thing with X-Men Days of Future Past, and he comes through, and then that's it.
Wow.
I'm just seeing him moving around, and that'd
be hilarious.
What are you about to say, Jacob? Like something about emotional or something between Anthony and like Sam?
Oh,
No, I was just saying that, like piggybacking off what we were saying the whole time, is that this season is the gateway to not just set up the end game. 'Cause, I mean, they could do a season 7, who knows? But for this particular crop of characters, this is the season where it's reconciliation, burying the hatchet, and the way things are for Sam. You know, I think you could get this could be Sam's best season. You know, I want to see the Sam from season 3, but with Anthony involved as well. I want to see that brother and sister bonding. I want to see the stepbrother bonding between Miguel and Robbie. I want to see the understanding between Sam and Tori. I want to see Johnny being there for both of his sons. Kreese, you know, with Kyler, I'm going to redeem Rhea. Getting all those guys over.
Kreese, Daniel, and Johnny.
Brothers.
Not redeem
that. And then most importantly, Miguel and Robbie.
Jacob. But as I said, like the way it's going to play out, like how when Daniel strode up to Johnny's dojo and Chris and others basically buggered off. It's going to play out like that. Kreese is going to walk in that dojo. He's going to say, Mr. Park, Miss Nichols, whatever. And he's going to say, Mr. Payne. And Kenny's going to refuse to go. But he'll only want to take Kenny because he knows that Kenny means something to Robbie. But Kenny makes the choice to stay there. And at the end of the season, Kenny and Sean understand the nuance and context of the situation. And then they join them as well. And then Silver's like, okay, time to start recruiting. We have a little like Suicide Squad montage.
Do you know what I just realized? You know why I think Kenny isn't going to join or leave with Kreese and stuff? You know that whole thing that comes around with Silver saying he's shedding his weakness? Like, what if Kenny's weakness was Robbie? You know Robbie's weakness is Kenny. Because that's why he lost to Eli. He looked up and he was like, Rah! RJ was like, Rah! And then that's why you distracted Jacob. It's all on you.
I know, it's all your fault.
I'm curious what Kenny...
You're the one that looked.
It's either
I did do you in the face.
I think it might be Leah too.
You're the one that looked.
Oh, if they do the
at the end of the day, I think Sean is just gonna be the one that redeems RJ. Anyway,
Jesus,
I think he's gonna slap. I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say, "I'm your brother, homie. This is my table, homie," and that's he's gonna chill.
As much as Sean would
no more.
I don't think Sean's gonna like Silver because if you think about it from a brother point of view, if I was like RJ's brother in this instance. Sorry, RJ. Kenny's brother in this instance. Right, so Kenny's brother. And I remember Kenny's this sweet young boy that used to be fun, playing Dungeon Lord and whatever. Just a beautiful soul.
Ain't like that no more.
You know, Sean's not going to want Kenny to be like him. He's going to want him to be better. If he sees that Kenny's going down a bad path, he won't like Silver for that. He won't like Robbie either, but then they'll address that when Robbie comes back.
It's like when Carmen said he was a sweet boy.
Yeah, that was Robbie's
sweet boy.
He was a sweet boy.
It's basically it goes back to what I told Jacob the first time when we were talking about Robbie joining Cobra Kai. You can't scam a scammer.
No, I don't think Sean's gonna like Silver at all.
Right through Silver, bro. He gonna be like, nah, I don't like you.
I think that I mean this show has endless possibilities, like Robbie joining Cobra Kai, Eli joining Miyagi-Do. But I think, like for example, Sam going and joining Cobra Kai, Sean joining.
Why do people want that to happen so bad?
Like,
I don't know.
Hang on. Like I think Sean joining Cobra Kai, you know, Sam joining Cobra. Like those things are cool on paper, but and it would be great to see them. But I just don't feel like it would be earned enough for me. Like they could still do it. I could be wrong. We've been wrong before. But I feel like that they might just be what if scenarios, if you know what I mean. I think the way things are going to be going with this season is it's time to reconcile and bring all the characters we love back together properly under one roof and then set up, you know, the show has been since the beginning very gray, very sort of ambiguous. I think by the end of season 5, you're going to go to that black and white formula where it's good guys, bad guys. Like that's what it's going to be.
And I also want to see a moment where Sean passes the mantle and he says to Kenny, "You can do it," and he just watches Kenny go, "That's my table, homie."
It's your table,
and he's just
your
like
table now.
He's just nodding his head like that. Like,
what if Kenny says that to Anthony at some point?
Table, homie.
I was saying this to Drew. Okay, seriously though, I was saying this to Drew, and I was saying about the whole joke though. But for real, what if we see a moment with Kenny in school? Anthony sat at the table, and that's where Kenny wants to sit with Anthony's friends just to rub it in. Him trying to give him more pain as he said he would at the end of season 4. He sits down. He says, "You're on my seat, homie," and then he goes, go find somewhere else. And then his Auntie's ex-mates go, oh, and then Kenny goes, that's my table, homie. And
Yes,
he
he says
throws
that.
all of his stuff. And he like slams Anthony's head, and that's when they have a fight. Like,
Yo, but
I can
the only
imagine
thing
having a
is,
fight
the
in
only
school.
thing is,
Kinda
since
like
they're gonna be in
season
high
1.
school, like Anthony's rolling pretty deep, bro. Like he got Hawk, Sam, Chris.
Miguel.
Well, like
They-
at high schools, freshmen aren't always around seniors.
That is true. But
Oh,
he's
yeah,
gonna
that
have
is
to,
true.
He's gonna have to
Yeah.
pick it. Kenny's gonna have to pick his spots wisely because he can't
Good.
do it after
Kenny's
school.
kind of becoming.
I mean, Kenny's a smart kid. You saw what he did.
No,
You
but
saw what he did
he has to
in that
do it
one-
during
that
school.
one-
He
that'll
can't
be
do it
a-
after
in
school.
the
Like,
library.
this
You
will
can't
be
do it
very
after school
He
because
can't do
he
it
got
after
to-
school. You better do it during school.
But the thing is, this will be very season 2-esque in the essence that it's going to be in summer.
Yeah.
Do you know what's
And-
funny?
You
You
better
said
do it
that.
during
You're saying
school.
that, Jacob.
He can't.
I think
he can't
Sean.
open the
I think Sean will join Cobra Kai at first, but I think
Yeah,
that'll
he'll
be
join at first,
Robbie.
he won't stay.
I think that'll be Robbie's conflict this season is with Sean. Like,
Do you know,
Sean's gonna
I think
misunderstand.
Silver is going to try. I think at first Sean's not going to like Silver, but I think Silver's going to be smart and figure that out sooner. And I think he's going to manipulate Sean into thinking this was Robbie.
Yeah, it was
And
Robbie's.
I
fault.
think he's going to
Sean's
make
easy to
himself out like
manipulate.
he's the good guy, like he was in the Karate Kid 3. And I think Sean's
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
find out that Silver was the one behind all of this.
And not to mention, if
And he's
Mike
going to be like,
Barnes is
I'm out,
coming in the
homie.
fold,
Like he
I
tries to
mean,
leave.
If Mike Barnes is coming in, the Payne brothers
You
learning
know what?
from
I
Mike.
can see a Karate Kid 3 kind of thing happening where like Sean wants Kenny to leave. He finds out Silver was the one that actually changed him through Robin, perhaps, or somebody else. And then, Kenny's at the dojo and he said he's done with Cobra Kai, and then maybe like Silver won't let him leave, kind of thing. It could be something
if
serious.
Robbie's arc is echoing like Johnny's and Daniel's, like how sad would it be? Like maybe not for the finale, because for the finale I still want the Payne brothers.
Or Major Payne comes in and gives
Maybe.
Silver an ass whooping.
maybe. Oh no, you bring the mum in. The mum. She gives.
Oh, we know Kenny's mama.
You know, Kenny's
you
mama.
know that video I showed you guys the other day where she was like, oh,
And that's when you realize
yeah.
Kenny's mum is actually
But
Storm.
you know, I
from
do want the
X-Men.
Payne brothers to join the good guys. Like I want that to happen. But before that happens, maybe there's a moment where Robbie Kenny's trying to fight Robbie.
Yeah.
Oh,
You are weak.
You're a little.
Wow.
Guess you're a little pusso as well.
Oh God.
Robbie throws him into a locker.
Disclaimer.
Robbie could just
Tommy,
fucking lift him and
you're
throw
like
him
a
over
little
his
brother to
shoulder.
me. We don't need to
No,
fight.
he kicks him in the face and he then throws him in the locker. He's like,
No, he kicks him so hard in the face, he goes flying into the locker,
You all right?
and his face is like stuck to the locker.
oh God.
Yeah, that's how many seconds he had to fight. Okay.
So, like, since we're almost about to end this show, we got like one more. I got one more thing. So for the last question of the transition. So, since we believe that Daniel and Kreese and Johnny are all going to be on the same page, it's starting to look like Daniel is starting to go more towards the Cobra Kai side that Terry was talking about, and
I'm
like he
saying
needs to learn how to control it. So, what if Daniel actually asks Kreese to train him in Cobra Kai training? How you guys feel about that?
Wait, say that again.
How do you guys feel if like Daniel knows that he's starting to go to the Cobra Kai side a
Was
little
this
bit
the
more?
offline we were talking about, or was it a
Yeah.
previous stream? Because I
Yeah.
think me, you, and it might have been Darius. We were like talking
Yeah.
about it, and I was
How-
saying about Kreese.
Kreese
like-
training Daniel
Yeah,
about
because
being,
like
and being
that
Cobra
would-
Kai.
that would be something different, and also maybe further in season
Paying
6.
homage to
we
Mr.
can go.
Miyagi.
Yeah. I think with Johnny, we said that like Chosen could teach him more about Miyagi-Do, like the offensive stuff, because it's not just always defense. But I actually think Kreese teaching him, like he knows best about Cobra Kai through Kreese. Daniel's trying to embrace that, but he wants to know more about Silver's way. But Kreese is the only one. Who else is going to teach him? That's the thing. Like you got Johnny, he knows Cobra Kai, but Kreese is the one that taught him. So
Yeah,
Daniel learning it from him is kind of like a Karate Kid 1 moment where if Daniel joined that dojo, he would have learned it from Kreese rather than Silver.
because it actually makes sense that he gets the because if you think about it, Kreese is sort of like the Miyagi now. If you think about it, like
In a way,
I
yeah.
mean,
I think
it goes back to
Miyagi.
my videos on season 2 where I said Kreese is he's the elderly guy of the show.
he's the
Like,
white
Silver,
Miyagi.
Silver is basically crazy
White
Sancho.
Miyagi.
God damn.
Because think about this.
It's a
Miyagi, I
joke.
can't
It's a
even see
joke.
that.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I know, but it's such
I'll
a
tell people in the
bad-
chat it's a joke. It's a joke. Nah,
Because think about
No, I meant
this.
it's
Joke
not
people,
very
shut up.
similar.
Can you just see, like, Daniel like it's humbling that Kreese is working with Daniel, but can you just imagine Daniel humbling himself to ask Kreese for help and just
I
said
gotta
like,
see it to
"Look,
believe it. I'm joking.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I was making a joke because Daniel, he's very like, he can be very.
you know how stubborn Daniel is."
Yeah. We saw it
Daniel
this season.
Daniel never learned how to control his anger because Terry never intended to actually help Daniel. He always wanted to like turn him into
You know
like
what?
a monster
I was
basically.
thinking about that scene when he said to Daniel, "There's always been a little bit of Cobra Kai in you." I think Daniel's going to actually embrace that and use that on Silver because Silver's probably not
Yeah.
expecting him to do that because he's always about Miyagi-Do, but that's going to shock Silver when he sees that.
Yeah.
I'm
As
expecting,
I said,
it's like what me
Peter
and Jacob were
versus
saying.
Norman Osborn, Silver and Daniel.
We were saying the whole, people flipping roles. I was saying to Jacob, I think I might have been saying it to you, King, or some of you offline, like the whole Daniel and Chosen kind of taking that Kreese Silver role and Strike It Free, but like with taking offense and striking first, like with Daniel trying to take down Cobra Kai, he has to go on offense. Whereas Silver's kind of not being on defense, but he's a bit more. He's making all these empires, but he's working behind the scenes. He's more reserved to it, and he's trying to go underneath it, But Daniel knows about that, so he has to be the one to assert. I think we've seen a different side to Silver, but he's up here playing chess, and Daniel just needs to attack him.
Yeah. I think
No
Daniel
mercy.
can play
It's
I
like
think Daniel can play
no
the
mercy.
Johnny role this season. Like he might be the one that's like, let's go get
Yes,
him.
I think Johnny's going to be the
reserve.
Johnny's gonna be like, that old man can kick.
see that old
Because Johnny,
that
Johnny,
Miyagi
just got his
side. I love
Johnny
that.
just got his ass beat.
Oh God can kick.
I love
Like
that.
he's gonna need
He was drunk.
Daniel
He's
might
like,
be the one that's trying to go after him.
I can honestly see Johnny playing more of that.
reserve.
I mean, he's still going to be Johnny, but that less aggressive role because of Miyagi-Do
Yeah.
teaching him a few things.
and also he's gonna want to make up with Miguel too. So he's gonna
Yeah, he's
have
got
other
other stuff to worry about.
I think
Yeah.
the way, Miguel might be annoyed to see Johnny at first, but I think the way he's going to approach it is kind of maybe mirroring Robbie and Daniel's relationship in season 1. I honestly feel like because Miguel kind of feels a bit annoyed with Johnny. I think
He does.
I don't think they're going to make it out it's all perfect when he sees him, but I think
Oh,
he
yeah.
will be a little bit annoyed with Johnny.
I think he might. You might, don't be surprised if you get like a scene similar to season 3 where he just lays it in, like he just going at, like he's saying a whole bunch of stuff, like the hospital scene.
Daniel yelling at Miyagi type
Exactly.
Daniel,
Yeah.
Miyagi.
Yeah, I can
haven't
again.
forgiven
That,
before.
you can imagine the Karate Kid 3 stuff, but with Daniel. I mean, with
No,
Johnny.
sorry,
and
Daniel was a real piece of shit in that moment. Carry on.
Yeah.
He made
Making
Miyagi
Mr.
cry.
Miyagi cry.
How dare you?
How dare you do that?
It was so emotional on both ends because
I
know
kind of got
Daniel
why
didn't
Daniel was
have.
frustrated though. Miyagi was letting a lot of stuff slide in that movie. That's like, okay,
He
bro,
he was, but it's like
do something, bro.
it's
What are you
Miyagi.
doing?
You don't make him cry. So
Yeah, don't make him cry though. You don't make him go cry like that.
I don't
bro.
know how
I'm not
you.
gonna lie,
I
I'm
especially
sorry,
don't know how you
Daniel
manage
was
that.
being
yeah.
a little, excuse my French, a little.
And
bitch
that scene,
in that moment.
yeah.
It was just, it was like, okay, you got it. I was like, just chill out, like.
Chill out.
Yeah, like yeah, it's
But
like
you know
you
what?
don't have to say,
Casual
okay, you got it.
conversation.
You know what would have
Yeah,
been better,
sorry,
writing
I
wise.
mean, Daniel in that
It
movie
would have
was
been
winding
better.
me up.
It would have been better if like he didn't say all that offensive stuff to Miyagi. Like this is a missed opportunity on the writers. It would have been better if he's like trying, like, okay, like why aren't you helping me? Like he's yelling at him, but he's not
Do
like.
you know what? That scene reminded me of Uncle Ben and Toby in the first.
Oh,
one.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the same sort.
You're not
of
my
way.
dad.
Yeah,
And
like
stop
the same.
pretending to
Stop trying to be.
No,
Like,
so,
I mean,
sorry,
not
like
gonna lie,
Uncle
but
Ben's
Daniel
face in that
LaRusso-
moment, that,
Bully LaRusso, man. Literally bully LaRusso.
They kind of did it again. You know that scene where
Wait.
season 4 where Sam is talking to Daniel? They kind of did that again where Sam like yelled at him.
Yeah.
When she flipped the bottle, they kind of did it again.
That
Oh,
was
that's
just
why-
that was
I
that
guess,
was a
I
good
thought-
time.
I guess that's why Bully. I think that's why.
If I'm
Nancy
saying
became a
it, you know
bully,
that ain't good.
'cause you had Bully LaRusso as his father, then Lapusso became one. That makes a lot of sense.
God.
Yeah. But yeah, teaching Daniel how to do Cobra Kai from Kreese, it's gonna be funny to me because Kreese is gonna make Daniel like, you thought the Daniel and Johnny stuff is gonna be funny. Imagine Kreese teaching Daniel.
Dude, imagine Kreese and
That's
Johnny
so
like
weird,
team up
isn't
and
it?
they laugh at him and stuff, and they're like, "Hey, yeah, look at that."
I
look at
actually, do you
LaRusso."
think Chosen and Kreese are gonna sort of have a respect for each other?
I think they
even
might
though
bond.
I think so.
They're gonna bond with each other, especially when
You're all
Kreese
the
finds out that Chosen taught some of the U.S. troops how to fight. He's gonna be saying like, "Oh, okay, all right."
that whole thing about Sato training, that theory about him training Terry and like Kreese. I mean, if that comes full circle, that would be pretty mad. But
I wouldn't mind that.
I think it might be too on the nose. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
might
I
be
don't
too on the
find it
nose, but it could be one of them things that they never confirm, but they leave it ambiguous. Like leave it
Yeah.
ambiguous.
Mm.
And it could happen.
Ambiguous stuff is awesome, and
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
could just
Like,
use it
never
in a
officially
way to
confirm
sort
it,
of
but,
respect,
you know,
to find
Sopranos
common
ending.
ground.
if you know, you know.
Like, you know, Chosen says, "Oh, my sensei taught troops whilst in Vietnam," and then Kreese might be like,
yeah,
"Oh,
you
I
can nod
respect
to
that."
it. Nod,
Yeah.
wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like interlinked too
Doesn't have to be,
much. Just
so hey, Sato did X, Y, Z. It could be
Yeah.
just Sato did so and so.
and he doesn't.
Like,
and what I mean is, he doesn't need to be like, "Oh, I know of Sato." You know, they don't need to connect all of it. I mean,
Yeah,
if
he
Rage,
just
if,
say like, "Oh, really? You train the U.S. troops? I can respect a person of your character." Something like that. Something crazy.
exactly.
Yeah.
King gets it exactly.
So,
I would love to see that. That would be great.
Completely. It's just it's more balanced that way, and then you can kind of just even out the story a little bit from then on.
yeah,
I just
Maybe
really
something
want to
ambiguous.
see that. I really want to see Daniel. As much as I want to see like Chosen with those characters, you know, Johnny Chosen, Daniel and Kreese is just something that goes back so deep from the original.
Yeah. It goes right back
That's
to
something
the
you've never seen before.
And they
either,
don't
so-
really have that much of a relationship, to be honest.
There's
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
relationship.
They barely interacted other than
They did a lot in season 2. and a
Yeah.
little bit in
dude.
season
Because
three, not as
think
bad.
about this. Like, this will actually get a chance to hear. I mean, Daniel actually tell his side of the story to Kreese
We've all
about
been
Johnny,
hoping
because
for
he
that.
doesn't know. Like, he only knows Johnny's part. Like, and if he's training,
Kreese will be eating his
Daniel.
words about the you know when he said sign out front says Miyagi-Do. Like, well, you're here now, so
Yeah.
Mofo,
Do you know what? I think
motherfucker.
get your old ass in there.
I think that's the one thing they've kept on for so long, and they did that on
some
purpose.
Miyagi Do.
That Kreese and Daniel have not interacted. There's been so much conflict. There's no room for them to just like, you know.
Oh, I
talk
just
like
had a
human
thought.
beings.
I just had a thought.
Oh,
Kreese might have a newfound respect for Miyagi. Hear me
because
out.
of the
Because Miyagi, like the
because
whole
he was a
the
war
whole
veteran.
part of this show is the offense is it's badass, it's the best, it's this, that, whatever. Miyagi holding back against Kreese and not taking his ass out there and then
That's badass.
it's
Not
badass.
actually,
right,
that's a good point.
but it sets Kreese up on this long-term journey where maybe that act pays off at a later point.
Because
You
he
know
finds
how-
out Miyagi-Do is very offensive.
You
and
know
he
how
hid
we
that.
say.
He's like, this guy could have killed me at any point, but he didn't.
And
You
he
know how
didn't.
Johnny went to
Chosen will
apologize-
teach him
he-
the
he
techniques
still.
too.
We
Like,
always
to
talk.
show him that.
No, I just feel like there's something there that they could use because they always like to go back to the beginning and re-highlight it in a new way. Maybe Kreese has a new kind of perception of that scene. The same way when, you know, when Daniel says, oh, Miyagi-Do saved your ass and it's a few weeks back and that wasn't the first time. I think Kreese seeing Tori at the tournament and then reflecting on how he was with Johnny, it might open the floodgates for him to reflect on what Miyagi didn't do. It's not what he did do, what he didn't do to him.
I have
And
a
that might
theory.
open that sort of door.
That would be interesting because then when Kreese does interact with Chosen, I think that's when he will learn that Miyagi-Do isn't all defense
Yeah,
only shit.
Exactly, and he'll
he was
see
it.
that and he'll go, man, this old, I say this in context, that old bastard could have killed me, and he didn't.
I have a
Because
theory.
Kreese still thinks that Miyagi-Do is completely reactive.
Yeah, he
which
will
is
get a
completely abstruse.
completely
Yeah, he
new
said that.
understanding.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, Dan LaRusso, why are you teaching this version? This is much more as Johnny would say, badass.
It's funny he said reactive though. That quote runs deep. You know why? Because it comes full circle with Daniel reacting to Cobra Kai's win.
Yep.
And ironically, it's kind of embracing the other side of the teachings, the offense he never
The
had.
thing is,
What
the
are
only
you saying,
part of
RJ?
Miyagi though that Kreese is aware of is the reactive
gonna
side.
say?
He
What
doesn't
you saying?
know the offensive.
No.
I think RJ was trying to say something.
Oh no!
Sorry, RJ. Sorry.
Oh no!
No,
I was just saying. You know how we always talk about how Johnny going up and thanking Miyagi. What if Kreese apologizes to Miyagi for causing
grave.
kind of being the, you know,
I would love to see that.
Yeah,
just kind of opening up to
going to
Miyagi.
Miyagi's grave.
Yeah,
Like-
he's gonna
Looks
go.
like Kreese is going to take that old mentor role.
Yeah,
You know what? I'd love to see that because
Yeah, me too.
That would be
Yep.
a moment of. I think this would be way after he learns more about Miyagi-Do.
It could be a
and just
powerful
maybe-
scene too.
Because I think what will come full circle is it will be when Daniel helps out Tori, and then the stuff with Tori and Sam comes to an end. And I think so much would have happened for Kreese to sort of respect not only Daniel but Miyagi-Do having an influence.
Yeah,
So
I mean, for these feuds to
Oh,
end,
and
you
this-
can't
and this is
you can't just
Kreese
end it
winning
with the kids or the adults. You need to end it with like the OG of OGs as well, like Kreese and Chosen. You need to end it with them
because
too.
this Kreese and Daniel thing, this is gonna be more of a season 6 type of thing. Because season 5, Kreese is gonna be like in the shadows, I believe.
You'd be in prison and then he'll get out.
I think towards the
Imagine
end of the
Kreese
season,
saves Daniel.
They will make it clear.
Ooh.
And at the end of the season, they will.
Just saying.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
What's that?
Like
Oh.
imagine Kreese saves Daniel from Silver or
Or
something.
unless maybe
Sacrifices himself.
you know what we were saying
Yeah.
about Silver
Maybe further down
basically
the line.
being
Yeah.
Norman Osborn by saying "attaboy," and then Daniel's unloading on him, and there's a moment when he could kill him, and it's Kreese that stops him.
Kreese
Yeah,
learns the
Kreese
value of
stopping-
mercy.
Kreese
Kreese
showing
learns the value of
mercy.
mercy. Yep.
Oh, I'm good.
So,
Because
He's gonna
you
say,
know
like,
what?
no.
Writers, put us in the writers' room.
Kreese's downward spiral began when he killed Captain Turner. Like, as much as that
Yeah.
was justified, that ruined his life.
Oh my
'Cause-
god, what if Kreese is like close to killing Silver because of what he did and all this? And
We
it
better
comes
write
out?
this down just in
Yeah.
case it happens in season
It's
6.
some good stuff right here.
I'm
Oh,
writing
shit.
it.
If Kreese
Jacob, you probably want to write this down on
Write
your book,
it,
bro.
claim it, claim it.
what if
Already
Kreese
there.
has that moment where he is
People know.
beat like the Norman stuff when Peter's beating up Norman,
Attaboy.
and yeah, he does show mercy.
Yeah.
To still,
No,
Dude,
if
Dude,
it's
like,
if it's like a
I could
Miguel
just see
type
right
thing,
now, like you
that-
were talking about, is like Daniel's like pounding like Terry Silver's face into the pavement, and like
they could be
Kreese
doing
just
that,
comes
yeah.
out of nowhere saying like, no, he's my responsibility. Like, he's like,
Yeah.
that would
I could
be
just-
that would bring the fight when that does make sense though, because in a sense that would bring the whole fight with Johnny and Terry full circle, because he said, we should be focusing on the tournament. Why did you do this? So like, this is why I imagine. This is why I imagine like Kreese, showing that mercy, because he was technically showing mercy to Johnny when Terry
Johnny
was
there, yeah.
beating him.
Just the beginning, I think.
For him to do it to Daniel was just another redemption.
Yeah.
because think about this, like it was hinted that Kreese is not all that bad in season 3.
And two.
Season 4, they were hinting throughout all of Kreese's stuff, like him sort of apologizing for Tori breaking into the LaRusso's house when he says like, I have respect for you protecting your daughter. That's him saying like, I'm sorry for that, like
That's it in his own way, yeah.
Yeah.
But you also got to remember that he's in isolation this season. He's going to be just with his own thoughts. He'll be reflecting on the fact that he turned his friend, his own best friend, his brother in arms, to a point where he screwed himself over, and everything that he's done. Like he's going to have the full amount of
And possibly
everything.
put Johnny in
caring
danger.
about Miguel. Kreese caring about Miguel.
Yeah,
Come on, man. That's
I mean,
weird.
I mean,
He's like, "How's your boy?"
Is the boy okay? I was like, Kreese,
What?
Kreese?
and that's
Kreese
just the beginning. Like, you're
telling
gonna see a
Terry
lot.
Silver let her do what she wants.
And
Oh,
let's
I
not
think, like,
forget
it's a
when Johnny
picture.
said to him, and he got offended. Bullshit.
Exactly.
Okay.
And not to mention, like, imagine how, like, look at the amount of weight that caught up to Robbie with everything that had happened. Look at how broken he was. Imagine Kreese. He's got like 30, 40, 50 years of history of everything catching up to him, from Betsy to Captain Turner to Silver
I mean,
to
you look
Johnny.
at his
to
look
Lucas.
in the police car. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, I
This
love
guy.
that shot. Oh, I love
Yeah.
that shot. So good. Oh,
Says you're gonna regret this. I am
It's
Cobra
like-
Kai.
I think a part of
Cobra
Kreese,
Kai.
like, this will be interesting. I think like when Tori, whoever's visiting him in jail, a part of him will be like, I deserve to be in here. Like I deserve this, even if I didn't do this to Stingray. Like I've done so many other things.
Yeah.
And what if
He's gonna
Tori's
feel
like,
like he can't
"No,
make up for
I've
it."
done, yeah, dude, that'd be such a good moment between him and Tori. If that
Dude,
story,
because
that
like
visit.
I,
But yeah,
I have
that
a-
can
I
bring back
have
the
a
time
vibe.
thing. Like you still have time to make up for what you did. I don't have that time anymore.
I can just see Kreese right now telling Tori like about brumation, like the same conversation he gave Johnny. He's gonna give the same. He's specifically gonna say this, and it's gonna be a throwaway scene. It's gonna even be a cutoff scene. He's gonna be saying like, Miss Nichols, best thing to do is don't turn him in. Have you heard of brumation? Like, and that's it. Like, you know,
and
it.
that, and as much as I rag on the Hawk as a spy theories because they have no weight and made absolutely no sense, Tori being a spy could work.
Makes sense.
That could work.
It's not
Yeah.
even. It's more so it actually works with the story because she's still in
Inside
Cobra
Man.
Kai, but the Kreese stuff is going to catch up to her. I don't think it's even feeling like a spy thing. I think she's just
No. It's just keeping
aware
an eye on
of
things.
Cobra Kai.
She has to strike at the right time. Yeah.
She's actually gonna play Cobra Kai, and she thought it was all about that, but it was Kreese. It wasn't
And one of the
Cobra Kai
funny
itself.
things is
So-
piggybacking off what you're saying, Shamoon, is this season will be putting characters in positions of understanding other characters.
That's what I've been
And
saying.
one thing
with the
Tori
Miguel Robbie
hasn't
stuff.
really understood, as much as she will be understanding Sam, she didn't like she hated Hawk for switching sides. She'll be
Now
in the
she
Hawk
will.
role where Hawk in season 3, Kreese knew Hawk wasn't fully about it, and Hawk knew that he wasn't fully about it. It was a case of who was going to break first, who was going to be the one to, it's a
To
case of
assert
I
that,
know
yeah.
that you know that I know that you know. It's they both know. Like Silver's
See,
going to know.
what I
she's
love
not there.
about this
know.
is that everybody this season is going to understand each other because what I said to Jacob, what we
Oh,
said in the Robbie
character-driven, I
Miguel
love it.
stuff, it's not just happening with Robbie and Miguel. All the characters are going to go through an arc this season that will basically be opposed to what they usually see because of what those other characters are preaching to them. So they will finally understand what they were saying. It's like that, yeah. So it's like again full circle, bringing it all back.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
So
If you
that's
haven't seen
why
Mighty
I'm
Moon
so
stream the other day,
excited.
check it out.
Because we're gonna switch roles. We're gonna see Daniel. If you think about it, Daniel is sort of like the good version of Terry Silver, like rich,
Connection.
But
Grown
he
up
got,
version,
like,
yeah.
But like now it's to the path of like I still believe that Terry Silver is gonna do two things to Daniel. Two things. He got two missions. One, he wants to take out Johnny, but two, he wants to tempt Daniel. He wants him to become the full version of Cobra Kai that he could never be. I think that's his main goal.
Yes.
Is like
Or-
get him.
He could have been in Karate Kid 3 if he would have stayed.
Yeah, if Daniel had
Yeah, that's what I'm
stopped,
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he didn't, like, Terry's probably gonna say like, okay, let's just say that Kenny does get a black eye and loses to Sam and all that, and like he goes visits Daniel. He's gonna be saying like, all right, you're gonna play hardball, LaRusso. I'm gonna make it to where like you're gonna hit me
What was
some way
that?
somehow.
What was
Like
that?
Who was screaming?
That
who
was
was
on Jacob Zen.
RJ, why are you
Why?
making oatmeal?
Don't cut King off. King, carry on. Ignore Kenny. He's
no,
gonna be
that's all I was saying is that's all I was
Yeah,
saying.
it's gonna be like
um,
Terry's gonna be like the Emperor next season. It's gonna be like when he was taunting, like he's telling Luke to like kill him,
Bro.
like strike me down.
When he's
Yeah.
on the phone to
You
Johnny
know
and
you're
he's
gonna do
out
it.
at the desk, I got pure Palpatine. But I want to see I think Silver's this season. You ain't gonna see him out and about. You're gonna see him sat
Yeah.
at his desk of operations
Behind the
like a kingpin.
scenes, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
gonna be a real kingpin this season.
Proper
Yeah.
kingpin.
Terry Kingpin, call him that.
And we haven't
It's
even
gonna be Mike
talked
Barnes doing
about
dirty
Mike
work.
Barnes stuff yet, man. But it's going this season 5 is gonna make up for season 4 because we needed make up for season 4.
The thing is, season 4 was more setup. like we were
Yeah.
agreed to, and
Yeah.
then season 5 is
Yeah, we thought season 5 was gonna be the setup for season 6,
Well, I mean,
but it just
Five's
ended up being
payoff.
reversed.
It
Okay,
did
this
film
is how I
season
can-
5 back to back.
This is an analogy. Season 4 was a kick in the balls, and then season 5 is elbow, elbow, elbow.
Point.
That's the best way of putting it.
Point.
If you
Yeah.
guys, the best way of putting it, I think.
Lawrence winner.
I mean, that's the best way. That's the best way.
Bless you, motherfucker.
Bunch of dumb serious.
Wait, what? Yinka, what do you say? You sound like a robot. Then you're right.
I said Darius, did you bite your tongue this time?
Oh no, that made me laugh so much.
Oh,
That was RJ that sneezed. Yeah, it was RJ.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I sneezed. I didn't fart like you, Yinko.
boy.
I laughed so hard if Yinko just farted in that moment. End the stream like that.
End the stream.
Is that how you're gonna end the stream now? 'Cause, like,
I don't know. I don't know if I want to though, because
I think you should.
You're
I think
supposed
you
to
should.
start the stream with that, but
no, but your version is
but
ending
just
the
to
stream.
to round off that point, of Cobra Kai in general is that I always thought that season 4 was going to just be dealing with the All Valley, and season 5 was going to set up season 6, and season 6 was going to be the payoff. But it seems like they've done it early, so
Yeah.
it bodes well for where season 5 and 6 is going to go. We've all seen the leaked image of Robbie and Johnny, so but for season 4 drop, like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why are they there? Maybe Tanner's just there for whatever. No, now it makes sense that
Yeah.
step brothers coming together, step sisters coming together, Kreese
Yep.
cutting that turkey at Thanksgiving.
Yep.
So season 6 might be all action then. This is payoff.
It might be.
Yeah,
Season
That's
6 might be.
exactly. I think season 5 is going to be a lot of action still, but I think 6 is going to be the bigger scale action.
Yeah.
like,
The end
more
game.
craziness.
I think they're gonna
Yeah.
have one more.
Everybody
I think
making
they're gonna
those
have
songs.
one more tournament when like they find out like, because this is what I think is gonna happen. I think Tori and them are gonna blackmail Silver to where they run that tournament back. Like, okay, you know what?
You cheated.
You cheated.
Let's go.
Look, how about
Part
this?
Part 2.
If you let's run the tournament back. No cheating this time. And I promise you, if you don't cheat, we're not going to turn you into jail. I think that's going to be. I think that's literally going to probably be Daniel's leverage on Silver because they got the
Like,
film.
there's no other way to like end this. Like, what are they gonna do to Cobra Kai? Like, are they just gonna like Terry getting arrested? It's kind of anticlimactic. Like, you gonna beat him up? Like, what are you gonna do?
Because
You
I
know
don't
what?
really see Terry Silver dying and like
This is when
going.
they need to. This is when, like I said, boys, Bobby is Professor X. That's how you make this a bigger deal. That's how it gets
That
more
bald
insane.
head.
Maybe he's been the real villain behind the scenes.
I think
working
it's
on
really.
the
Strange too, man.
working on with
The Illuminati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. What were you saying there, King?
No, I think it's just gonna be like Daniel actually has the proof to turn Terry Silver in, but like the way he does it is like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'd say we just run it back one more time, like but this
that shows
time
character development for Daniel because Daniel before would be like, let's just lock him up, but now he's gonna be like, no, we need to get rid of him for good.
I think it's
Like,
gonna be simple, just like that, because like I'm trying to figure out like I don't see Terry Silver dying, but like I also don't see him going to jail because let's be honest, dude is a white collar dude. He's
I
gonna get
think
it back.
one of you said that Silver would die at the end of the series. I actually don't believe that anymore. I think maybe someone like Kreese will die sacrificing. I don't think Silver's
Sora
gonna
needs
die.
to be in like an insane asylum.
Like, it's going to be one of Kreese or
Something like
Silver.
that,
One of
like-
them's going. Like, I don't see both
Silver
of them
could get
riding
that
off.
Riddler Batman.
Actually, if
Forever
they
type
both
ending.
died, I think
Yeah.
that would be how Cobra Kai ends, because Cobra Kai ends with them.
That's
maybe.
what I've always been saying is that if Silver is to go, you're talking about killing him. Like, someone has to take him out. It's not going to be Johnny. It's not going to be Daniel. It's
Kreese.
not gonna make Johnny or Daniel in the killers.
It's going to be
You know
Kreese.
what
It's gonna
would
be
be-
Yaya.
Yeah, and I keep
Pep-
saying
no,
Yeah,
that
that pulls out the gas.
Pepto.
He slipped- he slipped on Pepto.
Yeah, Kreese has that Darth. Shut up, RJ, and all you. Shut up a minute. Kreese has that Darth Vader style Hollywood redemption, where he will die with redemption. It won't be done cheaply or chintzy. It'll be a very emotional moment where maybe he does it to say, okay, look, Cobra Kai maybe can live on, but not with us around, not with me
Yeah.
and Silver around. With you, it could, but you have to follow a different teaching. Change the motto. Get rid of that strike first, strike hard, no mercy
I have the
bullshit.
perfect way to change the motto.
That's
It's
when
the
Koala
same,
Kai comes in.
Except for no mercy instead of NO, it's KNOW. Like no mercy. instead of no mercy.
Ooh.
Strike first, strike hard, no mercy.
Yeah.
Oh, that can happen.
It's still the same, but it's not the same. You know
I
what
like that.
Or they could just say strike soft. No.
Koala
Strike,
Kai.
strike late.
You could
soft.
just get rid of the,
I don't see
no mercy.
how.
you
I
could
don't
just
see
get
how
rid of the
they
motto
can like
entirely.
still do Cobra Kai because it's like it's tainted.
ruined,
like
yeah.
it's way too bad.
Tarnished.
I
Yeah.
think with Johnny trying to reformat it and it not working, I think it's going to come down to Miyagi-Do winning in the end and Cobra Kai going for good.
Yeah.
Like it's I think it's done. Like it's got to go. It's just so ingrained.
It's time to go.
It's time
I
to
think-
go now.
Time to go.
It's
think
just so ingrained in bad history that even if you change it and reformat it, it's still going to have
It's
those
like
fibers
think about
in
it from like a real world perspective. It's like one of those symbols. You know, it's still a nuance of what we're talking about here. One of those symbols in the real world that you just can't wear it because even if it meant something else before, it doesn't mean that anymore. So
Nope.
The Yahtzee symbol. The Yahtzee.
Yahtzee, like the game. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Tristan, Juliana, don't remind me of that Vader. No, don't remind me of that, please. That's a separate.
Oh, that no, it's so
I
funny.
think it was Juliana that was talking about it in one stream. Like Cobra Kai has to go or something. Like there's
Yeah,
no
but
way
it's
you
Time
can.
to go.
Pack them up. Pack
I
them
think
up.
the
They're
reason
gone.
that
That's
is
the progression.
when Johnny in season 1 is at the All Valley and Miguel says no mercy, and then Kenny to Robbie no mercy. It's basically established that Cobra Kai has to go. It's got to go.
It turns even the best kids into just now like
Who knows?
you know what?
Maybe Eagle Fang could take its spot.
Do you know what I see?
Because
Cobra
think
Kai
about
ending?
Match.
You go ahead, King.
No, I was just about to say you can list the list of characters that like Cobra Kai has corrupted: Johnny, Daniel, Robbie, Kenny, Tori,
Miguel,
even Sam a little bit.
Hawk.
Technically, Sam a little bit.
Yeah, because Johnny
Sam a
learning
little
or
bit
teaching,
because of
yeah.
Johnny's training. Like
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
almost like Eagle Fang takes the stay badass element from Cobra Kai, but not the full die hard teaching of it. You know, and then when Johnny's saying Cobra Kai is gonna die, it's like, okay, yeah, you kind of know this.
But dude, it's gonna be hard for Kreese to admit that Cobra Kai has to go because he like it was like
He is
when
Cobra
Darius
Kai.
was talking. Is you Darius? I specifically remember you saying like when Kreese came back when Terry Silver was not gonna join Cobra Kai in the first place. You saw like Kreese like just had to think about it like, yo, this could be the end of Cobra Kai. Like, you know,
he's scared.
He was scared. Like, I think he's in. I think they're hinting.
They kind
I
of
think
showed
that's
you
foreshadowing.
that.
Like
If
if Kreese
he
says,
says
"I am
that
Cobra Kai,"
I was
Cobra
just
Kai's
about
gonna
to
die?
say.
Just say.
No, but they also kind of showed
I was just about to say that
what King
you
said
brilliant
to add on King's point. You know how in the
Beat me
past
to
they
it.
showed him building up Cobra Kai. It means a lot to him. Like, so with him,
I mean, it could be
leaving-
quite an emotional thing. Like, I know everyone's like, "Oh, Cobra Kai's got to go," but it could actually be quite an emotional thing where Kreese is like, "I really wanted to make a difference in people's lives." If you look
I
at
mean,
the
that's
flashback
Kreese's
in-
legacy. You think about
Yeah,
it.
if you look at the flashback in season 4 of young Kreese and young Silver, he's like, I want to do this. I want to make a difference. You know, it's and to have it fail, like.
And the only reason why he's making these teachings and the way he's gone about it is because that's how his life experience taught him to do the things he wasn't doing. And unfortunately, with his life, all these teachings he's using is just to give it to these guys so they actually have a chance of not making the same mistakes he did. That's the only reason why he believes that Cobra Kai
Captain
is
Turner's
right.
fault.
And with Captain Turner, he fucked him up with this Betsy stuff. And
you saw
really
Kreese like almost. If you think about it, you saw Kreese almost about to cry, bro. Like he was like looking at the sign. He was like, oh snap! Like if I don't have Terry, then we're gonna lose. There's no way we can win this thing. Like you know.
Then he saw Robbie. You saw Robbie teaching Miyagi. Teaching Miyagi though. He got hope. There was hope in his eyes again. He's like, okay.
Oh yeah, Robbie has to make up for that as well. So,
yeah. I think season 4 is hinting the fact that Kreese, when he's in jail and like he's basically gonna have to say that Cobra Kai has to go. Like,
what if we get a scene with Kreese breaking down? like, do you think we're ever
You-
gonna see
you
like
will.
Kreese like
You will.
seriously like break down like emotional scenes?
Yeah, Kreese
Like,
fits that archetype of character that he won't break down around anyone or in the public eye, but behind
But
the
like,
scenes, in
imagine if he's
closed
like in solitary in
Yeah.
like prison or whatever. Like
doors,
after the
he
fight,
gets into a little scrap in the yard, and then he's
Yeah.
put in solitary.
and then and then he's sitting in the cell, and he just like you see him start like not like full on sobbing, but like imagine a shot where like you see one tear
One tear.
fall onto
Yeah.
the floor. One.
Because he's gonna be thinking about Johnny. He's gonna be thinking about Tori. He's gonna think about Robbie and
It's
like
all gonna catch up
Betsy
with him.
too. Yeah, it's all gonna catch up with him.
It's like
What he
50,
did to
60
Terry,
years of
like-
history for this guy.
Yeah.
There could be more flashbacks with Betsy and stuff. Young
Because
Silver.
honestly, I think that's when his PTSD is gonna kick in more. It's like he's gonna start seeing like like looking at flashes.
Do you know
of
what? I
people.
think him being in prison will actually it will not only remind him of Vietnam, but I think it's going to be a moment where you see how he really felt about Vietnam, being in that POD,
Oh,
Yeah.
the cage.
being a prisoner of
He's
war.
being in the cage again. It's like
Yeah.
he's back
Yeah.
in the yeah.
Because ironically, Silver put him in that situation because it's
Super
not
put him in the
only-
cage.
Not only
Yeah.
he wanted to shed his weakness, but he wanted to put him in that isolation that Silver felt in that
Silver felt
moment.
it.
Because
Yeah.
Kreese always said, "Oh, I saved you. I saved you." Okay, well, this is how it feels when you tried to save me in Vietnam, and you did.
Yep, I feel like I'm still here.
This is the fear I had. This is the trauma I had in the moment.
And then he
I think
understands
he's
Silver.
giving that back to. He's basically trying to give that back to
Switching the roles.
Kreese, because Kreese was doing that to him by bringing all the
Yeah.
memories back to him.
Yes, there it is.
There it is. Yeah. Is
Switching the roles.
dude, it's like it's gonna get to the point to where like Daniel and Bobby will probably have to be Kreese's
That
lifeline.
is a conversation I want. Is Daniel and
Yeah,
Bobby?
Daniel-
I've been saying
Daniel
this
and
since
Bobby, we
season
need
2.
that.
Since season 2, like seeing him back.
When Bobby
Uh,
reunites with Kreese, the deleted scene of him throwing his thing on the floor.
Needs to
needs
say that.
play.
He did reference that, yeah.
And you know
'Cause
what?
at
He
first-
even said sorry to Daniel when he did what
Like,
he
what
did
if-
in the original film.
Yeah, what if Kreese is like Kreese tells Bobby, he's like, you were the first one to ever leave me. Like the first student that ever left my dojo was you.
Because think about this. You could just see Kreese just saying like this. He's just like, at first, you know how Kreese is. Bobby, you were one of my best students. Like rubbing it in. But like Bobby's like looking through him like, all right, dude, like, why'd you call me here? What's up? Like, and then he's basically gonna tell Bobby the truth. I mean, Bobby the truth.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah. He's gonna say, and Bobby's gonna like look through Kreese and he says like, "You're not lying. You're not lying. Like for some reason, I just believe you. Like, yeah. And the thing is, you're gonna have to get Daniel to believe Kreese. That's gonna be the problem."
Especially this
So-
season, because Daniel might be a little aggressive this season. He might be.
Yeah,
Switching those roles.
yeah,
Like I
think-
said,
Yeah.
we hungry.
yeah.
No,
I think
but-
if Daniel can forgive Chosen, he can forgive Kreese. Because Chosen
Yeah,
tried to-
but it's gonna be hard. It
It's
ain't gonna be
hard,
easy.
yeah. But I think Kreese will open the door to allow him to do such a thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, or I could just see. I know this is a far fetch, but maybe because like lately I've been seeing like pictures with Mary Mauser and Martin Cove. Like, do you think that Kreese will probably save Sam?
There's certain people that haven't interacted in the show, and it's just kind of weird. Like Kreese has never talked to Kreese. Sam is the only one of like the main kids that Kreese has never.
Do you know who really
interacted.
needs to interact? Because obviously
Armin
this
and Robbie.
person.
Yeah,
is-
that one too. That's gonna
I
happen.
was saying that to Vanessa when I interviewed her, but there's 2 specific characters no one has mentioned this, and I'm very shocked, guys. Yaya and Silva. Obviously, Yaya is the one behind.
Well, I was
everything.
going to say Daniel's mum and Johnny.
And-
but-
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So Julia
Good
Macchio
suit.
said that there was a scene that was cut.
Ah,
where-
bollocks.
what was it? Lucille basically like said something to Johnny, and the thing is about he like because he wasn't wearing shoes in the scene when the Diaz's and Johnny were taking a photo together, or something about the shoes. But they've never spoken, especially all the stuff that Johnny and Daniel went through. Like I'm surprised Lucille hasn't interacted with him whenever, well, since he's come over a few times and she's been there.
Yeah.
But like literally, Julia said this, that there was like a deleted thing, and I'm like, why couldn't we have seen that? Even if it's funny, just
And
see
we're gonna have to wait
Lucille.
till season 5 releases for them to drop it.
Probably,
yeah, that's the thing. We're gonna wait. So
maybe.
basically, in about a year's time, we'll see that deleted scene. I think, unless
They
it was
coulda
something that never
extended it.
filmed. It just they never actually filmed it. It just didn't happen.
It'd be,
But I
it'd be
hope it
cool to
was
see
filmed.
Lucille and her with Johnny because, like, she obviously she
just
knows
wanna
that
see
Johnny
that
bullied
conversation.
Daniel like 84.
Mm.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a season of like, I mean, before season 4, if you'd have told me that Sam and Tori were going to bury the hatchet, I wouldn't have believed you. But
I thought that was a blood feud. I thought that was gonna be forever.
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But the way that they've done it, the way that they've gone through with it, it's earned, and I believe it. So Kreese working with the rest of the crew, I can see it happening, and it wouldn't be. It's not like they're going to be high fiving each other and smacking each other on the arse, and
It's gonna be X-Men. It's gonna be X-Men. It's gonna be X-Men 2.
transaction. It's literally a business deal, and then as time goes along, Kreese will start to warm over to them and go. Because I always bring it back to season 2, the scene with Johnny and Kreese in the homeless shelter.
Yep.
I don't think Kreese was putting on a front. I don't think he was lying. I think he was being honest in that moment and dead serious. That I don't think I can ever redeem myself. He tells him the story of how he felt. He was lost, rejected, and all that Jesus and all that kind of stuff. And Jesus Christ. So I feel like that's going to be paid off. It's going to be absolutely paid off.
They might have made this planted the seed for that in season 3. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. I mean,
Yep.
that's basically this
If he gets
situation.
his own medicine,
It's funny because
That might call the episode where that happens. That the enemy of
you
your
could
enemy.
use that
that'd be
advice
so
to
good.
himself.
Because like that's just made my theory. Like that's what I got the theory from is when I was watching season 3, and I just said like, you know what? What if Kreese and Daniel and Johnny actually team up?
I'm sorry, like if you understand characters, if you want Kreese to remain the villain, you don't give him that conflict in season 2 or 3. If you want him to stay the villain, you don't do that. And they've done that with Silver. So
Yeah.
I think Kreese is literally going that route. It's inevitable. There you go.
Yeah.
It's another one.
Yeah, if they were gonna make Kreese the villain, stay a villain, they wouldn't have brought Silver in and made him worse. That's not how
Silver is the big bad now. Like Silver is leaps and bounds above.
Now, what I don't want for season
Kreese-
5 is I don't want Mike Barnes.
Kreese
to
is
come in
bad,
and
but
praise
when Silver is
I
bad,
don't
it's
want that.
100
Please don't
times
do that.
worse. It's so much worse when Silver is the villain because he's got the money, he's got the way he thinks.
He's got
It's
the
like
power. You know,
he's
it's-
like
These are the don'ts that we don't.
like a
We
He's
dictator.
the devil.
My Barnes.
He's always 2
Mephisto.
steps ahead, at least.
He's
2 steps
Mephisto.
ahead.
Silver is literally the devil.
Yeah, he's right here in the wall.
I'm not gonna lie, but he would play a good Mephisto. Thomas Ian Griffith.
Honestly, yeah.
We do not need Mike Barnes to betray Terry Silver.
It's not the
No,
way.
we don't need
Yeah,
that.
no,
That's
we
a-
don't need that. Like, I don't mind if
I
you
don't
make
believe
him
that.
a
Mike
sympathetic
Barnes is
good-
not smart enough to do that, bro. Sorry.
I don't
Exactly.
mind if you
He's
make
an
him a
idiot.
sympathetic bad guy, but you do. But as I said, we're approaching that black and white level of the show where we got to keep some bad guys. Got to keep.
We
some
got to
Yeah.
keep some
Mike-
evil
Mike-
mofos.
Mike is a goon. Mike is a glorified goon.
Mike
That's
is a
what he
hired gun. He's a bounty
He's a
hunter.
goon.
That's all he is.
Yeah.
Now,
He might be a
obviously,
dad now.
they'll give him some gray. They'll give him some nuance to where we go. Oh, I feel bad for him a little bit. But you gotta have some evil on that side. You know,
Yeah.
otherwise.
Because we
And this is
you don't
why
get,
I don't
you
want
don't
the
get-
Payne brothers staying over there because of the grade they've given them. I want people who are bad to the bone on that side.
Bad
Evil.
mofos.
Like, and I'm not talking Tori's season 2 finale level. No, no. I'm talking all in, even worse.
All
Real
in.
criminals.
Woo!
Oh, what
I
if-
want Silver to open up a little pamphlet, and he's got like a list of people that are like really bad, like bad fighters who will do whatever they have to
if
do
he goes,
to beat your
if he
ass.
goes
We gotta
to
get back
juvie,
to that
if he
evil
goes to
season 3
juvie and
mode.
starts recruiting, it's like
Yeah.
you.
I'm saying you get evil people, really irredeemable evil kids that are literally.
We
not.
said this before, didn't we?
Yeah,
That it's going to be like
Psycho-
people that you don't
psycho
want any
that
sympathy
you don't
for.
want to redeem. Like you're not going to want them to redeem. They're pieces of shit.
These
You
are.
know, it's like-
Can you imagine seeing somebody like Kyla, but twice as big and twice as like?
Actually
how cool
good at fighting. Yeah.
But isn't
Kyla's
it
not
cool, though,
bad
that
at
you have
fighting. I think it's
characters
just plot's not on his side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
I
good
think
at
he's
fighting.
stupid.
He's just not a main
I agree.
character, which means he can't.
He's
win.
just an alpha jerk. He's kind of just
Yeah.
stupid. He's the
Big-
rich friend that you
big
just
donut.
hang around with because he gives
Because he
you
has
good
money.
stuff. Yeah.
Because he's
But, I mean,
funny.
you know, I mean, if you look at like the level of detail that they've given characters like Tori and Robbie and Eli, like three of the most dangerous fighters in the show. You know, you could even put Sam up there as well, even Miguel. You know, that kind of danger, those kind of fighters, but the ones we care about going up against evil versions of themselves, like that, it's just too good of an opportunity.
Because the bad ones, they like Robbie,
They don't care.
like you said, Robbie, Tori, Hawk, they all have lines you don't cross, but
They all have a gray center.
pure Cobra Kai characters don't. Like they'll just
No.
And, and
we-
another
we
reason
need
why I believe
need
that
more
the
Dutches.
brothers are coming on the other
Yeah.
side.
No,
Let's be
yes.
honest. The Miyagi Do needs some muscle, bro. Like I know we got talent, we got Hawk and all that. Man, they just need a dude that just don't care.
Brawler.
Like
That's
Sean's just that dude.
That's where Sean comes in.
You know, because he gonna be the
That's
one.
him.
He's actually Kyler that actually people will be intimidated with. Like
Seriously, Sean and Kyler, get him over.
Imagine Sean learning Miyagi Do, bro.
I could really see it.
I just laugh.
It would be funny if even like people like Sean and Kyler, you wouldn't think would fit over there.
It's not gonna
But
be like, it's not gonna be like, you got me painting the damn fence. Really?
Hey, you got some food over here?
I know. Chris tries painting his face. Like, that's my fence, homie.
He's like, all right,
dude, he's definitely gonna
You know what?
like
If
look.
Sean became like a Miyagi Do student, he would make Miyagi Do so gangster. Like
he would.
Yeah.
wax on.
Miyagi would be proud. He'd be like, there you go, Sean
Like
son.
some motherfucker.
There you go, Sean son.
No,
Paint the
dude,
fence, mother.
honestly,
This
no.
is my fence, mother.
One thing
Bro,
the show does
bro,
well.
honestly,
is
if you
it doesn't
think about
bring
it,
new
like
characters.
Sean will,
Sand my shoes, mother.
I mean, I was gonna say
dude,
like
Sean will
legacy
actually be a
characters.
natural at Miyagi Do because like they do a lot of chores in jail anyway, bro. Like as soon as he gets out, he's gonna be saying like, man,
Right, look,
like
but
sending
you
the
also
man,
gotta
this
realize
is
that,
easy,
you know,
dog. Like,
One thing that this show does is that it doesn't just bring Kreese back one season, he's gone. Like they're bringing Chosen back. You're not going to get rid of him anytime soon. He's back for the long term. So out of all the kid fighters, people like Sean, Robbie, Kyler, you know, Chosen will take a shine to them because if you think back to Chosen's Karate Kid 2 self, he loves that arrogance. He loves that kind of aggression. You know, Eli, like they'd be perfect for Chosen. You know, I'm just saying, like,
Because they have that aggressive instinct.
Maybe
because
that's
they were
two
originally
Miyagi-Dos.
in Cobra Kai, so Chosen's got that side to him, but it's like a evolved version
see,
of what
like,
they've
I mean,
learned.
this is the thing. Like, if we need people that this is why you introduce like villain characters that no one cares about. Like, you make
Psycho
them
Rangers.
irredeemable.
One of you said it a while ago.
Like, I'm talking
awful
evil
people.
evil.
Because-
Trash tier people.
Just think about it, man. You see,
Mm.
if you see Sean, like, no offense to Chris, you're not gonna be intimidated with Chris. I'm like, sorry, no
I'm
offense
sorry,
to Chris.
but Sean would easy like become.
I'll
one of the
be
best
intimidated with
Miyagi-Do
Sean
students.
if he was like on Miyagi Do's side.
Yeah,
Like,
anyone would. Anyone.
He's
would.
like six.
How
He's like
big he
6'4".
is.
He's like 6'4", like 6'3", jacked. Like I'm not. No, bro.
I
I
ain't
mean,
messing
I'm
with
not gonna
that.
lie,
thing.
but
This is what Miyagi-Do has always lacked. That
I
killer
think
instinct.
Miyagi-Do is going to become the muscle if they have someone like
Scary
Floyd.
black man coming down the field, coming down the sidewalk.
Hey, look, you just had Jesus Christ. You just had Hawk join them, right? You know,
That doesn't
and
sound right at all. I did the
potentially
way you
Sean
said
join.
it.
I mean, I'm just saying.
It's
You
true.
know, yeah. Aside from that, you
Down
know,
the
get out of
sidewalk.
there.
I'm his
Um,
brother. What you?
Shush.
That's why you
Um,
running. That's why you're quick. You be running from your brother all the
Yeah,
time.
you're so used to running away from him, you little.
That's come here, brother.
Um,
My table,
but I-
homie.
But I do just feel like if they weren't gonna do something with the Payne brothers, they wouldn't have brought Kenny in. They wouldn't have given him that grade, and they wouldn't have given Sean the grade that he was trying to help his little brother. Like they wouldn't do that without a reason. There's a
Yeah.
reason for that.
Can you imagine
It's
him
always-
grabbing the Miyagi scroll? That's my Miyagi scroll, homie. That's my healing technique,
'cause
homie.
now we're all gonna be paying attention to throwaway lines in this show because
Yeah.
like
They put there for a reason.
It's like I said, bro. Like that line about the lines about Miguel's father. It was there the whole time. Like,
They were there.
you just
They
paid
were-
attention.
As soon as that was
threw it out
starting to
there.
crop up, I was like, yeah, he's gonna try and track down his father.
and then when Tori's aunt said like you got that temper like your dad, I was like, oh gosh, she's related to Mark.
I don't care what
Yeah,
anybody
it's
says. They did not say that for no
really
reason, bro. They do not.
Come
Yeah,
on,
that is
man.
gonna mean
That
something.
links back to her past so good, and also just who she
Oh,
is.
you know the
What's the
moment-
root of that?
I believe it now.
you know
Like,
the moment in Karate
because
Kid 2
actually,
when,
she's a female Mike Barnes. If you think about it, like money hungry, redhead, easily tempered. Yeah, I believe it.
You know the moment in Karate Kid 2 when Miyagi's father passes, like Tori might get that.
Yeah.
With her mum. Oh, what if
I
Tori
think her mum's
can't
done. I think she's
afford
done.
the funeral and stuff, so Daniel covers it?
The Russos pay for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Amanda.
Oh, what if Tori and Sam have a talk like that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I actually, do you think Tori and
Oh,
Sam
what
are
if
gonna
Daniel has that talk with
hug it out?
Oh, I just have to, like
Daniel and Tori, he lost his dad.
Daniel Tori. He tells her about Miyagi, and then
Yeah.
He lost his dad. He lost his dad and Miyagi.
I
Brings
still
us
think the
into
Julie
life.
Pierce thing with her saying about losing her family, like that would play a big role because
Shout out to
Julie
Evan.
coming in with Tori would make a lot of sense. But I think first of all with Daniel would definitely work.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I think that's what's gonna do.
Daniel's lost two dads. He lost his dad when he was like young, and then he lost Mr. Miyagi
Yep.
again.
Because
So.
Daniel can relate with Tori more than Sam can relate with Tori. Because
Oh yeah.
because Daniel was broke and because Tori believes that Sam is like second generation wealth. Like she's actually first generation. Like
Yeah.
This
So-
gives Tori the perspective.
the nuance.
Something tells
the
me
Russos
that
grew with
Candace-
I mean,
Yes.
because Robbie thought the same at the beginning, and so did Miguel. Miguel was like, "Wait, what? You didn't go to college and stuff?"
I can imagine like Candace, I don't know, somehow bringing Tori's father back into the story because
a piece of
once her sister dies, like she's head hit the bucket.
Reminds me of my aunt.
You know, she's wow.
Throw hands down
She's
there.
she's gonna be.
I'm sorry, I had to say it.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people have an. aunt
Okay,
like that,
assuming
not gonna
what
lie.
if that's how? Okay, what if
Someone
that
a bit
is?
crazy.
What if okay? Assuming it is Mike Barnes, it might not be. What if that is her father? What if he just comes back to the valley because, like you said, Tori's mom dies and he's there to collect the money, whatever. What if it's
I'm here
just by
for the money,
chance?
mother-
And Silver uses that opportunity.
Get your money, brother.
Mike Barnes is back in town.
Oh, it might be too coincidental. That's the issue. How do you introduce if she is the daughter of Mike Barnes? How does that work with Silver trying to find Barnes to come back?
Wow.
God damn, Demi, bro.
Wow.
what did he say?
Read it. It's right there. Damn.
I didn't see it.
Man, that's so funny though. I can't give props.
Damn.
That's funny.
It's funny because
No, that is Debbie. That is hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
oh, Demi,
Oh.
That's a good
business,
theory,
bro.
Bryce.
I gotta send you a message, Demi.
That's
That's
if John
brilliant.
McClane
Man.
wants to come back.
Demi, that's fucking gold, man.
Sure, man. Jacob over here.
I'm still under the weather, you know.
Do you know what's funny? That not funny, but did you hear that? I know it's off topic, but
Oh,
you know
under
the
the weather,
Queen,
yeah, that's not funny at all.
the Queen got COVID.
I heard about that
In
today.
the sweet and sour sniffles.
Right. Hang on.
That,
crazy.
let's say that discussion for offline.
I
stream.
don't really care.
Yeah. You know what? She's like
stealing
what?
skulls or
She's
something
like
with
Stan
this
Lee age.
She's gonna beat it. Okay, she's gonna beat it because
That's Tori's
babies that
saying.
give her eternal youth are gonna get her through this.
Jesus.
Yeah.
She survived.
We,
so
we
like-
can we can
Back
save
to
this for
Cobra Kai.
offline
Yeah,
discussion
we can discuss that
after.
after hours.
That's
we
a
can
Cobra
discuss
Kai.
that on
We
Jacob's
all know
new
my thoughts
channel,
on the
which
royal
is
family and
called
that I
Keeping
don't
Up with the
really care.
Royals. That's Jacob's new channel.
Yeah, I
Keeping
mean,
up with
everyone
the
expects
Royals.
us. This is the thing. Everyone expects us British folk to have like crooked teeth and be he's talking like this, Jeeves, and you know, and all that.
I can make you a tea.
You guys don't. You guys don't have
Queen.
crooked teeth.
Yes.
Oh,
Now,
I
screw that
say
shit.
a bottle of
We-
water.
We
you
do
freaking
not care about
pricks.
the royal family. I've said it on it. I don't care. They've done nothing for me. I need not care about them.
While you're on a
All they're good for is tourism.
I mean, we back on Cobra Kai.
Back on Cobra Kai talking about Shermeds. The hell? Okay, so back to the point. King, get us back to the point. And final
No,
10
I'm
minutes.
just saying, like, you know,
and I need some sleep now.
yeah. I mean, I guess we can round it off, like, you know, yeah. Basically, I see Mike Barnes. I don't want him to betray Terry Silver.
I
I
can't hear
want
you
them
guys.
to just keep them, you know.
wait. Oh no, I can hear you now. No, yeah. Before that shit happened, I was just wanted to say like, a lot of the people in the UK really don't give two shits about the royal family.
God's sake, we don't care. We don't care about the. No, we really
We can
don't.
just wait like 3 minutes and we can talk about it.
No, I'm not. I don't want
Really
to talk
don't
about it.
care.
I'm just saying because I hate Americans that think me and Jacob of the
Yeah,
example,
they're all,
just Ponzi,
you know what? This is why I
ask
wanted
me
to
to
change
have a fucking
topics, 'cause it's
bottle of
gonna
water.
start
Like, shut
riling
the
me
fuck up. I don't give a shit about your.
I'm not that interested in the royal
Oh.
family. All they do is sit there and hold kids in other
Do you,
countries'
want,
hands.
do you want a cup of tea? Yeah, I do want a fucking cup of tea. And it's not because I'm
This is what
British,
the
you
royal family are
absolute
good for.
prick.
You want me to show you what they're good for? They
How
go
did this
back to country.
happen?
Hang on, watch this, right? Watch this.
We don't want to hear about British. We don't want to hear about
Sorry,
British
just
people
like
problems.
random.
We don't want to hear about
It's a
this.
post-credit-
Shush,
We're in the
British people
post-credit
problems. We
scene.
don't want to hear about this.
we're in the post-credit
What
scene. Come on.
is going on?
Shh. Shh.
What I
Right?
do?
This is
It's a
all they're
post-credit scene.
This is all they're good for.
Oh Lord.
Holding kids' hands and doing that.
You know
Anyway,
what this
back
sounds
to the
like?
point. Yeah, shut up. Back to the point, King. Back to the
British
point.
people problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to stay up till 4 a.m. to accommodate your asses, but carry on, King.
What did I?
Get a better
Since
time
we
zone.
got like 1 minute left, it's about to
South
hit
Carolina's good
4:30.
out here. Carry on, King.
No,
Oh, look at him.
I was gonna say like Mike Barnes doesn't need betray Terry Silver.
No,
That's it.
I completely agree.
I don't
We
ever
we
see
don't
that
need
happening.
every kind
He's
of.
not smart enough. He's not smart enough to do that. At least he hasn't shown that.
Well, he can try, but Silver, they could show just Silver going, I was way ahead of you, my friend.
That'd be funny, actually.
It's like that
'cause I was
video
waiting
of
for him to do
Buddy.
that.
It's like that video that Ken Cole did talking about it, where like Mike Barnes thinks he's ahead of Silver, and Silver's just like smiling, like, "Yeah, you think you're
Actually,
ahead
that
of
I hope they do that. Like that's in character. Like Michael
Now
tried
that-
to-
I agree, yeah.
and
Do it
Silver's gonna
again.
be Like I knew you were gonna do this. Like if you want to betray a guy, do it. This is how you should do it.
Because
I would love
just
to do that.
I don't want
mean,
Mike
see
Barnes to say like Terry Silver says like, oh, I saw that coming. Well, I saw this coming. Like, no, let's not do that.
Like,
Let's not.
King's on, let's get into some Death Note type territory. King knows what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. There.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
need the Death Note. They're not like you said, Darius. Mike Barnes is not smart enough. He's
This is
basically a
not the way.
dumb.
I don't
He's
know if
a
we can
goon.
assume Mike is not smart enough yet because we don't know what he is like now. Like,
Yeah,
I think he
Spartacus
won't
was a bad
outsmart.
movie.
He won't outsmart Silver, but we don't know what
mean-
he's like now. I think we need to kind of remember that.
But then
he
again,
learned a lot.
there is
he's-
potential, as we were discussing, for a Cobra Kai civil war. I mean, what if it's not just Kreese versus Silver? What if Mike tries to start staking a claim?
Ooh,
And then
we did
then
talk about
Johnny
that
as
a few
well, 'cause
times.
He owned one as well.
And what with Johnny?
But that would
Cobra
be
Kai,
that would be
I hope we
contingent
Cobra
on
Kai.
Johnny wanting it. But those three definitely.
And then Daniel says, F you guys, I'm actually going to finally take over Cobra Kai and make
Yeah.
it mine.
What if Daniel just buys them out?
You know what, Daniel? I said this a while ago.
Pulls
like,
a Bruce Wayne like from Batman Begins.
wait,
He's
what
like,
if
Silver
Daniel...
rings
I
him
bought
up,
the
he's
bank.
like,
I'm
"I've
buying
almost-
this hotel.
You know the whole thing with Daniel and Cobra Kai? It reminds you of Banner and Hulk, especially when Banner's like, when it's Hulk, he's, just, he's got this side to him, he's angry. Like when Daniel's with Cobra Kai, he's angry, but if he finds a way to balance it, he could actually let it coexist without it taking over him. Honestly, think he could take over Cobra Kai.
Well, I think that's
Yeah, what are you
where
doing?
him and once again going back to what we are talking about,
want
that's
the
where him and
microphone?
Kreese are gonna have to like he's gonna ask Kreese
What
for
if
help.
that's the twist? What if all the Cobra Kai dojos in the end of the series end up becoming dojos of
Miyagi-Do or whatever.
Daniels? Yeah.
Damn.
Oh,
Daniel and Johnny take over the valley for good.
yeah, and all the dojos just become theirs, and then they have all these students and stuff. They become
All the
senseis
kids are
of each-
senseis.
Yeah, and they get more mature now.
That'd be good.
I'm writing that down. I didn't even think about that.
Find it down.
Let me put that down.
Or at least some of the kids.
We should
like the ones that
discuss
don't go to
that.
college
We
or
should
whatever.
discuss that.
But-
Like,
I'll put it on the next. I'll put it on the next list because I needed a
And,
part two.
don't forget, Chosen's teachings will be involved as well, hopefully.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They merged with Chosen's dope.
Wow.
wow, real quiet then.
That was like that moment in when you're like in a room and everyone's talking, all of a sudden there's just like a dead silence, like you can hear a pin
It
drop.
kind of reminds me of the Shawarma post-credit scene in the Avengers.
Oh, they're all just sitting on the table.
It's a swarm of joint.
And then Chris Evans is trying to hide his mustache, like,
Yeah.
I love that scene so much.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Why don't we all go for shawarma when we meet?
That'd be great.
Oh yeah, I'm down for that.
Shawarma joint down
And then we should all maybe go to the
Now,
same
shawarma-
place and just all take.
shawarma
Oh yeah,
a
good,
we
bite.
was sitting there like,
Yeah, and oatmeal too.
oh yeah.
Apple
Well, me and
cinnamon.
Jacob already had some at Comic Con. Like I legit mean not how you guys think, you dirty little mother.
Yeah,
I
don't
meant like
do that
literal like
rubbish.
a bowl of oats, like
You weren't thinking it until you
Plastic
said
bowl.
it. So,
Or as we call a bowl of porridge.
porridge, not oats, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, we are kind
Shawarma-
of British.
It is
Shawarma
oats.
is good with like some French fries and hummus. Woo, man, it's good. Yeah.
Spicy sauce.
Spicy.
There's
But
a
hummus is
shawarma
great. I
joint.
agree.
Mm.
That shit is nice. I haven't had it in a while though.
I've
Man,
never
that stuff
actually had
is
it.
good, bro. I got like when I go to the UK, we definitely gotta go to shawarma joint. I'm gonna let you guys pick.
Wait, have
Yeah.
you all? None of you been to the UK, have you?
No.
Oh
Mm-mm.
wow.
I'm getting a
Wow.
passport soon, so I'll be heading down there.
Only left it-
sometime
only
this
left
year.
Wait, you
walked off the Kenny
smart
walked
card,
off the
you
plane,
gotta get here soon.
Don't call me a smuck. I gotta plan these trips ahead, mofo. I forgot.
No, you obviously will, but you gotta come down. You gotta come down. All of you motherfuckers gotta come
All of
down.
you, mother-
Otherwise,
Yeah,
that's gonna be your end
You
result.
guys have to come to the USA too. You guys have to come here.
Oh, we
Oh,
still
you
want
guys,
to.
you
Me
guys
and
are gonna take
Jacob.
me to the joints where you guys cook like the fish and stuff. Like I need that
I want to like.
trout. and all
Seattle,
that.
Yeah.
mofo.
I know. Me and Jacob said when we go to the States, we want a fat meal as soon as we get there.
Fat meal.
Oh, okay.
I want to see how you Americans eat because
I'm not gonna lie. I actually want
my
that Philly. I
appetite-
want that Philly steak.
Like
I
my
want to try that.
appetite is
for real.
built for you.
You
your
sure you
guys.
want to go to
You don't know.
Philadelphia? I mean, here's what we have to do with Philadelphia. We have to go there, get some extra security, go to the West End, Philadelphia, make sure get some armed
Our
security
security
guards.
can meet all the people in this chat.
Jesus, that's cool.
The kings of pop culture. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
fully kings of pop culture.
No. I'm actually being
Well,
serious.
we're
West Philadelphia
screwed
is
then, aren't we?
terrible. It's a disgusting. It's like Gotham City. It's
Nah,
Go to
I was just
East-
kidding.
go to East
I just meant Philly.
Dang.
You
cheesesteaks,
know it's
'cause
true,
You guys
King.
always hype it up.
no Philly cheesesteaks are good. Like they are really good.
No.
They do
Philly-
it in the
Philly
UK as
cheesesteaks
well, in London.
Yeah, different, bro. Philly
Y'all guys
cheesesteaks
need to
from
come over here,
Philadelphia.
come to
Ooh.
Texas so I can get you guys a water burger. Yeah.
What's that?
What's that?
I'm a,
That's great. What is that?
That's
Yeah,
great.
this-
What is that?
that's great.
What is it? I'm
Why?
actually curious. What is it?
It's an actual burger. It's a burger joint. It's like
Water burger. Can you please elaborate? Because to me, I just think of a bottle of water and I think of a burger.
What a burger? Like
what a
Oh, we
burger,
said
but
water
like
burger.
Texans,
That's what
That's
I
how we
thought.
the
say it.
Texans say water burger.
Oh no, dude. Is this the burger that you're on about? King?
Nah, you
I
guys
just
gotta have
sent-
some. You guys,
I just
you guys
sent
gotta have
what a
some
Philly
North Carolinian
cheesesteak is in the
Bojangles.
chat.
You know what I'm saying? Bojangles, bro. You gotta come to
Oh yeah, that's
Bojangles.
Southern
Ooh,
fried
yes,
chicken. baby.
Bojangles go hard.
Oh, no, the fun.
You know what? There's so much
Wait, is this
American
what you
food
mean,
I need
King?
to try.
You guys have tried tea. But have you tried
Oh
sweet
no,
tea?
King.
Sweet tea.
Is that the burger you mean, King?
Yes.
Is that what you were
I'll
eating
take
when we were
5 of
watching
them.
Cobra
I'll take
Kai?
five- No,
Dude,
no,
that
no,
looks
sorry,
like
sorry,
dude,
cut you
that-
off, Roger. I'll take
that
5
looks
of
like
those
a-
right now.
That looks like a
Yeah.
real life Krabby Patty burger.
Oh, that
Yeah.
looks like if Burger King's and McDonald's adverts were actually true to what they advertise.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how like their medium sized burger is like enough to food, like food.
All the Europeans in the chat so confused.
Damn,
bro.
he's changed this thing this show.
That's so funny.
In and out.
Five Guys is better than both. What?
Oh,
What?
I'm not gonna lie, but I think Five Guys is probably one of my favorite places to eat now. Like I recently
Five
went back.
Five Guys is good. Like Five Guys is great, but like it's not no
Expensive, though.
justification to spend $20 on a burger. Sorry.
No, very true.
I will say this though, you guys
To be
haven't
fair,
had
most
Chick-fil-A,
places are
right?
expensive.
Have
We
that
didn't,
what?
wait, Jacob, we only pay £8 for the burger, maybe
About that,
less.
About that,
Is
yeah.
that Chick-fil-A?
Jacob, you haven't had Chick-fil-A, right?
Nah, never.
I
Or
suggest
In and
if,
Out.
if you guys eat Chick-fil-A, you get more than one meal because you don't get full off of it.
No, Chick-fil-A.
Oh,
does
man,
not fill you up at
I want
all.
filling food.
It doesn't
you know?
feel like it's good, but it doesn't fill you up.
It's so
Darius,
good,
Darius.
though.
You got to
King-
get like
King Cobra
2
said you were
sandwiches
tripping.
and 2 meals.
Big dogs eat.
Who?
Like my appetite is built for like American food. Like I just UK food don't do it for me.
Yeah.
I like Five Guys.
Five
Shake
Guys is
Shack.
good. Like I like
Shake
Five
Shack
Guys.
is good.
Like there's no justification for $20.
I went to
Sorry.
Shake Shack the first time when I met Shibuna for No Way Home, and dude, brilliant.
Do you guys have a steak and shake over there?
What?
Steak and shake?
Steak and shake. What? That sounds like the kind of
I mean, that's what
and
it's
shake.
called. I mean, I don't know.
Sorry,
These
steak and
burgers,
shake sounds like a
it's
position.
exactly what it
What
sounds
the
like.
hell is that
Steak
name?
burgers.
Did you just say it sounds like a position? Oh God, no!
Oh my
End the
God.
stream now. End
You
it
know what?
right now.
He's starting to get
What
into
the
like
hell?
offline
Check out.
territory.
You know what?
It's time to go.
Yeah, it's time to
No,
go because I need.
What is
to
steak and
sleep.
shake? Like, I want to know.
It's a burger and shake place.
It's a burger and
Because
shake
me and
place.
I'm talking. Wait, you guys know Shake Shack?
Man, I
Yeah.
gotta come to the States,
Yeah.
man, and try all these joints. And you know what the
Shake
problem is?
Shack.
Well, you guys have seen Man versus Food, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that
Oh,
dude. I
yeah.
know
I
how he
see
does
that
it.
guy just, gouging on the food. I'm like, man, I want some of that, but we don't do it over here. Thank you, Queen.
But he just eats too
Oh,
much.
yeah, I gotta take you to a state fair too. Come on to state fairs.
Oh,
Food.
I'm just trying to
I
think.
can
Like,
I can take you
fried
guys to
Oreos.
Hershey Park.
What'd you just say, boy?
Right, everything.
where do you guys
Hershey
get
Park.
pizza? Like, I know you got pizza and stuff, but like, where do you go for
Domino's.
pizza?
Papa John's.
Well, here's the thing though. The pizza over here, you have to.
Pizza is subjective.
If you want
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
Just
God,
like
don't
any-
no.
someone's
In
gonna
all
mention
seriousness, though, like if
pineapple
you
for
want
fuck's
like
sake.
that real American pizza, you gotta go to the north, bro.
You gotta
Like,
go to New York or
New York
Chicago.
style, Chicago style.
I mean, yeah, New York.
Chicago or New York. Don't here. It's just Papa John's, Little Caesars.
Papa
And,
John's.
Pizza Hut,
Right,
Domino's. That's it.
no, I'm just telling you, it's just it's just regular.
It's
you know?
regular.
If you want like real pizza, go Chicago or New York. That's
Yeah.
that's better.
Those are the mecca for pizza joints. Like as far as like us being in the South, we don't
I
got.
had that deep dish Chicago pizza one time. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh!
But we have the better food in America. In
Oh, yeah.
America, the South has the best food.
Really on it.
Who
You
here
don't
Oh,
like
yeah.
pineapple on pizza?
Yes,
Ew.
you're
All
right.
right, end the stream
Ugh.
right now. End
Tom
the stream.
Holland
said it's
Nasty,
good.
bro.
Tom
That's
Holland said he
nasty.
loves it.
Nasty.
That is
That's
disgusting.
That's
Sorry,
Juliana,
yeah.
I love you down under, girl.
The pizza that I bought, right, the pineapple on pizza.
I thought you said.
I picked the
Whoa.
pineapple pizzas off of that because it was awful.
Juliana, we love you, but come on, man. What is that? What is
That
that?
is
Oh yeah,
disgusting.
exactly, Tristan.
It's okay,
Facts.
Juliana. I
Juliana,
respect
why?
you, girl. I respect you.
No,
Juliana,
Like,
come on.
No,
Pineapple.
I'm sorry.
does Not belong.
Your respect
pineapple
was
don't
high.
go
I'm
on
sorry,
pizza.
man.
Y'all
Hello,
Pineapple.
20.
Motherfucker, let me talk. Your respect was high. It was sitting at 80, and now it's sitting at a low 20s.
I like
pineapple on
but guys-
pizza. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Guys,
I
let's be,
Nah,
let me
bruh.
let me
It
give you
tastes
the
like
nuance.
goop.
Pineapple on pizza is like having Nutella with pepperoni. That's what it's like.
Exactly. You don't do it. Nutella's good. Pineapple's
Just
good.
please.
Not on pizza.
is
Nah,
disgusting.
pineapple on pizza is good, bro. Y'all tripping.
Wait,
I
what?
love you, Demi.
Now, fair enough. You like pineapple
Sorry,
on pizza,
sorry,
but
yeah, that is disgusting. No, the pineapple.
I can't get nah,
Hey,
bro.
can't
do it.
That's- You don't disrespect pizza like that, bro. That's
No,
not.
you-
no.
What are you talking about?
Shimon, you're
All right,
it's like
my
getting roast
my
dinner and
Italian
having
brothers
it
did not
in
make pizza for you. to put
Hey, Jacob,
pineapples
I
on.
can't hear you. What-
That's
What are you
not- that
talking
wasn't what
about?
That
Jacob, we're gonna have to
wasn't-
mute.
It's a big old fruit pie. What do you mean?
but not pineapple fruit pie. Exactly.
Jacob,
Not
you got-
pineapple.
Jacob, you got to
Fruit
shut
pie.
these guys up.
God.
There's no difference. There is no difference.
There is a difference.
You put it. No,
Okay.
It's the taste.
you're putting fruit sauce on the pizza. Dude,
Come up to help him when it's short. What's he here for? So in the meantime, what is he here for?
Jacob, what were you saying?
I don't know. I lost it after we were talking about pineapple on pizza. Thank you in the chat, those who brought that up. Shout out to you.
shout out to Juliana. She's
Shout out
nuanced.
to Julia.
Pineapple
Shout
on
out
pizza
to
is
everyone.
automatic.
Oh, she's
automatic.
new.
Shout out to King.
That's
L.
subjective, King.
L.
Remember, you said it's subjective. So
Bacon on
Hey.
pizza. That actually sounds quite good.
I'm just throwing
Bacon
that
on pizza.
Bacon on
not
pizza
bad.
goes good.
That's not bad.
Bacon on pizza
I've
good.
never tried.
Holy shit! I might order a pizza. What time is it? 4:30 in the morning. When's the pizza place is open?
No, bacon on pizza is really
Should
good.
have ordered pizza now.
Now, if you want to talk about anchovies, then you need to go to the bad place.
Ew. Nah,
That is
no.
disgusting.
No,
to a whole nother level.
no,
Anchovies.
No.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. No, don't put that on no pizza.
If you're one of those sickos that puts ranch on pizza, that's
The hell's that?
That's
And
weird.
if you're one of those people that put ranch and he put pineapple on pizza,
Oh,
God help
Hey,
you.
okay, I draw the line right
God.
there.
Yeah,
Now,
you're
I
wrong.
would,
bet
I
King's
would eat
tried that.
pineapple
You
on
have
pizza,
tried
but
it.
I would
Yeah,
never,
you're wrong
I
on
would
that.
never
You have
put
tried
ranch.
that.
You know
on.
what? You know what we need to do? You know what we need to do? We need to do a food stream. You talk about
Oh, this is
the whole
wrong.
time.
The food
This is
from
all
Cobra
wrong.
Kai.
Oh god, this is wrong. This is all wrong. Oh my god, no, no.
You guys need to come
no.
over here to see the food we eat.
I feel like
'cause
you know
would
when
love it.
you know when Ricky Gervais is at
Jacob
the
sounds like you don't
Golden
like the food over there.
Hang on, just shut up a minute. You know when Ricky Gervais is like, just let me talk. Can we let Jacob just shut up, everyone, for a second? Just I need to
Cobra, you're
mentally gather
nasty.
my
You're
thoughts.
nasty. You're nasty.
You know,
That's disgusting.
you know how like when Ricky Gervais is at the Golden Globes, he says something, they'll go ah, and he's like no, like that's what I feel like right now. Like this whole any more bad food varieties.
King Cobra says ranch on pizza is good.
I'm not gonna lie. If we all sat in this-
No,
we
it's
sat-
not.
Listen, if we all
Nah,
sat in the
play
same
it.
room and ate food, I'm pretty sure we'd have
Now,
a
if
food
you put
fight
barbecue with
because
pizza,
Giuliani
that's
ate.
That's
good.
I'm
alright.
pretty sure RJ's white shirt is like gonna be
You're
red.
damn right, it's going to turn into
As
a
soon
food.
as a
No,
bit of
we're
food's
fighting
in.
for this.
We fighting for this.
Ew. What is wrong with no?
These people are
Right,
not.
I'm trying to think of something I've had on pizza that maybe people won't like.
I can't
Let
have
me
a
think.
pizza with any of y'all, bro.
Look at King's face.
Oh no, Melissa. No.
That's nasty, man.
Oh, dude,
Okay, we got it
barbecue-
in the screen right there. Y'all guys
Barbecue
getting
pizza is good.
Barbecue pizza's good.
Barbecue pizza is good.
barbecue pizza is good.
Yeah, Quaker Oats does not go on pizza. It doesn't.
This is not the way.
Why?
It's not the way at all. I'm close to checking into therapy.
Pizza.
All right,
No.
end the stream,
I'm done.
Jacob. End the stream.
I'm
But
done.
then again, you
Anyone
could
want
be
vinegar?
you could be like Evan that puts Oreos on pizza. That's just nasty.
Oh, don't
Wait,
bring up
what?
Oreos on pizza.
Wait,
That is done.
Evan does what?
Oreos on
Oreos on
Oatmeal
pizza.
pizza.
Did you not
I'm,
know that?
I'm done.
Like,
No, you know what he
like-
did? He tried that. Never mind, I'm not gonna put him on the spot, but he
Like-
does put like
like-
Oreos on pizza.
Oh god,
What-
that's
what?
hilarious.
Yeah, he does. He likes Oreos
Oatmeal
on pizza.
pizza. Sorry.
And also, I want to say there's that stupid advert, that really stupid advert. First you twist it, then you lick it, then you dunk it. No, you just eat the Oreo. You don't do all that BS.
what you do is you grab. You know
No,
what
if
you
you're
do?
one of those weirdos
You
who
don't
takes
put
the
cookies
cream
in
out.
milk?
If you
No,
Jacob,
you're
you don't
weird.
put cookies in the milk?
Hey, don't call people weird if they do that. That's
Exactly.
no,
Like,
if you eat,
it's
no,
real.
if you just eat the
Straight
cream,
up, they're
if you
weird.
just eat the cream, you're weird, bro. If you just
Oh,
take
I
the
agree
cream
with
out
that.
and just don't eat
Yeah,
the
I
cookies,
do
what are
agree
you
with
doing?
that.
No,
What are you
If-
doing?
If you open up
no,
the thing, lick it,
no.
and then you take the white bit out, but then you eat that bit, then you eat the chocolate bit.
No,
fair
you
enough.
have it. You just eat the Oreo. Like you don't do any of that.
Eat it.
Or Jacob, let people do them, but don't be weird and just throw the chocolate bit and then just have the white bit. Some people even do that. That's just weird.
Well, who the
Jacob, you've definitely done the thing with the Jaffa cake where you take out the actual like main bit.
I'm hungry
and-
now.
How did you know?
because I've done it. As a kid, I did
How
it.
did you know?
Come on, man, that's a British thing.
I did it. I've done it once or twice. It's just easily done. Sometimes you're eating a Jaffa cake and you
Just like
you-
anybody eating oatmeal pizza,
then-
according to Melissa.
Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
milk and cookies is the shit.
Oh, milk and cookies is good.
Oh, come on, milk and
I don't even
tea.
like
A
milk.
No,
midnight
milk and
snack
tea
when I
is-
couldn't go to
Cookies and tea is very.
I mean,
nice.
I've already had rice and meatballs. I'm gonna go eat again and then eat again in like 4 hours.
rice
Ice
and
cream-
oatmeal.
Ice cream and cookies, man.
Oh,
Ice cream
What?
and cake is good.
man! Why are you guys mentioning all this delicious food?
Oh, stop that, Darius! Stop
uh,
that.
What you
That's
need to
too
do
good.
is
Oh, you
like
asked
you need
us
to
what
put,
we eat over
you need
here.
to put your
Ice cream
Oreos
and-
in the
Ice cream
refrigerator.
and cake.
4 in the
Fudge
morning.
cake.
Yes. Yes, bro.
Dude, you put your Oreos
And
in
the
the refrigerator,
Have
and
you
then
guys
like you
tried
get
the
some
Oreo
ice cream, and then you crunch some
Oh, yeah,
Oreos up, you
cookies
put
and
it
cream,
in
ice
there.
cream,
and
Oreos and
Have
ice
you
cream.
guys tried
Yeah.
Oreo ice
Yeah.
cream?
Yeah.
So good.
Give me a minute.
Oh yeah, we have that.
Raw cookie
Nico,
dough.
is that what I think it
That's
is?
it right there.
What the hell is he
Yinko,
doing?
what is that?
I
Oh, he
thought-
got a-
oh, okay.
Oh, got a
Fuck
pizza.
you, Yinko.
Come on, you can't
No.
put that in. That's
No,
Jacob, it's
for
a
a hot
piss take,
minute-
mate. We have nothing
no,
open.
no. Once we go off stream, I was about to say,
That's
Nico,
all that level product placement right there, Yinko.
I'm hungry as
Yeah.
fuck now.
Buy Domino's. We're not paid by
I'm
Domino's.
eating again after
Buy
the stream.
Domino's.
And the stream.
there was a certain product that I thought
End the
Yinko
stream
put on.
because I hung.
Jake, I'm about to
but I
go
was like,
downstairs and get
no.
some food.
Fuck off.
Are
I'm
you
hungry
writing
now.
this stuff down?
RJ, go make me a sandwich.
All in.
Are we about to round off?
Yeah,
Nah, fuck
'cause
you guys, I'm hungry
if
now.
I spend any longer talking about food, I'm gonna go crazy because us UK folk here, nothing's open.
Yeah, I hate you guys. I hate
You have
all
to
of
have
you
24-hour
Americans.
like places.
It wouldn't be so bad if I had some ice cream in the freezer or something.
I
But
hate me too.
Jacob, you know what we need to
Not
do,
you
mate?
really.
The real reason why Robbie and Miguel team up is because we hungry.
We hungry. Do the real thing.
We hungry.
We're hungry. Oh, you got something to eat up in there? We hungry.
We
We
hungry.
hungry.
Oh, dude, when we
You
were
got
watching
something
that
up in there?
yesterday, when I rewatched the bit again when where he's like, "Hey, Monica, what's your problem? You didn't win." Oh, girl.
That was so funny, bro.
Yeah. On that subject, it's been 4. You see, we're so close to 5 hours. I don't know if
You know what? Screw it. Just play the intro, outro, or
Oh,
the
Lord.
StreamYard
I'm
intro.
about to go 5 more. Go to the
My legs hurt.
yeah.
Wait, why you
My
saying your legs, bro?
legs.
What you been doing?
Just take your legs down.
I'm sitting down.
women weakened legs.
You can take
Too
that
much
as you
oatmeal,
will.
son. Too much
I know
oatmeal.
nothing about that.
Yeah, you're damn right. Too much oatmeal.
Too much oatmeal or not enough?
Both.
No.
Right now,
This ain't
it's
weakened your
time to
legs.
end. Everybody, thank you so much.
Time
for
to
watching.
go.
This will be on the
This will be
unlisted stream.
Oh man!
I'm so glad I don't wear earphones.
Wow.
It's just mildly annoying.
Right. I'm gonna give a shout out to Evan and TCK. TCK appeared earlier on, and Evan at the
Shout
start.
out to the mini boys.
Shout out to Strike and Chris, our bros. And let's highlight the man himself, the king, the sensei. Everyone raise a toast to this man here for assembling
Wanna
another
be
badass
Dark Cheeto?
list for us. This guy keeps us all organized and on. I'll tell you what, out of everyone,
James Gunn universe, baby. James Gunn universe.
Not
It's
only
coming
James
soon,
Gunn
baby.
but he also keeps us on task with our, transitioning into the subject. So, and you're the goat, sir. Well, you're the sensei.
You took that back.
Now, obviously, the Mamba,
Good.
the Cinnamamba,
Cinnamamba.
Carolina or Flash.
How many
You know what? I feel like
times?
Darius-
How many times? I teach this lesson, Jacob. How many times?
Darius, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm so used to seeing you sit like that. I just think you sleep like that, and that's just how you live.
Oh my god.
Shamoon.
I'm not gonna lie, you look pretty badass doing it. And then we got, Miguel, the Eagle. Goddamn.
And that is.
Kenny.
Oh,
What are you
RJ.
drinking, Kenny?
Watch it.
Oatmeal?
I can't wait. What?
Anyway. I
Anyway,
guess
in
it's
other
time to
news, thank you all very
Anyways.
much for watching. Appreciate you all. Much love to all of you guys here for coming on and talking about these things.
The Suicide Squad next week.
Yes. Oh yes. Oh, I can't wait to rewatch that. And with Peacemaker in mind, watching that with a whole new perspective as well.
Oh yeah.
Next Tuesday.
Let's go, baby.
The Matt Reeves.
And the
You know
only
what to
thing
do,
that's
Jacob?
left
You have to play that
is
outro.
one last thing. I actually sound like it blew my computer speakers out.
Is that ASMR? What the hell was that?
I don't know.
Who needs ASMR? You can go to sleep with sound
You know
effects.
what?
like
RJ
we did.
probably listened to the ASMR, and then the next thing you hear is. He's like,
This gets PTSD from when we done it. I'm so sorry, RJ. I need to stop doing that, man. Because
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Because
Jake,
you read
why
what
not
you
you randomly do it during the stream? I just start doing it as well.
I mean, you read what you throw in it. Karma is real. If I keep doing it to RJ, something's gonna happen to me. So I got.
You're right. Something is gonna happen to you.
Jake does not do
You
that.
saying the
anymore.
flag.
Ah!
Is this an act of war?
It demands
Oh,
an immediate
Lord.
response.
Wait, is this UK
see what I'm
versus
wearing,
US
don't
again,
you?
Jacob?
Hey guys, can we go ahead and end the stream now?
Post credit scene.
Next Tuesday?
It's been the post-credit scene for 15 minutes.
It's a long.
Yeah, I'm
post
just
credit
gonna
scene.
cut it abruptly.
Barry Universe.
My universe, motherfuckers. My universe, homie.
Jesus Christ, you gremlin.
Got that Doc Rivers voice. It's the Doc Rivers voice, bro.
Matt Reeves universe.